Honourable Members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm going to give some wonderful speeches now that I didn't write. They were written by young people in my community as part of the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign. Now, the question young people were asked this year is what steps should the government take to build a better tomorrow for young Australians? And, well, the young people in my community have not disappointed. 11-year-old Scarlett said, "Healthcare is a concern for young Australians, but affects all of us. 1 in 4 Australians struggle with accessing healthcare. The government should make a change because it will earn them more money and save them money. When you're not sick, you're probably not at work to earn money, and lots of that money would most likely go into the economy. It will save the government money because having healthcare will mean that people will get illnesses or diseases addressed before it becomes a big problem. And that's good because it keeps more people out of hospital, so they're saving money on our hospitals. About 46% of Australians have put treatment off due to cost. That's why I believe that the government should increase the amount of bulk billing doctors in Australia." Samuel and Isaac. Now, I met their 10-year-olds and I met them just recently at their beautiful school in Aldinga, and they said to the honourable members of Parliament, "There are many ways the government can support young Australians to have a better future. Living costs are so high, petrol costs are so high, our parents are struggling to pay for our needs. It would help to lower taxes and to find another way of making money for government services. You could also lower the tax on petrol, making it cheaper, which would mean supermarkets would not have to increase their prices as they are not paying for high transport costs. We could get wealthy companies to pay more tax and individuals to pay less tax. Thank you for listening to our voice." And 11-year-old Carson talked about supporting small local businesses. He said, "Imagine a future where every single child in Australia lives in a thriving community with access to shops and essential amenities. By investing in supporting local businesses, our government has the opportunity to empower young people with access to local communities and jobs. It would be a successful and profitable step for the government to support and take action in strengthening local businesses so they can thrive. In turn, more taxes could be generated, creating a stronger Australia and a brighter future. Imagine a future where everyone had easy access to local businesses, where people don't have to drive kilometres upon kilometres just to get a simple carton of milk. The future of Australia rests in its small towns. Let's make the future happen today." So thank you to those wonderful young people, and congratulations to Ashley Streeter-Jones, the founder and CEO, who's created a wonderful program for our young people right across Mayo and Australia.
Thank you, and thanks to the students for contributing those thoughts as well. And I call the member for Social Service, Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 40 years ago, in the midst of a health crisis, a group of volunteers came together to fight for their lives and the lives of others. It was the beginning of ACON, the AIDS Council of New South Wales, formed in 1985 under the banner "Fighting for Our Lives." From that meeting at the New South Wales Teachers Federation Hall grew a movement that would define Australia's HIV response for decades to come. Back then, HIV was devastating our community. There was fear, there was stigma, there was silence, but ACON spoke up. They educated, they cared, they campaigned, they saved lives. Within 2 years, ACON opened its first office in Surrey Hills and established branches in the Hunter, Illawarra and Northern Rivers to reach regional communities. From organising the Make AZT Available rally, helping draft Australia's first national AIDS strategy, ACON ensured the community had a voice at the table, while on the ground, volunteers distributed safe sex packs from Oxford Street bars and established one of the first community-run counselling services for people living with HIV. Through the 1990s, as antiretroviral therapies offered hope for the first time, ACON adapted its services to support people living longer with HIV and to address new health challenges, mental health, addiction and community safety. The launch of the Ending HIV campaign in 2013 and ACON's leadership on PrEP, rapid testing and U equals U, that's undetectable equals untransmissible, were campaigns I was proud to back, and they've brought us within reach of eliminating HIV transmissions entirely in Australia, something I am convinced that we can achieve as a nation. Over the years, ACON's had lots of great programs. Fun and Esteem, one of the world's first peer education initiatives for gay men, Pride in Diversity, Pride in Sport, the Red Ribbon Appeal in 2008. All of these were organised and pursued by incredible volunteers like the late Betty Hounslow and those volunteers from 1985 who met fear with courage. As Health Minister, I was proud to support the efforts of ACON. I know that this Parliament has long recognised that inclusive health policy saves lives. And can I say to the current leadership of ACON under the absolutely marvellous Michael Woodhouse that I know that ACON will continue to be a voice for compassion and for courage in our community and will continue to deliver because it's pride, not prejudice, that will guide our future.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. $50 for a shower. That's what some older people are going to be paying under the government's new aged care legislation coming in a couple of days. This results from a deal made last year between Labor and the Coalition to protect for-profit providers, making life even harder for older people and their families. At least 50% of older people will pay more for care from the 1st of November, including 30% of full pensioners and 75% of part pensioners. The scheme includes co-payments for non-clinical care. This is essential services like help with showering, with cooking and laundry, as though these services were some kind of luxury. How cruel. 1 in 3 big corporations in Australia are getting away with paying no tax, but instead of going after them, Labor is going after older people who've worked hard and they've paid their taxes all their lives. Older people just trying to get the care they deserve and that they need to survive. To add insult to this government-imposed injury, 200,000 people, a huge wait list, are just trying to access home care packages. The enormity of this wait list was kept secret by the government until it was uncovered by a Greens-chaired Senate inquiry. People who urgently need this care are waiting years, and I've heard from so many locals in Ryan, years to access the care that they need. Shamefully, tragically, people will die while they wait, and I'm ashamed, and all Australians should be, and should stand up against this institutionalised maltreatment by our government. Well, the Greens are standing up. We eventually forced the government to release 20,000 home care packages early, but that was not nearly enough, clearly, to clear that full wait list. So if you or your parents or grandparents are in a nursing home, these changes from 1 November will affect you too. They make things easier for-profit aged care providers and far harder for care residents. These changes will now allow providers to keep part of that refundable accommodation deposit, which had previously been returned to relatives when the resident passed away. Under this rather dirty deal with the Coalition, Labor also removed proposed criminal penalties for providers that do the wrong thing, and this comes after the Royal Commission into Aged Care exposed absolutely appalling behaviour by providers. They need to be kept accountable. So if you're in my electorate of Ryan, listening to this speech and are affected by these changes, I want to hear from you. Please contact my office. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay my respects to Elizabeth Robin Truman Nee Harvey, known to her friends and family and colleagues as Liz, who died on the 24th of March 2025. Liz was the second member for Hawker, an electorate now largely absorbed by Boothby. She was the second Labor woman to be elected to the Federal House of Representatives from South Australia as a member of the Hawke Labor government between 1987 and 1990. But her legacy within the party was much longer, most notably as a member of the Women's Policy Committee, campaigning for better representation for women. I'm sure she would have been ecstatic that the ALP now has a majority female caucus in federal parliament. We truly stand on the shoulders of legends like Liz. Liz was a compassionate and dedicated local member. She spoke in her first speech of the importance of social housing and support for Vietnam veterans, single parents, people with disability and women escaping domestic violence. Interestingly, in April 1989, she issued a press release entitled "Councils Must Plan for Greenhouse Effect," talking about the impact on coastal communities of sea level rises, higher tides, storm damage, as well as changes in rainfall patterns, flooding and soil erosion, things we're starting to see now. Liz lost the 1990 election by 14 votes, which must have been heartbreaking. She was known to her family and friends as an incredibly intelligent and creative woman. She had a talent for languages, a passion for dance, she loved to travel, and beyond anything, she loved to teach. Her original career choice was ballet dancer, but after leaving Adelaide High, she received a Uni Adelaide scholarship where she completed a BA, then a Diploma of Secondary Teaching from Adelaide Teachers College. She taught languages at Elizabeth High School and was then selected for a pioneering English Second Language Intensive College at Gilly Street School. Her flair for language, her interest in culture led her to live and travel around the world, teaching in Madrid and Amman, living in Argentina, Patagonia, and travelling through Europe and the Middle East. She turned her creative flair and her experience in Parliament into a series of stories originally published online as Snowflake's Hope and then as The Glasshouse Effect. I've been unable to locate a copy of the book. However, I believe it included profiles of Bob Hawke, Paul Keating, John Button, Neil Blewett and Barry Jones, as well as a very unflattering description of the typical senator. She did, however, say that she had changed some names to protect the guilty. The mind boggles. Liz is much missed by her partner Peter, her sons Stephen and Tom, and her grandchildren Maxwell, Florence and Oliver, stepchildren Matt, John and Ali and their families, as well as her sister Verity, a former colleague of mine. Vale, Liz.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me speak plainly. My region's local hospital, the Peel Health Campus, is in crisis, and WA Labor has failed us. Back in 2020, we were promised by the then Labor Premier, Mark McGowan, $152 million to upgrade the hospital. That was 5 years ago. And since then, nothing. No new wards, no new beds, no progress. Just spin, delay and excuses. And I fought for this upgrade from day one. I've raised it in Parliament, not once, not twice. This will be the 16th time I have stood in our national Parliament to call on WA Labor to deliver this hospital. I've stood with doctors, nurses, healthcare workers, patients and families. I've launched petitions, held community meetings and demanded answers, because I know how important this hospital is to Mandurah and the Peel region. But despite all that, things have only gotten worse. This year alone, ambulances have been ramped outside the Peel Health Campus for over 1,000 hours. That's 1,000 hours of patients waiting for urgent care. It's 1,000 hours of paramedics stuck at hospitals unable to hand over patients. It's 1,000 hours of lives at risk, and it means less ambulances available to react and to get to emergencies in our community. And now we learn that the cost of the upgrade has blown out to $558 million, more than 3 times the original budget. That's a $400 million blowout, and still no clear timeline for delivery. This cost blowout is so massive it threatens to chew through nearly the entire $500 million health infrastructure fund that Labor announced, leaving little for any other hospital across Western Australia. And now we know the inside story. A leaked letter from a senior Peel Health Campus staff member to the Federal Health Minister revealed the truth. Compromised patient care, overwhelmed nurses and a system under strain. Where is our local member?
I ask the member to pause. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. Proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
baby prayers got referred. You saw that? 14? Yes. As I said, the objective to pretty much have the right bits for the house on rather than the chamber minutes in this sort of thing. Yeah. Just because you just want to make sure that, you know, all the things that we think have happened have happened. And yeah, definitely keeping an eye on the suspension motions being moved. Anything that will affect us, basically.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So I ask the question, where is our local Labor MP for Mandurah, Rhys Williams? He has disappeared into a void of silence on this issue. He's admitted the budget isn't enough, but he's done nothing to fight for us. We don't hear his voice. He's silent, and WA Labor continue to fail us. So we've had enough, and we're going to pursue this money. Labor keeps pointing to the same line in the budget year after year, but money in a spreadsheet means nothing if it doesn't leave the page. So we want action, and we're not going to let this government pat themselves on the back because patients are walking away from the emergency department because they simply can't wait any longer. Our healthcare workers are doing their best, but they're stretched to breaking point. But the fault with this hospital lies solely with WA Labor, who've promised an upgrade and haven't delivered. We want action, we want it now, and we'll make sure that we deliver accountability.
Thank you. And I give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about two boys, Dao Akueng, aged 15, and Chol Achiek, aged 12, whose lives were tragically taken on the 6th of September in Cobblebank. Both were bright, talented, and deeply loved. Their loss has left a profound void in the hearts of their families and their friends and our community. Dow grew up in Fitzroy and Collingwood before moving to Melton, where he attended Staunton College. He dreamed of becoming a basketball star and was an active member of the Collingwood Basketball Association. He was the only son of Sabina and Albino, and a loving brother to Ayana, a Knock, and a Tong. His uncle, Akolda Bill, remembered him as a happy, energetic boy who brought joy to everyone around him, especially his late grandmother. He was a gentle leader in his family, looking out for his sisters and surrounded by a big, loving community. His service at Resurrection Catholic Church in Kings Park drew hundreds of mourners coming together to celebrate a young life that shone very brightly. Chol grew up in Melton and attended Melton Secondary College. He loved swimming, music and basketball, and was an active member of the Nile Warriors Basketball Club. He was the son of Ayen and Chuti, and the youngest of 7 children. His father described him as intelligent and warm-hearted. A boy who lit up the room with his smile and his kindness. He had deep respect for elders, a gentle humour, and a natural leadership that made those around him feel safe and seen. His service at St Mary's Anglican Church in Sunbury was a testament to how loved he was. He was remembered as funny, peaceful, and protective of those around him. No words can ease the pain felt by these families. 2 young lives full of promise and joy taken far too soon. Violence has no place in our suburbs or our schools or our streets. No parent should have to face tragedies like this. Every child deserves to grow up feeling safe, supported, and free to chase their dreams. I particularly acknowledge the pain felt by the South Sudanese community at this time. I've had the honour of meeting with community leaders, and I know they're working closely with Victoria Police to keep our community safe and to support our young people. We owe it to Dao and to Chol and to their families to stand together, to reject violence, invest in prevention and community connection, and to build hope. We remember them for their kindness and their love of family, their love of community, and their love of basketball. May their memories guide us as we work to build a safer, more peaceful community for every young person who calls our community home. Vale Dao Akueng. Vale Chol Achiek.
And I call the member for Riverina. Thank you.
Lovely words, Member for Hawke, and we all share your pain and your local loss, and may God bless both boys and take them into his safe arms. Mine is a happier story, a very happy story. Paul Phillips from Forest Hill has shared a story about his lovely daughter, 34-year-old Penny Mackay, a former apprentice chef in the Riverina region who decided to dedicate her professional career to the training sector, becoming a vocational educational teacher trainer, and not only been named 2025 Riverina Regional Vet Teacher Trainer of the Year, but has gone on to receive the New South Wales state title, and she now progresses to the Australian Training Awards to be held in Darwin in the Northern Territory on Friday, 5 December. Now, whilst this accomplishment on its own is outstanding, what has made this story even more particularly unique is Penny has been joined at the regional event by her Vet Business Services student, whom she had nominated in the Vet in the School Student of the Year category, reaching the finals, and also by a previous hospitality student from the year prior who had won the Regional 2024 Vet in Schools Student of the Year. And this, as you can appreciate, is an outstanding display of a teacher's passion for her trade and the power of vocational education within not just the region, but indeed our nation. And we all know that teachers are the great enablers, and if you have good teachers, it can put you on the pathway to success. It opens doors for you. And Penny obviously is doing great things, not just at Kildare Catholic College, but indeed providing inspiration for students, inspiration for our region. Now, I recall Penny from the 2019 Training Awards evening. I spoke at this with 2 out of the 3 finalists in the Vet in School Student category being Penny students, and the winner, Grace Mattingly, being the Business Services student of Penny. She went on to the state level. She's now successfully running 2 local dance studios, which are thriving not just for Wagga Wagga, but indeed throughout the entire region. And Grace is doing amazing things. She's only 24 years old. She describes having Penny as one of her mentors as being the motivator for her career and for the great things that she's doing and that she will go on doing. And as I say, when you have good teachers, it just opens up so many opportunities. So well done to Penny Mackay. Thank you to Paul Phillips for bringing that story to me, that attention about his wonderful daughter, and we look forward to seeing her succeed potentially, hopefully, at the National Awards in the Member for Solomon's electorate, and I wish her every success both in those particular awards and in the future.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. The Hunter has always punched above its weight when it comes to sport. We've produced a stack of professional and elite athletes, and I want to make sure we're back in the next crop of local sporting talent, so that the next generation of superstars also comes from the Hunter. But talent and determination alone aren't always enough to reach the top. Competing at a higher level is a high cost of money, and too often it's the parents digging deep into their pockets to get their kids to competitions. That is where the local sporting champions program steps in. It provides financial assistance to help young people compete, coach or umpire at their chosen sport. I know firsthand how expensive it can be when you're competing on the state and national level or even the international level, Speaker. These small grants really do make a big difference to the athletes themselves and the parents supporting them. So, Speaker, I want to congratulate our recent local sporting champions, Lexi Phillips, who competed at the 2025 Australian Age and MC Swimming Age Championships, Ben Frost, who played the Australian Youth Baseball Championships, Brendan Cox, who played in the Asia Pacific Youth Touch Football, Braden Carlson, Janice Hicks and Zach West, who competed at the Australian Track and Field Championships, Brodie Sonnerton, who played at the USA Flag Football Junior International Cup, Charlotte Campbell, Claire Godfrey, Olivia Sky Sharp, Will Soden and Zoe Dent, who competed at the Australian Junior Athletics Championships, Carrie Phillips and Kobe Hodges, who played at the Australian Youth Water Polo Championships, Ryan Jones and Tyson Williams, who competed in the MX Motorcycle GP, Caitlin Rose, who competed at the Australian National Road Racing Cycling Championships, Jed Louise, who competed at the Oceania Motorcycle Junior Cup, Drew Kremer and Lachlan Morris, who competed at the Pro MX National Motocross Championships, Julie Brummer, who played in the Hockey Australia Indoor Under-18s Championships, Mackenzie Wills, who played in the 2025 Veterans World Basketball Championships, Maddie Roberts, who rode in the 2025 Pony Club Australia National Championships, Mitchell Summers, who competed at the School Sports Australia Athletics Championships, and finally, Sabella Pike, who played in the Australian School Girls Rugby League Championships. Yeah. Congratulations to all those local sporting champions. Sport has always been the heart of Hunter, and it's incredible to see so many young people from our region competing at such a high level. These competitions are important stepping stones on your pathway to achieving your dreams. Stay committed, train hard and give it your best, because you never know how far you can go. And when you do make it, always know you'll have the hunter cheering you on every step of the way. I wish you all good luck in the future. Cheers.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this is a constituent statement for both my area and the whole of Australia. To defend a nation, you are going to need a variety of things. You're going to need intelligence, you're going to need Air Force, you're going to need a Navy, you're going to need an Army, and you're going to need industry. And we are single-handedly destroying our capacity to defend our nation because of this bizarre cult-like approach to net zero. We have this week the closure of Tomago, the announced closure of Tomago. This is disastrous for our nation. And it's a clarion call on how pathetic and ridiculous this intermittent power policy is. It is hurting Australia. And we have a duty to stand up and actually call this for what it is. What else do we need to happen? We've got Kawana in Western Australia that's closing down. We're down to 2 oil refineries. Our plastics industry is gone. Our glass industry is gone. Our urea industry is gone. This is hopeless. Yet we continue on thinking that single-handedly, without the participation of the United States, China, India, Southeast Asia, Africa, South America, and other countries pulling out Australia, is going to change the climate no matter what you think you're doing to it. We have got to ask ourselves this question. If we are put in a time of adversity, where are we going to get our plastics from, our aluminium from, our steel industries on its knees? How are you going to turn this around? They don't give you warning that something is going to happen. That's the whole point. Surprise is a crucial element in any adversary and how they deal with you. If we do not have the supply lines where we have to rely on another country that hasn't gone down this insane path of intermittent power and net zero, because are we just totally reliant? Are we absolutely certain that that process is going to work? So we also now have NRG in Gladstone, the power plant, announcing that it might close. That's the aluminium industry gone. That of course, means Gladstone's out. It means your cement industry's out. And we continue on thinking that somehow we're going to prevail in this nation by closing down industry, shutting up farmland, spending, they talk about $1 trillion+. Where are you borrowing that from? You've already got $1 trillion in debt. Where are you borrowing the rest from? How are you going to pay this back? I mean, there's got to be somewhere an epiphany of logic that comes into this. And it's not happening. And what I heard the Minister Bowen say yesterday, I couldn't believe it. We're making good progress. Good progress off a cliff. Good progress to where, Minister? Where are you intending to end up? But we have got to find reverse on this or we are in dire trouble.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, on Sunday the 26th of October this year, Melbourne had its wettest day in 18 months with 35 millimetres of rain recorded. The same day where Werribee, Wyndham Vale, Hoppers Crossing and Manor Lakes saw a tornado. More than 650 calls to the State Emergency Services were recorded across Victoria. Wyndham SES had 184 calls, the busiest in the state, and Wyndham West 40 calls. 260 buildings were damaged and 25 to 30,000 homes were without power. There were localised flooding in low-lying areas and lots of families out with shovels digging trenches to let the water out of their properties. Streets like Purchase Street in Werribee were among the worst hit. Roofs and pergolas blown into power lines, widespread debris, fallen trees and fences. Tara in Werribee described that her partner was lifted off the ground. The pergola roof landed on Tarneet Road power lines. And Bridget Boyd said the wind nearly blew her backwards. Many described the scene as like something out of a movie. Frightening, fast and destructive. Bureau of Meteorology experts confirmed a clear tornado damage track through Wyndham Vale and Hoppers Crossing. distinct east-northeast path typical of severe thunderstorm cells, a category consistent with a small tornado with wind speeds up to 120 kilometres an hour. I want to give my heartfelt thanks to all of the emergency service responders and frontline workers who served in our community on Sunday in the clean-up and in following days, to our state emergency services, Wyndham and Wyndham West, and supporting metro units, to the CFA volunteers, to Victoria Police and Fire Rescue Victoria, to Ambulance Victoria crews and first responders, to Wyndham City Council staff for rapid debris cleaning and resident welfare checks, to Power Corps and utility workers who restore power to thousands of homes. Their tireless work, often through the night and in dangerous conditions, reflects the best of public service. I want to recognise the residents and families in Lalor who faced the storm with courage and compassion. Many supported neighbours, checked on vulnerable residents and helped clear debris while waiting for emergency crews. The spirit of solidarity across the electorate in the suburbs of Werribee, Wyndham Vale and Hoppers Crossing demonstrates the fighting heart of Lalor. The tornado that struck Lalor was frightening, it was destructive, but it also showed strength and unity in our community. To every volunteer, every emergency worker and every resident fighter in Lalor, thank you. The Albanese government will continue to back you by building climate resilience, cutting emissions and investing in and resulting in safer, stronger communities across our electorate. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Across my electorate, older Australians and their families are telling me the same thing. The aged care system and the home care package system are failing them. One of my constituents, Donna Rowe, reached out about her father, Richard. Richard's almost 94, and while his family waited urgently for a needed upgrade to his home care package, the paperwork sat idle. He's now in hospital in full-time care. Families feel as though the system delays in the hope that frail people will die before their package is approved. That's what these constituents are telling me, and this is completely unacceptable. Others, like Carla Panini, point to the cost of bureaucracy. Her parents' provider took more than 23% of their package in administration fees alone. That was the equivalent of 120 hours of care to her parents lost to paperwork. Imagine the difference those hours could have made to the people spent being looked after in homes instead of in administration. Now, these aren't isolated complaints. I hear them all the time. They are symptoms of a system that has become too focused on providers and not focused enough on people. The government promised older Australians they'd be supported to stay in their homes, and these promises are not being kept. I also want to raise another issue affecting many older Australians, the cost of treating macular degeneration. In recent weeks, several local residents have contacted me. One had just been diagnosed and described the shock at being told they would need ongoing injections directly into their eyeball to slow the disease. Another wrote after months of treatment explaining the steady financial strain it's placed on them and their partner, both who are on part-time pensions. Even with Medicare rebates, patients face hundreds of dollars in out-of-pocket costs each year. For pensioners on these fixed incomes, this burden quickly becomes unsustainable. These pensioners are being crushed by cost of living. They talk about higher energy prices, and on top of this, macular degeneration is actually bleeding them dry. It's the leading cause of blindness in all of Australia. Around 1 in 7 Australians over 50 show signs of the disease. Without treatment, they lose their vision, independence, and quality of life. These Australians aren't asking for luxuries. They're asking to help afford a treatment that allows them not to go blind, to live in dignity, to drive, to read, to stay connected to their family and sometimes stay in employment. So I call on the Minister for Health and Aged Care to review the support and how we support Australians with macular degeneration, including those, whether they're on PBS co-payments, whether their safety net thresholds remain fit for purpose. On behalf of my constituents, please look at it.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I speak today with pride to congratulate all Pearce winter sport groups on their seasons. The dedication, perseverance and sportsmanship shown by players, coaches, volunteers and supporters is truly commendable. Each athlete and team helps to build a vibrant sporting culture, uniting our communities. Sport fosters teamwork, encourages healthy living and teaches resilience, respect and fair play. Beyond competition, family and friend support creates strong belonging and pride. To the championship-winning teams and individuals, I offer warm congratulations. Your success reflects hours of training, sacrifice and commitment. You have brought pride to your clubs and inspired young athletes. Your achievements set high standards for excellence and community spirit. Equally valued are those who gave their best without trophies. The true spirit of sport is effort and participation. Every player, coach and volunteer strengthens community social fabric. Your involvement promotes well-being, builds friendships and creates lasting memories. As winter ends and summer approaches, attention shifts to community safety and enjoyment. Summer brings outdoor activities, beaches, festivals, but increased risk. We honour our volunteers who keep us safe, especially our bushfire brigades and SCS members. Your bravery protects lives, homes and nature. With rising environment challenges, your commitment is vital. I also acknowledge the 3 surf life-saving clubs on our community beaches and around Australia. These volunteers patrol, rescue and educate the public, ensuring safety during summer. Their work allows families to enjoy the coast with peace of mind beyond life-saving. They promote fitness, discipline and leadership, teaching water safety and building confidence in youth. What unites athletes, firefighters, SCS and surf lifesavers is volunteering, which is our community backbone. Volunteers live selflessly and strengthen social bonds. Their efforts support mental health, inclusion and resilience in members and shape a caring and connecting community. To every volunteer, your contribution is the foundation of our community's strength, spirit and generosity. Through sport, service and volunteering, the Pearce Electorate stays a vibrant and caring community we proudly all call home. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Hear, hear. And I give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to honour the life and service of Leonard Frank Lister, a proud Australian, devoted husband and father, and one of the last of a remarkable generation who gave everything for their country and community. Born on the 14th of February 1924 in Burwood, New South Wales, Len grew up during the Great Depression, one of many young Australians who grew up tough, resilient and ready to serve when their nation called on them in its hour of need. He passed away a couple of weeks ago at the extraordinary age of 101, leaving behind a legacy of courage, humility, kindness and lifelong dedication to others that continues to inspire all who knew him. Len's journey to serve his country was not easy. At age 18, Len joined the RAAF and was later discharged due to asthma. After several determined attempts to join the Australian military forces, Len finally succeeded in October 1942, training as an instrument mechanic before transferring to the Australian Imperial Force. At just 19, Len was drafted to Milne Bay in New Guinea, serving first with the Australian Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, later transferring to the 2nd 12th Australian Infantry Battalion. He completed rigorous jungle warfare, training at Kanangra before deployment to New Guinea. His war service ended suddenly during a patrol in New Guinea mountains when a fall shattered his leg. Len recalled how the villagers, the Fuzzy Wuzzies, splintered his leg with jungle sticks and stitched a blanket from hibiscus bark to carry him to safety, an incredible act of compassion and courage that he never forgot and spoke of often with deep gratitude. After a long recovery, Len was discharged in October 1946 as a corporal. For his service, Len received the 1939 45 Star, Pacific Star, War Medal and the Australian Service Medal. After the war, Len settled in Mackay and later Serena, where he met and married a nurse named Ada. Together they raised 4 children and shared a lifetime of love, laughter and hard work. Len worked in the sugar industry for many years in the local sugar mill, cutting cane by hand and later managing a cane farm with great pride and skill. But it was his community spirit and generosity that truly defined him. Len served in many community roles over the years. He was the first president of the Serena Ski Club, served as treasurer of the Serena Rifle Club, and devoted 25 years to air and sea rescue. He chalked up nearly 50 years of service to the Serena Rotary Club, where he was awarded the Paul Harris Fellow for his tireless dedication to the community. He was also a proud and active member of the RSL for over 60 years, always turning up to support his mates and younger veterans alike. Len recently stated, "It's a bugger being one of the last men standing." But Deputy Speaker, as long as we remember stories like his, their spirit endures, the spirit of courage, service and selflessness that built this nation and continues to guide it. Australia is better, stronger and a more caring country because of the life of Leonard Frank Lister, lest we forget.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I would like to commend the Tarragul Glen Residents Committee on its work procuring and installing several automatic external defibrillators, or AEDs, on site to assist residents respond quickly to emergency situations. An AED is a portable medical device that can save the life of someone in cardiac arrest by delivering an electric shock to the heart. And anyone can use an AED because it analyses the heart's rhythm.
Ask the member to pause. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the continuation of the division or subsequent divisions.
And Member for Robertson in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I would like to commend the Tarragal Glen Residents Committee on its work procuring and installing several automated external defibrillators, or AEDs, on site to assist residents respond quickly in emergency situations. And the Tarragal Glen Residents Committee Chairman, Mr Peter Spears, along with Committee Member Mr Jim Skeen, have been pivotal in supporting and bringing this project to fruition. Both individuals were responsible for devising and implementing this project through the committee. To obtain these AEDs, Peter and Jim completed an application of funding support through the Australian Government's Stronger Communities program. The project was successful in receiving $16,200 to purchase 6 defibrillators, which have now been installed in weatherproof cabinets strategically placed around the Tarragal Glen village. In addition to this, one of the 6 defibrillators have been placed in the village bus to ensure coverage and access during journeys outside in the community. I'm also pleased to note that Mr Spears has organised training for the 500 village residents on how to appropriately use the AEDs during emergencies via e-modules, as well as partnering with retired GP Dr John Anderson to facilitate further face-to-face training exercises on familiarisation with the AEDs. As an emergency doctor at Wyong, I can attest to the benefits of AEDs strategically located throughout our community. AEDs increase the likelihood of survival by up to 70% if applied within the first minutes of cardiac arrest. The devices are designed for the general public, providing step-by-step instructions and provide immediate life-saving assistance before the paramedics arrive. AEDs are outstanding medical devices, and I'm comforted knowing that now more are operating within my community. And I would like to wholeheartedly thank the Tarragal Glen Residents Association, and a big thanks to Mr Peter Spears on his tireless efforts and contributions to making our community safer. I know these AEDs will be life-saving in emergency situations, and my support also goes to community and committee member Mr Jim Skeen on his support for this project and all of his work alongside Mr Spears. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member and I call the member for Barara.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. It's not every day that you get a wonderful idea from a young person in your electorate that is a reminder that you're never too young to make a difference. And that's what happened to me recently when Ashley Dewhurst, a Year 4 student from Pennant Hills Public School, reached out to me with a thoughtful and practical proposal to address some of the challenges young people face in schools. Ashley explained that many young people feel too shy and embarrassed and afraid to speak up about the worries on their mind. They might not want to tell a teacher face to face. They might worry that their friends will think they're different. They might not have the words to explain what they're feeling, or they might think that their concerns don't matter. Ashley wanted to change this. Her idea is simple, inexpensive and powerful. It's the concept of a letterbox in schools. Students can write down their worries or draw a picture if that's easier and place it in the letterbox. The principal then collects the notes and shares them with the student's teacher and makes sure that those concerns are taken seriously. Ashley gave me some examples. A student might be anxious about an upcoming maths test. They might be feeling left out in the playground, or simply they're struggling and they don't know what to do. Her idea also brings our community together, and I've been speaking to some of our local men's sheds about helping build these letterboxes so they can be rolled out across our community. Ashley's here today in the Parliament with her family, with her brother Miles and her parents Blair and Erin, and they've been meeting earlier today with the new CEO of Lifeline, Graham Strong, who's also in the chamber, and Emma Carr from Lifeline, to talk about the inspiring proposal. What I love about Ashley's proposal is it's not just practical, but it's wise. We often talk about the importance of student wellbeing and about mental health, and Ashley's proposal provides an appropriate way for people who might be too anxious to speak up but who need others to know that they're struggling. As the Shadow Minister for Education, I know that children face pressures inside and outside the classroom, and sometimes this can be overwhelming. If those feelings are bottled up, they become barriers to learning and friendships. But when children feel safe enough to share their feelings, even through a folded piece of paper, we continue that work to normalise conversations about mental health and ensure young people can get early support. Ashley's letterbox idea has the ability to be another tool for schools to help create an environment not just for education, but for care, support, resilience and trust. I want to commend Ashley for her creativity and her courage. She saw a problem in her own world and she came up with a practical solution. I told her I'd bring the matter to Parliament and I would continue to champion the need to improve mental health and resilience outcomes in schools in our community and across Australia. Giving children a safe and practical way to express their worries isn't a small thing. It's a vital step in ensuring every child feels safe and supported. Sometimes the biggest ideas for change come from our youngest voices. Ashley, you have one of those voices. Congratulations and keep going.
I thank the member. And I call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am so pleased to be able to read out a statement from 16-year-old Heidi from my electorate of Dixon as part of the Raise Our Voice campaign. My name is Heidi, and at the time of writing, I am a 16-year-old student. As a young Australian, I believe our government has a responsibility to build a future where every person is accepted for who they are, no matter their race, religion, sexuality or culture. Too often, young people grow up hearing voices of hate and division, when what we desperately need is love, respect and understanding. Australia is one of the most diverse countries in the world, and that should be our greatest strength. But when people are judged for the colour of their skin, who they love, or the faith they follow, we all lose. If the government truly wants to create a better tomorrow, it must do more than just talk about tolerance. It must act. That means stronger protections against discrimination, proper education in schools that teaches empathy and inclusivity, and support for young people who feel silenced or left out. My generation doesn't want to live in a country divided by fear. We want a future built on acceptance, kindness and courage. If our leaders take bold steps today, they can help create an Australia where difference is not just tolerated but celebrated. And that is the kind of tomorrow I want to grow up in. Thanks, Heidi. Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to use my remaining time to acknowledge that this year we are celebrating 50 years of the Leukaemia Foundation. The Leukaemia Foundation has been providing care and support to people living with leukaemia and their families for over 50 years, including many regional and rural families I met during my Henry's 18-month battle with leukaemia. Families that got to stay close to their loved ones because of the Leukaemia Foundation. Every year, thousands of Australians have their lives turned upside down by blood cancers like leukaemia. The work of the Leukaemia Foundation is immeasurable. Thank you to the Leukaemia Foundation for 50 years of supporting young Australians and all Australians with blood cancers.
I thank the member and I call the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the achievements of a young woman from Casino, Latalia Hickling. Latalia recently made her international modelling debut, working for Chanel at the Paris Fashion Week and appearing on the cover of Vogue Australia. Her success is a testament to her commitment and passion to her profession. I'd like to congratulate her and I look forward to seeing her continue to inspire young Australians. Latalia was a past student of Casino High School and she makes her family, friends and the community proud. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Lismore City Printery, a local business in my community, on reaching a remarkable milestone of 75 years in business. Back in 1950, Len McGuinness and George Muldoon founded Lismore City Printery. Today, Len's son Sean, who has been working at the Printery since he was 15 and has now dedicated 50 years to the business, runs it with his team, Helen Cameron, Rowan McFarlane, Robin McMahon, Soren Hordroth, Karen Butler, Lynn Johnson and David Kavanagh. Over the decades, the business has faced and overcome challenges, including fires and floods, but they continue to be a leading print provider. In 2021, they rebranded as the North Coast Print Hub. Congratulations to Sean and the whole team for 75 years of dedication, service and support to local businesses. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate Beverly Anderson on her 50th anniversary of running Clovelly Fashions, a ladies' fashion shop in Maclean. She took over the boutique in 1975 and has built the business that people love to enjoy and shop and visit. Generations of women in the Clarence Valley have shopped with Beverly over the years and she's known for her very friendly and personal service. Many locals pop in to Clovelly isn't just about buying clothes, it's about catching up with Beverly, having a chat and feeling welcome. Beyond the shop, Beverly has given a lot to the Clarence Valley community as Treasurer of the Maclean Hospital Auxiliary and supporting local charities. I also want to acknowledge the support of her husband Kevin and congratulations on 50 years of ownership and everything you do for our community. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to recognise an outstanding small business owner in my community, Mrs Gail Burley, who this year celebrates a 65-year career in hairdressing. She started as a 15-year-old apprentice before owning her own salon. She says one of her career highlights was placing third in the Weller New South Wales State Championship in 1989 for service excellence. Gail and her husband and her children moved to Alstonville in 1990, and within the community, Gail is known for her care and dedication. She's supported by Gary, who often drives her early customers to and from appointments. Beyond her salon, Gail has dedicated countless hours to the community through volunteering at St Bartholomew's Church, Zop Shop and the local Quota Club. Congratulations, Gail, on your fantastic years of 65 years in hairdressing and what you've done for our community.
I thank the member and I call the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and Emergency Management.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to read out a Raise Our Voice speech by 16-year-old Emma, who lives in Bemboka in my electorate of Eda Monaro. The question that they were asked to respond to was, what steps should the government take today to build a better tomorrow for young Australians? And Emma says, if the government wants to build a better tomorrow for young Australians, the first step must be to give elders the microphone, not just in Indigenous spaces, not just on country, but in front of the whole nation. Elders brought the Uluru Statement from the Heart across this continent, offering a way forward for all Australians. And then they were turned away in the referendum. That cannot happen again. Storytelling has been a practice that is utilised by humans in a way to share experiences and entertain. Around campfires, my ancestors orally told stories and exchanged sacred information in the form of song. With eager ears and light-filled eyes, small children cast their hearts and minds to the world of oral storytelling, allowing themselves to be immersed in lore and legend. The stories my ancestors told around campfires were not fairy tales or fantasy words spun together simply to spend an evening with peaceful, quiet children. No, they were stories we told around campfires, continue to tell around campfires and on country, are legends, laws and the way in which we owe the country as custodians. Even now, it is the most important form of which elders convince the younger generation to care. When elders tell stories, they are convincing us with their utter existence that country is our soul and our spirit, that in the lines on their weathered face and hands we could trace paths similar to desert tracks or in the grooves in sea-worn stone. The tone of their voice and the melody of their songs trace our entire ancestry. The same songs have left the lips of hundreds of mothers before them, and we are growing in this moment to understand that they will leave our lips one day for the future lineage. In order to convince somebody to care, there has to be connection. To hear a parental figure's voice crack under the weight of the cruel mistreatment that they have endured is to be convinced your entire childhood is crumbling. The innate human response to others' pain, written or told, is empathy. But the sheer gravity of seeing another human's pain written on their body, in their voice, see it well up in their eyes. There is nothing that can convince someone to care more than that. It is much more difficult to ignore somebody standing in front of you, begging you to care and to listen, than it is to simply close a book with the same message. Oral storytelling is powerful and potent. It forces us to face our humanity and morals. It allows us to connect and care and share with real human connection. And most importantly, it can convince the young to continue this culture that has existed for 60,000 years. Around campfires, in river valleys, on beaches, in communities. The stories told by elders continue convincing the young to be black, loud and proud, more than a white man's written word ever could. That is why elders deserve the microphone, because when they speak to the whole country, not just to us, but to all Australians, they can lead us to a better tomorrow.
I thank the member and I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Lindsay are proud everyday Australians. We love our country and care about our environment, from the Nepean River to the bushland on the urban fringe that frames our suburbs. We've embraced solar, we conserve energy, we want a future that our kids can thrive in. But we will not have our way of life sacrificed to such a level where people can barely keep a roof over their heads in the name of energy ideology. This has been made clear in a survey I put out to my community over the last month through emails, social media and into every resident's letterbox. I've received so far over 1,500 responses from locals, and the surveys that hit letterboxes just over the last couple of weeks are pouring into my office in the hundreds per day. There is nothing more important for a Member of Parliament to do than listen to their community and be their strongest voice in the public sphere. I've listened, and on Australia's energy future, my community's views are very clear. As of today, 65% of people who responded do not support net zero by 2050. When asked if they support net zero at any cost, that number jumped to 87%. 87% who do not support net zero. 68% of people oppose Labor's 2035 emissions reduction target. This isn't politics. It's real-life struggles of everyday Australians who don't want a target that is destroying them and their families financially and our country economically. These are everyday Australians who are not being listened to by the Albanese Labor government, but they are certainly being listened to by their local Member of Parliament. A shocking 89% of people said their energy bills have increased. It's concerning that when respondents were asked how much their energy bills had increased by, many said 50%, hundreds of dollars, and that they had at least doubled. Again, 89% say higher energy bills have impacted their standard of living. They're skipping meals to pay for power. They're afraid to turn on the heater and the air conditioner. They are doing everything that is right. They are installing solar, they're cutting back on their energy, and they are still falling behind. Only 4% of people who responded said emissions targets were the most important issue for Australia's energy future. The majority, at 52%, affordable energy was their top priority. The people of Lindsay are not anti-environment. They are pro-reality, and they are a community that thinks for itself on issues that matter. They are open to nuclear. 73% of respondents support lifting the ban. People in my community want Australia prioritised when it comes to the gas, coal and uranium that we produce. 94% agree with putting our nation first. What I've heard in my survey is clear. The Albanese Labor government's renewables-only approach, with a 2035 emissions reduction target and net zero by 2050, are hurting families. These policies are driving up prices, destabilising supply and ignoring the voices of everyday Australians. The people of Lindsay, our everyday Australians, are speaking up.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Fair Work Amendment, Baby Priya's Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Brisbane in continuation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Continuing on from last night, this bill introduces a new principle into the Fair Work Act that employer-funded paid parental leave must not be cancelled because a child is stillborn or a newborn dies. It will ensure that parents who suffer the heartbreak of a stillbirth or a neonatal death, as Priya's parents did, can still access employer-funded paid parental leave. Labor is doing what is right. We're looking after parents at a time that is so difficult for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has acted to safeguard these entitlements in the bill, and this bill will provide clarity for employers as well as grieving parents about their entitlements. This clarity will also benefit workplaces by helping retain and attract staff. Now, employers do not have to provide paid parental leave. However, the legal position is unclear in workplaces where paid parental leave is provided, but there is no explicit entitlements addressing what will happen if a child is stillborn or dies. And this isn't fair on employers, but importantly, it is not fair on grieving parents. And the bill will preserve employer-funded paid parental leave entitlements in circumstances where it is not obvious on the face of the agreement what entitlements parents will receive if their child is stillborn or dies. The bill provides that an employer must not, because of a stillbirth or death, refuse to allow an employee to take employer-paid parental leave to which they would have been entitled or cancel any part of that leave. This legislation, though, will not override the freedom of employers and employees to agree on their own paid parental leave policies, allowing bargaining above the safety net provided by the law. The bill also prevents an employer from seeking to avoid the new prohibition against refusal or cancellation of employer-paid parental leave by unilaterally varying an employee's terms and conditions after the bill's commencement, such as by amending a workplace policy. In addition, the government does not intend to interfere with the specific entitlements that employers have negotiated which deal with stillbirth or death of a child, and this bill will not stop employers and employees bargaining in good faith. The ability to bargain over entitlements above and beyond the national employment standards, such as employer-funded paid parental leave, is central to our approach to workplace relations. Now, this bill has received support from across the board. We've had a number of fellow parliamentarians talk about this and share their experiences. But I'd like to share a couple of quotes with you. The chairperson of the Red Nose Foundation, Nick Zarakis, said, "You cannot make parents feel better after a stillbirth or neonatal loss, but you can absolutely make it worse for them, and cancelling paid maternity leave is one of the ways that happens." The ASU Secretary in New South Wales and ACT, Angus McFarlane, said, "Parents deserve compassion and support during a time of unimaginable grief. No parent mourning the loss of a child should be forced back to work early or face financial strain." And I urge those opposite to support the passing of this bill because it is the right thing to do. Now, the Albanese Labor government has always expanded and improved our paid parental leave system, and I highlighted earlier in my speech yesterday the long list of achievements that continue to benefit parents and their children today. But the work has continued to deliver with this bill. But in addition, from 1 July this year, we saw the Albanese Labor government reforms to paid parental leave rolling out, giving around 180 families a year more flexibility and support at one of the most important times of their lives. We also increased the amount of paid parental leave available to families, increasing to 24 weeks, giving parents an extra 2 weeks to spend with their newest family member. The amount of paid parental leave parents can take off at the same time will also increase from 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And as a mum, I would absolutely appreciate that. And thanks to the government reforms, paid parental leave will continue to expand to 26 weeks by 1 July next year. And this means parents are being able to spend more time with their family and more time to care for their newborn. But with the changes to the super, the government is also taking huge steps to close the gender gap in retirement income. And we know that women are disproportionately impacted in retirement and they retire with less super in their bank accounts. And parents are already benefiting from the superannuation now also being paid on government-paid parental leave. The 12% contribution based on the increase in the superannuation guarantee that started from 1 July is now being paid. Parents will also benefit from an increase in the weekly payment rate of paid parental leave, and this equates to around $775 over the 24-week entitlement. Madam Deputy Speaker, under the Albanese Labor government, we are ensuring we continue to back parents and back families, not just in my electorate, but across the community. And importantly, with this bill, we're doing this in a way that is caring, more empathetic and compassionate and looking after people and our communities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. I call the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Obviously, nobody can argue or understand the grief that a person would feel having a stillborn child, and I think obviously probably aware of so many people who have had miscarriages and the concern that causes and the grief and the sorrow that people have and they carry it with them for the rest of their life. And the substance that's been expressed in this chamber, I wholly agree with in how it is put forward. But of course, for those of us, there's always a caveat that we want to always check, and we do not feel, a number of us, we've got a clear answer on that, and that's unfortunately, and I hate to sort of bring it up, is the issue of late-term abortion, because that is not something we have a right to know about that, if it includes that, because we have a right to express our views if it does. We have concerns because in a letter by Minister Gallagher, it appeared that late-term abortions were encompassed in this, and during estimates, Minister McAllister appeared to confirm the same. That takes it into a completely different remit, and we understand and respect people have different views, but there are many of us who spent our whole time, or much of our time in Parliament, making sure that our views are also incredibly clear on this issue. We understand that there are so many complexities, but I stand on the position that the day after a child is born, no matter what medical conditions or impairments that might be there, you have no right to interfere in their life. And therefore, the day before, we believe it's the same. And that is something that I hope I've lived by, and I think it's incredibly important for me to state my position on this. There must be a clarification on this issue. It must be clarified before we come to a vote. It must, and it must be from the minister before the bill is voted for. And either way, there must be honesty in exactly what this position is, because I think we have the right to know where we vote and how we vote. Because on one instance, 100% support, 100% empathy, completely understand, and no questions about it. But on the extension of it, if that's where it goes, we have every right not to vote for it. And we have every right to be informed of it. We have every right for people to be completely clear about this and exactly where it is. These debates obviously are some of the most, at times can be the most divisive and heated. I accept that. But the substance of this is just how you view the rights of the individual. And we believe that a person, if they're not cognizant of their rights, does not give anybody a licence to extinguish their rights. You're not cognizant of your rights when you're asleep. You're not cognizant of your rights if you're under a general anaesthetic, and you're not cognizant of your rights probably below the age of 2. But you have those rights, and those rights stand. And I think as we know, we can have people born at 22, 23 weeks, and these people survive. So, we have a duty of care, or we believe, and others don't, but we believe we have a duty of care to stand in this Parliament and stand up for those rights. Now, it might be a very small portion, and I acknowledge that it is not the generality and mightn't even be what it's intended for. But this clarification must happen, and if people clarify it that is not the case, that it doesn't include late-term abortion, that's fine. But if it does, and it's not stated, and it's not been made clear, that means you're hiding it. People hide things because they believe that there are circumstances where people will have a substantially different view and they didn't want them to know about it. So I pose the question here, does this proscribe, which means rule out, late-term abortions or not?
I thank the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about something that no parent ever wants to imagine, the loss of a child. When that happens, no one should be faced with questions about their pay or their leave on top of that heartbreak. Parents deserve compassion, certainty and time to grieve, not confusion about their rights at work. That's why this bill, known as Baby Priya's Bill, is so important. It's about making sure that in those unimaginable moments, parents are treated with dignity and fairness, that they don't lose their paid parental leave just because they've lost their child. This bill delivers on an election commitment made by the Albanese Labor government, a commitment to build a fairer, kinder, more caring Australia, where families are supported when they need it most. This bill is named after baby Priya, who died when she was just 6 weeks old. And I want to begin by acknowledging Priya's mum and dad. I want to thank them for their courage, their compassion, and their determination to make sure that no other parent go through what they did. Their advocacy has turned tragedy into reform, and today their daughter's legacy is a part of a legislation that will help protect thousands of families in the future. They have ensured that their little girl's life will continue to make a difference and that her story will forever be a part of our kinder, fairer Australia. Parents should have the time to grieve a loss of a child. Their pain should not be compounded by the fear of losing income or being forced to return to work while still recovering, not only from the immense grief and trauma, but from childbirth itself and the physical toll that that takes. They deserve clarity about their entitlements, about their financial situation, and about their right to take their time to heal. Baby Priya's parents weren't afforded that dignity, and no parent should ever have to go through what they went through. We also know that there are incredibly difficult situations for both the managers and their colleagues to navigate. No one should have to make discretionary calls on something so delicate and so devastating. This bill provides the clarity for parents, for employers, and for the whole workplace. It sets out shared expectations so that in those moments they can be handled with dignity, compassion. This bill introduces a new principle into the Fair Work Act. Unless employers and employees have expressly agreed otherwise, employer-funded paid parental leave must not be refused or cancelled because of a loss of a child, either stillborn or dies early in infancy. That means parents can rely on their paid parental leave entitlements operating as they would have expected, regardless of the outcome of the pregnancy or birth. The bill aligns with the clarity already provided in existing unpaid parental leave entitlements, ensuring consistency across the workplace relations framework. Importantly, it doesn't interfere with bargaining in good faith agreements. The ability to bargain for pay and conditions above the safety net remains central to our approach to workplace relations. It leads to mutually beneficial conditions for both employers and employees, and it builds trust and dialogue in workplaces. So this bill will not affect agreements that already clearly set out what happens if a child is stillborn or dies, including workplaces that offer dedicated stillbirth leave. Instead, it encourages employers and employees to continue negotiating clear, compassionate policies that respond to these heartbreaking moments. This bill strikes a careful balance. It will not require employers to offer paid parental leave if they do not already do so. But where paid leave is offered, it ensures that it can't be taken away because of tragedy, unless both parties have clearly agreed otherwise. That's the type of fairness that this Labor government has made a cornerstone of our legislative agenda. Employers have told us they will welcome this clarity. Many workplace representatives have already reached out to express support for this reform, recognising that it helps both employees and managers deal with these circumstances sensitively and consistently. The bill also stops bad actors from undermining reform by unilaterally changing workplace policies after it commences. This is about making sure the law reflects decency and that compassion can't be taken away by a stroke of a pen. This bill sits within a broader suite of Labor's reforms to strengthen and modernise Australia's paid parental leave system, a system that for too long has left too many families behind. When the Albanese Labor government came to office, we made a promise to make it easier for families to balance work and care and to ensure that every child gets the best start in life. We are delivering on that promise. We're expanding the government-funded paid parental leave scheme from 26 weeks by 2026, the biggest expansion since the scheme began. We have made it more flexible so that parents can share leave in a way that suits their family. And for the first time, superannuation contributions will be paid on government-funded paid parental leave, recognising that time spent caring for a baby should not come at the cost of a woman's retirement savings. We know these reforms will help strengthen the connection between parents, particularly women, and the workforce. As a former CEO of the Parenthood, I saw firsthand how much difference connection makes. I worked alongside parents from all walks of life, shift workers, teachers, nurses, small business owners, all trying to balance the joy and chaos of raising children with the need to earn a living and staying connected to the workplace. I saw how vital it was to have a government that doesn't just talk about valuing care work, but actually doing something about it. Paid parental leave is a core foundation of our workplace relation system. It's an investment in our families, our workplace, our workforce, and our future. And as a mum, I know in my bones how crucial that time is. Those early weeks and months when you're finding your feet, learning how to keep a tiny human alive, and discovering the kind of parent you want to be. It's exhausting, it's beautiful, and it's life-changing. And for families who lose a child, that time becomes something even more precious. A time to grieve, to recover, and to honour the life that was so short but so loved. That's why this bill matters so deeply. Australia is one of the safest countries in the world to give birth, but tragically, stillbirths and infant deaths still happen. On an average day in Australia, 6 babies are stillborn and 2 die within their first year of life. In 2022 alone, that meant 3,000 families lost a child. Behind every one of those numbers is a story, a family, a life, a name, a home left quiet. And behind every one of those stories is a grief that lasts a lifetime. This bill addresses a small but significant gap that sadly some of those parents have fallen through. It ensures that when tragedy strikes, the law doesn't turn away, it has your back. It ensures that compassion is built into our workplace relation system. This bill provides certainty for everyone, as I said, for workers and employers. Managers should never be placed in a position of having to make ad hoc decisions about something as sensitive as the death of a child. This reform means there's a clear rule, applied fairly and consistently. It also prevents employers from varying terms or policies after the bill comes into force to avoid these obligations. It's about consistency, compassion and confidence, principles that should define every Australian workplace. The bill brings employer-funded paid parental leave into alignment with the clarity already found in our unpaid parental leave and the government's paid parental leave scheme. It uses existing definitions under the Fair Work Act, such as child and stillborn child, to ensure the law operates consistently and clearly. It also extends coverage to adoption and surrogacy arrangements, ensuring that all families, however they are formed, are treated equally, because the grief and pain of losing a child does not discriminate, and it does not diminish because of how you become a parent. And to support compliance, penalties for breaches mirror those that already apply for unpaid parental leave. In short, this bill doesn't create a new bureaucracy, it strengthens the fairness where it was missing. This reform embodies Labor values. It's practical, compassionate and grounded in fairness. It recognises that workplaces are not just about productivity, they're about people. People who love, who lose, who grieve and who deserve to be treated with dignity at every stage of life. It also reflects the power of advocacy from Priya's parents, from community and advocacy groups, from the union movement, which for decades has fought for paid parental leave and compassionate workplace standards. Unions have been at the forefront of this struggle for generations, campaigning for parental leave, for carers' rights, for fair pay, for the right to grieve without fear of losing your job. This bill stands firmly in that tradition and a continuation of the Labor movement's long fight to make work fairer, kinder and more human. In communities across Australia, we know that parents who lose a child face unimaginable grief. The world seems to stop, but the bills don't. Bodies are still recovering from childbirth, even as hearts are breaking, and the last thing families should have to worry about is whether their leave entitlements will be honoured. As a mum, I can't even begin to imagine their pain. As a representative, I can do my part to make sure the law doesn't add to it. And that's exactly what this bill seeks to ensure. It ensures that employer-funded paid parental leave cannot be cancelled or refused because of tragedy. It ensures that parents can take time to grieve, heal and recover without uncertainty, without confusion and without fear. To Priya's mum and dad, thank you again for your courage. You have turned heartbreak into hope and you have helped build a fairer system for thousands of families. And to baby Priya, your name will now forever be part of our nation's laws, a legacy of love and compassion that will outlast us all. This is what Labor governments do. We fix what's unfair, we stand for working people, and we deliver reforms that make life fairer and futures more secure. I commend the bill.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, Baby Priya's bill does two things I absolutely support and one thing I can't. So the bill updates the Fair Work Act to treat a natural stillbirth and a baby who dies shortly after birth in the same, so as to enable paid parental leave to apply without the ability of an employer to seek to avoid that obligation owing to the nature of those unfortunate circumstances. And I want to be really clear. I think that is what is intended in this bill. I think that's what's intended by Baby Priya's law, and that is what I absolutely support so fulsomely that I can't even put into words. And I commend the previous speaker for her contribution about how difficult it must be living through those kind of traumas and these things, and every support for a family dealing with that kind of tragedy. So often with my own children, I think in this role how lucky I've been as I meet children, and I'm sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, you've had this experience as well, where you meet children who are challenged in life because of health or circumstances and these things, and you can't but think about how lucky you have been and how in life you have perhaps won the lottery of life as you are empathising with those constituents and acting on their behalf and supporting them. But I did say there were two things this bill did that I support and congratulate the government for adopting, but there is one really one thing it does do that I can't support, and I can only hope and think that this is an unintended consequence that hasn't perhaps been thought through. But in effect, as I read the Act, and as legal experts have read the Act and confirmed with me, that it would effectively treat an intentionally aborted, late-term aborted child in the same way as it would a natural stillbirth or a baby who dies shortly after birth. And that is something, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't support. Perhaps it's an unintended consequence because some of the jurisdictions around our country have adopted late-term abortion legislation, and not everyone in the community is cognisant of that. But in my own state of South Australia, and I'm certainly no expert on other jurisdictions, although I've spoken to colleagues who confirm that in some other jurisdictions the laws are even more liberal than in our own home state, I should say, Madam Deputy Speaker. But in my home state, a late-term abortion up to birth is now lawful. Now, that is and I can see my friend opposite kind of quizzing that. I'm happy to share that information with you. It's as shocking a concept to me as it perhaps is to those. No, I wasn't talking about you, member for Dixon. I was talking about my friend opposite. I wish it weren't the case, but it is. And so perhaps this law has been framed in a way without having that background. But can I say the following probably indicates that it is not an unintended consequence, because recently in correspondence from Minister Gallagher's office and subsequently in Senate estimates courtesy of Labor Minister Jenny McAllister, we've had confirmed that the stillborn baby payment, which is a payment that's made by the Commonwealth Department to families who have suffered a stillborn tragedy, is available, as is Commonwealth paid parental leave up to $22,000, is payable to individuals who have taken the decision to terminate a pregnancy late in the term. Now, apologies to the chamber, but I can't avoid making this statement. Not everyone understands, but what I need to do is clarify that abortions that are undertaken in the third trimester effectively require a stillbirth to take place. You can, as I have, speak to medical experts and become aware of that. And so quite obviously, if the definition is a payment is made in the event of stillbirth, and if a birth has to take place in the third trimester, then of course the payments take place. What I think our nation needs, and I'm not proposing to do it via this bill because, as I said, I support the substantive elements of this bill, not the unintended consequence, but I think our nation needs a definition of what stillborn is. And stillborn must exclude the intentional decision to undertake an abortion. If that were the case, I wouldn't be speaking, Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill would have my support because the Fair Work Act would simply be saying, in the event of a stillbirth as defined, excluding late-term abortion, then of course an employer can't seek to renegotiate leave for a family dealing with that grief. And as I've said, we need to ensure that we're very clear about this. I would prefer a world in which those Commonwealth payments aren't made either, and that redefinition or that definition of stillborn would deal with that as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are uncomfortable discussions and debates, but I want to be very clear and I want to end where I started. I completely support baby Priya's bill as it relates to a baby that passes away shortly after birth, or indeed in the event of a stillborn child as we would ordinarily understand and define that to be. And I hope very much that those opposite accept that what I'm talking about is an unintended consequence, and in the fullness of time that we can work towards excluding paid parental leave, and I think it's clear in the title of the leave, paid parental leave, shouldn't be available to. It should be available to people, to parents. It should be available to people who wish to be parents, but for the grace of God, have not become parents through that incident or outcome. But it shouldn't be available. It shouldn't be available to people who don't wish to be parents. I think those circumstances, and in those circumstances, I hope that we'll, in the fullness of time, be able to clarify this for the Parliament, the people and the bureaucracy who will ultimately, and business, who will administer baby Priya's bill. I thank the House.
Member for Corwell.
Thank you. Just on a note from Member Barker, if you're not going to actually take up the full time that you're allowed to speak, my understanding of the law relates to severe fetal abnormalities incompatible with life or serious threats to pregnant woman's health and life.
The member for Corwell has the call.
So, and if you're going to bring in other issues, probably extend to your full time to explain yourself. I rise to speak in support of the Fair Work Amendment, a bill that reminds us that the law is not only about contracts and clauses, but about compassion and conscience, about people, about baby Priya and her family, and families right across Australia. This legislation ensures that parents who endure the unthinkable, the death of their child, are not asked to return to work while they are still shattered by grief. It closes a cruel gap in our workplace laws and places humanity at the centre of our fair work system, a fundamental principle of the Albanese Labor government. In June of last year, a baby girl named Priya was born just shy of 25 weeks. She was a tiny figure in a humidity crib, her parents by her side, suspended between fear and hope. Her mother has since shared her story with immense courage. She said, and I quote, "I used to call her my fighter girl and my super girl when she was in the NICU, encouraging her through every challenge she faced and overcame until she couldn't anymore." Priya lived for 42 days. 10 days after losing Priya, her mother, a loyal employee of 11 years, received a text message from work. It said her pre-approved paid parental leave was being cancelled. She asked if she could have, in her words, at least 6 weeks leave for the time she was alive. She received no response. Her partner, a teacher in the New South Wales public system, retained his full parental leave. Government paid leave is protected, private sector leave was not. That cruel contrast between two parents grieving the same child, treated differently by two systems, laid bare an injustice no fair-minded Australian could accept. So in the depths of their grief, Priya's parents began to campaign. They launched a petition in March calling on the government to make it illegal for employers to cancel paid maternity leave following infant death or stillbirth. They turned to their union, the Australian Services Union, for help. As ASU Secretary Angus McFarlane said, parents deserve compassion and support during a time of unimaginable grief. No parent mourning the loss of a child should be forced back to work early or face financial strain. Their campaign gained momentum. In mid-April, then Workplace Relations Minister announced that the government would move to close the loophole. Labor made an election commitment to protect grieving parents' entitlements. This bill inserts a simple but profound principle into the Fair Work Act. Unless an employer or an employee have expressly agreed otherwise, employer-funded paid parental leave cannot be cancelled because a child is stillborn or dies. It brings employer-funded leave into line with government-funded and unpaid leave entitlements. It ensures that parents like Priya's mum and dad have time to grieve, to heal and to rebuild, without the indignity of having to bargain for compassion. It provides clarity for employers too, removing uncertainty and ensuring consistent practice across workplaces. The amendment applies to parents who experience stillbirth or early infant loss and have workplace arrangements for parental leave in place, aligning private employer schemes with the protections already embedded for government-funded leave. It preserves flexibility without imposing new obligations on employers who do not already provide paid leave and without overriding enterprise agreements or bargain entitlements. It simply sets a national standard that compassion is not optional. Every year, around 3,000 families in Australia lose a child to stillbirth or within 28 days of life, roughly one every 3 hours. Behind each number is a story of love, loss and longing. In her own words, Priya's mother said, "It seems unfathomable in Australia in 2025 that this is even possible, and yet here we are." And later she said, "My baby's name means beloved in Sanskrit. I was her mother for 42 days, and I am still her mother. It is in her name as Priya's mother that I will ensure no other Australian grieving a stillbirth or infant death has her paid maternity leave cancelled by her employer." That is the voice that moved our government and this parliament. In April, the Albanese Labor government made clear commitment to close this loophole. The Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations has been steadfast in ensuring that compassion is built into the law. She said, and I quote, "Parents should not have to deal with uncertainty about their employer-funded paid parental leave entitlements on top of their grief. It is important that parents don't find themselves having to negotiate with their employers over their leave arrangements at such a difficult moment." She's right, because no parent should ever have to open a text message cancelling their leave while they plan funerals. This bill makes sure they never will. Speaker, as a new father myself, I can hardly imagine the heartbreak that Priya's parents have lived through. When my son Noah was born earlier this year, in the NICU ward, I would watch him sleep, count his breaths, filled with awe and fear in equal measure. Becoming a parent changes how you see everything. It makes you understand what it truly means to love without condition. That is why this story cuts so deeply, because every parent can picture that crib, that hospital room and that NICU ward. This bill is not an abstraction, it's a moral necessity. At its core, this reform is also about our principle, the Labor principle of dignity at work. It aligns with Labor's long tradition of ensuring that the Fair Work system reflects who we are as a society. Paid parental leave was a Labor reform. Superannuation on paid parental leave, a Labor reform. And now Baby Priya's law, a Labor reform, continuing in that tradition. Being an employer is about more than managing rosters and budgets. It's about recognising the humanity of your workforce, of the people who work for you. As Emma Walsh, CEO of Parents at Work, said, Australia has a patchwork of paid parental leave policies. Not all employers offer paid parental leave, and they're not required to by law, which leaves parents solely reliant on workplace discretion. She also noted that Australia's scheme remains among the least generous in the OECD, reminding us why a national flaw for compassion matters. And she's right when she says, embedding compassion through major life events into workplace culture benefits everyone. Supporting parents through every stage, from fertility and pregnancy to childbirth, loss and the return to work, isn't just the right thing to do, it's vital for building thriving, sustainable workplaces. Good employers already do this. This bill makes that decency the national standard. This reform also shines a light on how we treat loss in Australia. Disparities persist between public and private sectors and across states and regions. Government-funded leave includes premature birth leave, giving parents additional time from birth to 37 weeks gestation so that they don't exhaust their entitlements before bringing their baby home. Many private policies don't. The Pink Elephant Support Network's Not Just the Loss report, released alongside this bill, found that 75% of women coping with miscarriage or stillbirth felt unsupported. More than 2/3 received no workplace support when told their pregnancy had ended. Women in regional and remote areas were 60% more likely to experience perinatal death than those in major cities, and waited an average of 3 hours longer for miscarriage-related care. The report describes an abandonment crisis where families are denied basic workplace protections, such as bereavement leave certificates that will give them time and the space to grieve. 1 in 4 pregnancies ends in miscarriages. 6 babies are still born every day in Australia. Those numbers demand compassion and not bureaucracy. At a recent South Australian inquiry into stillbirth, a mother named Kathy Nguyen shared her story. She had been told her pregnancy was healthy and low risk. She wrote, "I will never forget the moment my world shattered." She went through 30 hours of labour to give birth to her daughter, Sage, who was still stillborn. She said, "How can nature be so cruel? To allow me to birth death, to go through nearly 30 hours of labour and end with my lifeless daughter." Her words remind us that physical recovery, hormonal change and emotional devastation all coexist, and that our systems must recognise that complexity. In 2018, a federal Senate inquiry into stillbirth delivered 16 recommendations. Labor acted, investing $7.2 million in prevention and research. But we know prevention must be matched by compassion, and this bill delivers that next step. It sets a clear national principle. Grief will not be compounded by financial loss or administrative cruelty, and it does so with broad support. The Minister said, and I quote, "I hope the opposition supports this bill, which is motivated by the courageous advocacy of Priya's parents. I've been encouraged by the broad backing we've received from employer and employee groups, because fairness serves everyone." Speaker, when we legislate for compassion, we reaffirm the core Labor principle and belief that work is about people. It's the same belief that drove early generations to fight for annual leave, to fight for sick leave, to fight for maternity leave, and to fight for superannuation on paid parental leave. Fairness at work is not a gift. It's a right earned through struggle and enshrined through law. This bill continues that story. It measures our success not in dollars, but in decency. Priya's mother said recently, "Priya's name is going to be law. My fighter girl, my Priya, has changed the world." She certainly changed Australia. A little girl who lived for 42 days has changed how this country treats parents and families in their most vulnerable moments. That is her legacy, Her parents who, in their darkest hours, found the strength to fight not for themselves but for others, have shown extraordinary courage. To them, this Parliament owes its thanks. This bill is modest in its text, but monumental in its meaning. It restores dignity where indignity once existed. It replaces silence with certainty, and it tells every grieving parent in Australia, we see you, we stand with you, and we will not let the system fail you again. As a father, as a Labor MP, and as an Australian, I see in this bill the best of what government can do. Turn private pain into public purpose and ensure that compassion is not left to chance. This bill before the Parliament says that no parent should ever have to have their grief compounded. No family should lose a baby and then have their entitlements loom as a real consequential shadow compounding their grief. In Australia, compassion is part of our workplace law, because in the end, this is more than a bill. It's a promise, a Labor promise, a government promise that our laws will reflect our humanity. A promise that the name Priya will forever stand for fairness, dignity and compassion.
Yeah. Member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, children are a tremendous blessing. They are a tremendous blessing, and that's why the grief of a lost baby hits so hard. It really hits hard, and I truly learnt this riding with a good friend of mine in Perth, long cycling in the mornings, and he opened up to me about his stillbirth. He and his wife lost a child. And it took some time before he really got into what that meant for them. But it wasn't until I went into their living room, and on their wall, 2 little footprints, which remind them of their lost child. And so, stillbirth is incredibly painful for people. And that's why I support the intent of this bill, Baby Priya's bill, to uphold and preserve employer-funded paid parental leave for those who've lost a child in stillbirth or immediately after. And I support this bill and its intent to give certainty around employer-funded paid parental leave in that event. Families need support during that terrible time after 8 to 9 months, maybe even earlier, of anticipated joy at welcoming another life into this world and building a family. The grief is hard to describe in words, and having not felt it myself, I can only imagine. And my dear friend in Perth helped me understand what that meant for him and his wife. But I do have a question about the unintended consequences of this bill, and it applies to late-term abortions. This place is a place where we can come and we can express views according to conscience. And it's no secret that I'm opposed to late-term abortions. And so the point of my speaking this morning is to affirm the intent of this bill, which is to give certainty for families suffering through the loss of a child. And I absolutely support the intent of that, and I think it's a noble and good thing, and Baby Priya's bill deserves our support for that reason. But I do call on the government, and I note the sensitivity around this, but I do call upon the government to clarify that it does not apply to late-term abortions. And that is the question at the heart of my speech. And that is all I have to say on this matter. Thank you.
The member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, this is a bill about Baby Priya and fixing a loophole in a law identified by her grieving parents. It's not about anything else. It's not about a culture war. It's not about what the members just put as a question. It's a bill born from heartbreak and from the hope of Baby Priya's parents to fix a law that was broken. Nothing else. Member for New England, nothing else. This bill carries the name of a little girl who lived for just 6 weeks. After Priya passed away, her parents and her mother in particular faced something no parent should ever face. Not just unimaginable grief, but a call from her employer asking when she would return to work. She had to renegotiate her paid parental leave whilst grieving the loss of her child. No parent should ever have to go through that, and I'm sure those opposite would agree. Before this bill, the law was not clear. Employers provide government-funded paid parental leave, but many also offer their own employer-funded leave. Fundamentally, Deputy Speaker, that is a good thing. It's something that, as a Labor government, we encourage. Paid parental leave, government-funded, of course, was a Labor creation in 2007 and, importantly, reformed and modernised last term. Extended to 6 months and, for the first time, superannuation added to it. Good reforms to a good public policy. And that's what this bill is also, a good reform to public policy that our nation needs. If a child is stillborn or has passed away, the current law doesn't clearly say whether that employer-funded leave could continue. And good employers still protected parents. Some were aware of the loophole but stepped in a time of grief, and they should be applauded. Others didn't know what their responsibilities were, and that's understandable as well. And then there's obviously a minority who didn't really care. What this law does is it seeks to bring fairness to our paid parental leave legislation, remove that uncertainty, provide clarity for parents and, importantly, employers through what would be just an incredibly terrible time of grief and sadness in a person's life. It makes clear that if a child is stillborn or dies, employer-funded paid parental leave cannot be cancelled or taken away. I'll repeat that because that seems pretty clear to me, what it's here for, right? It seems very clear to me. If a child is stillborn or dies, employer-funded paid parental leave cannot be cancelled or taken away. It ensures that grieving parents will be able to have the time they need with certainty, dignity and compassion. It brings employer-funded leave into line with government-funded and unpaid parental leave. It removes confusion, both for parents and for employers, and it ensures that no one has to make a discretionary call in the middle of a time of immense grief and tragedy. It also preserves the right for employers and employees to bargain in good faith, to continue negotiating above standard conditions if they choose, because we need to also acknowledge that many employers pay paid parental leave and provide these provisions above the minimum standards. This law is about clarity and compassion, because at the heart of this bill is humanity. As a parent, I can't imagine what it's like, the pain of losing a child. The heartbreak that comes when all these hopes and all those plans suddenly stop, whether it's through miscarriage, stillbirth, or the death of a baby in those early weeks. That loss changes a person, changes a family, would change a community forever. This reform exists because those parents who experienced that and who went through what Priya's parents went through found the strength at the time of enormous darkness to speak up. And they could have stayed silent. They could have sheltered their grief. But like the best in our society, they said, you know, I need to use this pain so that no one else has to go through what I've been through. No one should have to go through what we did. When parents are going through the worst possible experience, they don't need forms, they don't need to go negotiate with their employer, and they certainly don't need to negotiate entitlements and policies. They need time, they need compassion, and they need to know that the world around them understands that their grief is real and that they are supported through that grief. This law seeks to remove unfairness, to give parents the time and space that they need to heal. This bill, I think, also reflects the broader values of our Labor government, something that the member for Calwell so eloquently put in his contribution beforehand. We believe in a fair work system that supports people when they need it most, through wages, through conditions, through support, through leave, through paid parental leave. And it's a system that we always need to work on, that we always need to make better, that we always need to modernise, just like we did with reforms to our paid parental leave system, including superannuation payments, so that families are supported and that women's retirement savings in particular are boosted. We're modernising the Fair Work Act to make it fairer, more certain and more compassionate. We're strengthening workplace rights by supporting parents and ensuring that the laws that support them reflect the values of our nation. And if we go and speak to communities right across the country, I can't see that there would be much objection from many people to this law. And good governments find these loopholes, work with communities and promptly fix them. And that's what the Minister has done with Priya's parents, and that's what this government will do in support of this bill. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to acknowledge Priya's parents. It can't be easy to go through this, and we all saw them in the gallery when this bill was introduced. The photo of their baby Priya listening to the Minister speak must have been an incredibly emotional time for them. I'd like to thank them for their courage and for their strength, for turning their deeply personal tragedy into good public policy. Their advocacy has ensured that no other parent will ever have to face the same uncertainty they did. Also, we need to thank the parents and families who have shared their stories, many in our correspondence inboxes in support of this bill. These families have pushed for fairness, who have turned their pain into a good purpose. This Parliament often debates numbers and concepts and percentages, but every now and then we pass a law that speaks directly to our humanity, and this is one of those laws, Deputy Speaker. With the passage of this bill, I say to every parent, if the unthinkable happens, you'll have certainty, you'll have time, and you'll have the compassion of this Parliament. Through this bill, baby Priya's name will live on not as a story of loss, but as a story of love, of courage and of change. And that's something that every member of this House should be proud to support.
Member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I flag ahead of time that I'm only going to speak for a few minutes on this matter. Firstly, to associate myself with the comments of all those who've spoken in favour of this bill. This is an incredibly important bit of legislation, and I think the intention here from the government is a very noble one, and many speakers have offered really strong, heartfelt contributions on this, and can I associate myself with them? This is a really welcome reform. But I also want to raise a concern, as some other members have this afternoon, with a feature of this law that has only been brought to my attention today, and I just want to seek clarity from the government on that through this contribution. I think the member for Calwell made a very, very good point that without this clarity that this bill is providing for parents who find themselves in this tragic situation, it compounds the grief, and I thought that was a very apt line. And of course, we have nothing but admiration for baby Priya's parents who've gone above and beyond to advocate for this change and to provide that clarity. And so many Australians face this grief silently, and unimaginable grief. But baby Priya's parents have taken that extra step up to say, no, we need to change this. And I just cannot thank them enough for the efforts that they've done, and congratulate the government for bringing this bill forward and actually pushing this reform and closing this loophole. It is about providing clarity, as the member for Bennelong said, and for me, the concern that I've got today is in relation to clarity around the use of definitions within the bill. The bill makes reference to stillbirths, and it points back to the definition of stillbirth within the Fair Work Act. There has been some concerns raised with me, and there has been some concerns raised with the Minister in Senate estimates recently about whether that definition covers a stillbirth caused by a late-term abortion. I hope that that isn't the case. I hope that that within this bill we are not including that, and I don't think that including that is the intention of the government. I strongly support the intention of the government on this matter. I don't think that is the intention, and I just want to seek clarity from the government to ensure that that isn't the case, because I do not think that that is actually what they want to achieve there. I have gone back and read the Senate estimates transcript and seen the correspondence that's been made by the Minister on this, and it hasn't provided me with the necessary answers that I need to satisfy myself that that isn't the case in this bill. So I'm just providing this contribution, just ask the government, can we provide that clarity? Can you give me that assurance that this does not apply to a stillbirth that has been caused due to a late-term abortion? I would incredibly, I would welcome that, and I think many in the community would welcome that as well. This is a bill that should have entirely support from all corners of Australian society, and if we can achieve that clarity, I think we certainly will get there. I want to associate myself with the remarks of the Member for Canning, the Member for New England, the Member for Barker, who've all outlined this issue, and of course with everyone who's spoken in favour of this bill, because I can appreciate the intention here, I can appreciate the passion that people have brought to this issue, and I strongly support the intention. And I thank the House.
Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And also in standing and supporting the government's Fair Work Amendment Bill, otherwise known as Baby Priya's Bill, I do so in a very sense encouraged by the fact that we're having this debate in good faith and in the sense of a bipartisanship that is probably all too rare for our Parliament. We should have more of that, but it is good to see that there is this genuine debate that we're having around something that there is bipartisan support for. And we know, all of us, I think, on either side of the aisles, know that we're passing this because we want to make sure that parents don't have to make that devastating choice between returning to work or giving themselves the space to heal post the loss of a child. I think we're all in agreement that no parent should have to be forced to return to work after enduring a stillbirth or a death of a child. And so this bill does deliver on our election commitment to legislate for that continued access of employer and paid parental leave for working parents dealing with stillbirth or early infant death. It removes the archaic sections out of the Fair Work Act, which state where a child is stillborn or dies, an employer may give notice to cancel or reduce the leave period. Today we are changing that, Deputy Speaker, and amendments in the bill will preserve entitlements to paid parental leave in situations on infant loss by preventing employers from either refusing to allow employees to take PPL or unilaterally cancelling approved periods of PPL. And we've heard some disturbing stories during the course of this debate around employers who otherwise have had a great relationship with their employees suddenly deciding to cancel what had been approved periods of paid parental leave on the news. One parents who informed, one of the parents informed their employer and then was told they've got to come back to work in a couple of days. They're only entitled to 2 days of bereavement leave. So these changes include those who have had children through surrogacy or adoption arrangements as well. It's named after baby Priya, who heartbreakingly died when she was just 42 days old. And in the aftermath of Priya's loss, her mother was told that her paid parental leave was no longer available. Same story that so many parents have faced. Meanwhile, baby Priya's father was allowed to take his full leave entitlement. Now, the loss of a child is profoundly tragic. The fact that baby Priya's mother had to return to work while she was still grieving that loss and that trauma is absolutely devastating. And in those darkest moments that families have, Priya's parents were still able to muster the strength to highlight this devastating issue through an online petition which they organised, which was remarkable in the courage that they had to, even in their darkest moments, to do that. And that caught the attention of so many Australians. It was 30,000 people, signatures, who signed that online petition. And the issue reached the desks of key federal Labor ministers, and they knew they had to act. And thanks to the tireless advocacy of baby Priya's parents, this important issue will now be enshrined in legislation, and they take great credit for that effort. And so we know no parent should ever have to go through what Priya's mum experienced. Unfortunately, we see the tragic loss in statistics. Over 3,000 Australian babies died in the perinatal period in the 2021 statistics. That's about 6 babies being stillborn every day and 2 dying within 28 days of birth. Behind every one of those deaths is a heartbreaking period of loss and mourning and grief by the families, with their lives being changed forever. And when they face that imaginable loss, often without the time or support they need to begin healing, it just compounds the grief, it compounds the pain. So many of them find themselves navigating complex systems and unclear entitlements at a moment when they should be actually focusing solely on saying goodbye and caring for each other. So I think fundamentally it's important for parents to have certainty about their entitlements at such a difficult moment in their lives, difficult period, giving them the time and space to grieve. Our government shares this belief, and that's why we've acted to safeguard employer paid parental leave entitlements. And the government knows that women should never be faced with workplace insecurity if such a tragedy does strike. So it's about enabling confident family and career planning. The bill is really another step towards supporting women's long-term participation in the workforce. It ensures their skills and experience aren't lost to the economy when they take time to care or recover. This reform to leave entitlements on paid parental leave forms part of a broader set of work that we are undertaking towards strengthening the rights and opportunities for women at every stage of their life through their working life. So as a government, we've made these record investments to support women in this context as well. The paid parental leave up to 26 weeks, making it more flexible to share between parents, paying superannuation on paid parental leave, making childcare cheaper, opening 22 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics with 11 more on the way, and investing over $500 million on women's health, including new measures on the PBS. So they're not just figures in the budget, these investments, they show or just demonstrate the intent to make a difference to women every day with respect to their quality of life and their health outcomes across Australia. Deputy Speaker, as the previous member for Bennelong noted, there's a lot of discussion here about statistics and numbers and percentages. I've just rattled off a few. I guess that's what we do here. But as I said at the start of these my remarks, the fact that there is bipartisan support across the aisle, that there is support across the Parliament for this bill is so encouraging, because our actions today make a difference. They go beyond the numbers, and they're about honouring lives. They're about helping shape futures and doing, I think, what's right for people who experience this unthinkable tragedy in their lives. And importantly, this bill honours young lives lost too soon. And it's not going to take, this legislation when passed, it's not going to take away the pain by those who are suffering and enduring the loss of an infant, of a child. It's not going to take that away. It's always going to be there. But it does acknowledge an important issue which affects thousands of Australian families each year. It does provide parents some sense of stability and certainty in their most difficult time. And while you can make that time worse by cancelling paid parental leave, that's one of the ways it happens, we're making sure that time is not worse, that at least they have that certainty. And that there hasn't been that legal protection up until now to stop the employers from cancelling PPL. And for parents like baby Priya's, and for every family who has lost someone, a child, in that unthinkable way, that experience, this is going to be a lasting legacy that they have been so instrumental in ensuring it occurs. So it's a promise that no one's going to face this pain alone, and that they're not going to be forced back to work while they're still trying to survive the deepest loss imaginable. And it honours the strength of baby Priya's parents, whose real courage actually made this possible, and is going to make our workplaces fairer and more compassionate, And for that, I commend this bill to the House.
Member for Griffith.
Deputy Speaker, I want to share with the House a story of infant loss from my electorate of Griffith. It's the story of Kate Warhurst, and I think Kate tells this story better than anyone else, so I'd like to read her own words into Hansard. During a routine check at 39 weeks, my midwife had concerns with my blood pressure, and I was later diagnosed with preeclampsia. I was induced after that pretty quickly, and they said, "This time tomorrow, you're going to have your baby in your arms." Elsie was born on the 16th of August 2022. I was absolutely elated and so in love. She had long fingers and toes like me, beautiful strawberry blonde hair and fair skin, bright eyes, a little nose, and the sweetest little ears. Kate continued, "I loved her hand on my chest and the smell of her head. Elsie wore outfits, had nappy changes, met my family, had a bath, a sneeze, and was patient while we both learnt how to breastfeed together. Whilst we were in hospital, I started to feel unwell. I was taken to theatre and had a retained placenta removed. I also had postpartum hemorrhage and received many blood transfusions. The next morning, Elsie suddenly became very, very sick. She was taken to the NICU, the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit. Kate said, "I was wheeled down to the NICU, disoriented and broken. There were teams of people around Elsie all the time, but when I was wheeled close to her, I leaned over and I said to her, 'Mummy is here, I love you, darling girl,' and she lifted her arm. I know she responded to my voice. The next day, the neonatologist told my family and I that Elsie would not survive, having diagnosed her with necrotising enterocolitis, a gastrointestinal disease which causes part of the bowel tissue to die. It was a sudden onset with rapid deterioration, from pure joy to pure devastation." Kate says, "I remember screaming and trying to pull out my hair. It was like a sledgehammer. I was numb, a robot, and dead inside. No words can describe the immense, intense grief and searing pain of Elsie passing away. Being on maternity leave without Elsie, in the midst of grief and postpartum changes, felt like an impossible life to be asked to live. I realised the only way I could survive this life would be to live for Elsie every day. I would get out of bed for her because she is the bravest person I know." In the years since Elsie's passing, Kate has turned her grief into a profound act of love for other families in our community through the founding of It's From Elsie, an organisation that supports other families experiencing the pain of infant loss. In understanding the pain, suffering and loss of these families, Deputy Speaker, I ask the House to consider what it would feel like to have your employer request your early return to work after an infant loss. That is exactly what happened to baby Priya's parents. Right now, this Parliament is being asked to consider a bill that no parent ever wishes was necessary, a bill born from heartbreak but shaped by courage, compassion and love. The Fair Work Amendment, Baby Priya's Bill 2025, carries the name of another little girl, baby Priya, who died when she was just 6 weeks old. It carries her name because it was her parents' brave advocacy and determination to transform unimaginable grief into change that brings us here today. No words in this place can truly capture the pain of losing a child. I'm very thankful to have been able to have shared Kate's this morning. But words in law can offer something: protection, clarity and dignity. That is what this bill does. In Australia, 6 babies are still born every day, and more than 2,000 families each year face that loss. For pregnancies that reach 20 weeks, 1 in every 135 will end in stillbirth. For some communities, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families and those experiencing disadvantage, that risk is even higher. The loss of a child is a profound trauma. At such a time, no parent should have to sit across from their employer to negotiate when they can take their leave. No parent should have to think about entitlements while they are planning a funeral. and no employer should be left uncertain about what the law allows them to do in these heartbreaking circumstances. This bill removes that uncertainty. It ensures that where an employer provides paid parental leave, the death or stillbirth of a child cannot be used as a reason to cancel or refuse that leave. It means a parent who has just had to endure the unthinkable retains what they are entitled to: time and space and security to grieve. The law should not add to a family's suffering. It should help carry it. This reform fulfils an Albanese Labor government commitment to guarantee that working parents who experience stillbirth or early infant death can continue to access their employer-funded parental leave. That commitment was made because parents who lived through this pain exposed a gap in the law, a technicality that allowed compassion to depend on discretion. Some employers, uncertain of their obligations, required grieving parents to return to work. This bill applies to all national systems employees entitled to employer-funded paid parental leave. It makes clear that an employer cannot refuse or cancel that leave because a child is stillborn or has died. That protection stands unless a workplace agreement or policy already deals specifically with those circumstances, or unless the employee themselves requests this change. It also prevents employers from altering policies after the law takes effect to avoid this protection. The bill respects the integrity of enterprise bargaining. It does not require employers to offer additional leave or override existing agreements. Instead, it establishes a baseline of fairness, ensuring that even in tragedy, basic decency is guaranteed. It balances fairness with flexibility and reflects a simple truth. When workers and employers negotiate together, the best outcomes flow, but there must always be a safety net for humanity itself. We know that Australia is one of the safest places in the world to have a baby, but we also know that stillbirth and early infant death still happen, too often and with devastating effect. The impacts ripple far beyond the family, through workplaces, through friendship circles and through communities. When a baby dies, time seems to stop for the parents, while the world around them keeps moving without them. This bill recognises that reality and gives families permission and space to pause, to grieve and heal without the added burden of bureaucracy. And for employers, many of whom want to do the right thing but are unsure what that is, this bill brings certainty. It removes the pressure of discretion and ensures compassion is backed by law. At the heart of this bill are people, parents whose worlds have fallen apart, employers who want to do the right thing, colleagues unsure how to help. For those of us who have walked alongside families after loss, in hospitals, workplaces, or community groups, we know that grief is not linear. It takes time, space, and understanding. This bill cannot take away the pain of losing a child, but it can make sure the system does not deepen that pain. Deputy Speaker, so often the work of this Parliament is about numbers, systems, and frameworks. And sometimes bad faith actors in this place try to turn our work into fodder for continued culture wars, into attempts at cheap political point scoring, and into tactics aimed at creating division. But at its core, our work is about humanity, about empathy, and about fairness. Legislation like this reminds us why we are here, to make the law kinder, clearer, and more just. To Priya's parents, your courage has turned heartbreak into hope. Your daughter's name will live on in this law, in every workplace conversation that now has an answer, in every parent who is given time to heal without fear of losing their livelihood, and to every parent who has known this grief. Your love matters, your loss matters, and your Parliament sees you. This bill honours that love. It ensures that compassion is not left to chance. It is written into the fabric of our workplace laws. That is what progress looks like. That is what good government looks like. I commend the bill to the House.
I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Fair Work Amendment, Baby Priya's Bill 2025, like every bill that comes to this House, sounds very routine and official, and it doesn't stand out really from all the other bills that come to this place. but it is a very important one. Sometimes in this place, good things happen, and this is a really good thing. And I was listening to the member for Riverina's speech yesterday on this bill, and I commend him on his speech, but it was an absolute example of something that humanises everyone in this place. There couldn't be a person in this parliament that isn't moved by this bill. I come to this as a father, a grandfather and a paediatrician. I've seen babies die. I've seen what families go through. I've seen this in neonatal intensive care units. I've seen it in hospital emergency units. I've seen it even indeed in people's homes. And I don't know how people find the strength to deal with the death of their child, their brother, their sister, their grandchild. I don't know how people find the strength to deal with that. I know that there are people in this place, and you know, I hope that my friend, the member for Werra, doesn't mind me mentioning her. I know what she's been through, and I don't know how she found the strength, and I don't know how many of the families find the strength to deal with the death of a child. And this goes a little way to showing people that we care, we want to be on the journey with you, and we want to be part of your family, even for a little while, that we can support you in your grief and help you in one of the most difficult times of your life. I've seen in my own profession people who have tried to support families in their moment of grief, and with permission, I'd like to mention some of their names. Eric Bernard, who ran the neonatal intensive care unit at the Crown Street Women's Hospital in Sydney for many years, as the first recognised neonatologist in Sydney, and the work that he did to support families who were going through the loss of a newborn. He did a great job. Without a lot of support, he set up a social work network and support for parents who'd lost a child and maintained contact with them long after they had left the hospital. He was really the first to provide that sort of support for neonatal death in Sydney. Then my great friend, who sadly has passed away, David Henderson-Smart, who came back after training as a neonatologist in the United States to run the neonatal unit at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital. And he set up a parental support network where families could contact other parents who'd lost children in neonatal intensive care in Sydney, and did a lot of work in that space in the late 70s and early 80s. And of course, Peter Barr, who was a neonatologist at North Shore Hospital in Sydney, under whom I trained, who provided support for those who'd lost young infants on an ongoing basis for many months after they had died. And I pay great respect to him and the lessons that he taught us all. And lastly, I'd like to mention my friend and colleague Andrew Berry, who set up the newborn emergency transport system in New South Wales, which is a model that has been copied around Australia and overseas to make sure newborn babies with problems could be retrieved to a tertiary hospital as quickly as possible, and who was able to get them to the treatment they needed within a very short space of time. Unfortunately, many of those babies died because they had problems like congenital heart disease or extreme prematurity. But Andrew maintained follow-up of those babies and follow-up for the clinicians who looked after those babies for many months after their deaths. So that's been part of my history. And this bill does fulfil an election commitment from the Albanese government to make sure employers continued to pay their paid parental leave requirements to employees whose children had either been stillborn or who had died. And this is something also that had been heavily promoted by Christina Keneally, previous senator in this place, ex-Premier of New South Wales, and I pay tribute to her efforts to support families who'd lost a baby by stillborn. And it's important to remember that the grieving process often for many of these families is a very complicated one. In the case of stillbirth, it's not just a matter of dealing with the death of a loved child and all the potential that would hold, but it's also a matter of dealing with what the reason may have been for the child to die in utero, whether there were genetic causes or congenital causes or problems with the maternal health that can increase the risks of stillbirth, like preeclampsia, diabetes, etc. So it's important that the women have time to allow those investigations to happen and resolution of the cause, and also to deal with the trauma that you face when you lose a baby either in the neonatal period or as a stillborn, with dealing with all the other families who you've developed a relationship with who've had babies of their own. And sometimes that is a hugely complicated grieving process to understand how to deal with that. And it really is important that we support those families to not only resolve their grief, but go through the process of trying to understand what has happened and looking at the causes. Parents of these babies sometimes feel abandoned, and that's a common thing I've heard from families who have lost a child. We lost our child, we left hospital, but then we were told to move on. And of course, we know you can't do that, that there needs to be a resolution of all the issues that I've mentioned previously. And the parents need to be supported, and certainly financial support is a very big part of that. Paid parental leave, and this has been strongly promoted by the Albanese government, is a very important process in this day and age, in the 21st century. And it's important that everyone who has had a child does get the benefit of it and does feel that society supports them, particularly if they've lost a child. The Albanese government really has strengthened our government-funded paid parental leave, and this is another step in the process. I know those on the other side, though, support this bill, and that's really important for us to understand and to congratulate the opposition on supporting this bill. I think that this Parliament is a better place for the passage of this bill. I think as a politician and as someone who has children and grandchildren himself, I feel very strongly supportive of this. But as a paediatrician, and I know with my neonatal colleagues, we all feel this is a really important piece that will help us as physicians help the families who have had a stillbirth or neonatal death. Australia is a safe place to have a baby, and Australia is a safe place to bring up your child, but unfortunately we still do see deaths. Recently in my electorate we saw a very young child die from influenza A infection. And more recently we saw another very young child die from herpes virus encephalitis. And it still does happen with the very best medical care in the country. But as a society, we need to be able to help parents who are dealing with the grief of losing their child, and giving them paid parental leave and making sure that they get their entitlements is very, very important. We still do have issues in neonatal intensive care. We are able to help babies survive even at very small sizes, sometimes under 700 grams, sometimes under 24 weeks gestation. But those babies often spend very, very prolonged times in hospital, and it's important that those families are supported, and we know that some of those babies can die even after a long time in hospital. And to support those families in the process of their grieving is very important. People grieve in different ways. We know some people may want to get back to work early, but they need to have that option, and that is very, very important. And I congratulate the Minister on bringing this bill to the Parliament. I know that she understands this issue very, very deeply, and I know that having her as a Minister to be able to do this has been a really, really important factor in bringing it through, and it will go through. I feel sad for all the families I've looked after who've lost children. It is a complicated process, and it's something that we are getting better at helping them, and as I said previously, finding a cause. I pay tribute to all my neonatologist colleagues and the neonatal nurses who do such a fantastic job in trying to get these babies to survive. I first of all should thank Priya's parents, because what they have done is important for the whole country, and all of us understand and believe that, and want to wish them the very, very best, and make sure that they understand that they have been a very important part in bringing this to fruition and bringing it through the Parliament. Without sounding too personal, I'd like to really express my admiration and my love for all the families who've lost kids in this way. And I think we all do that. And just reading through this bill brought back memories to me of the families I've seen and the babies that have been lost. And I wish all of them the very best. So I commend, of course, this bill to the House. I thank everyone on both sides who's spoken on this bill, and it's a great thing for Australia and a great thing for our Parliament. So thank you.
I call the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I would like to thank everyone that's contributed to this very important bill in front of the House today. Australia is one of the safest places in the world for a baby to be born, but sadly stillbirths and child loss do happen. The loss of a child is one of the most devastating things a parent can experience. It has profound and long-lasting impacts on parents, families and communities. These are incredibly difficult circumstances for workers and indeed managers to navigate. This bill will ensure that there is greater clarity regarding employer-funded paid parental leave for parents dealing with the tragedy of stillbirth or death of a child. These changes made by this bill align employer-paid leave with the existing arrangements for unpaid parental leave entitlements and the government's paid parental leave scheme, neither of which can be cancelled in the event of a stillbirth or death of a child, ensuring the consistency of working parents and employers. This bill will not interfere with employers and employees who have expressly agreed, including via an enterprise agreement, what should occur if a child is stillborn or dies. Provisions that refer generally to circumstances of pregnancy, such as some reproductive leave entitlements, will not be enough to override the protections in this bill. I am disappointed to hear the contributions of a small minority in this House who have tried to pretend this bill is about something that it is not. What this bill is about giving certainty to grieving parents at the most difficult time of their life. That's what this is about. And as we've heard from the vast majority of members of all political colours who have contributed to this debate, this bill will make a positive difference. It will provide much-needed comfort and clarity to parents who are dealing with the unimaginable pain. We cannot lose sight of the purpose of this bill or how important this is for those workers. This is a vital reform. It protects employer-funded paid parental leave entitlements at one of the most difficult times a parent can face. And I would, in conclusion, really again give a shout out to acknowledge baby Priya and, of course, baby Priya's parents for their fierce advocacy to ensure that no parent ever goes through what they did. I commend the bill to the House.
I will put the question, that is that the bill be now read a second time. All those in favour say aye. All those against, no. I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I'll put the report question immediately. All those in favour say aye. All those against, no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that this bill will be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour say aye. All those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Education Legislation Amendment, Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, growing up, education was always the absolute highest priority in my household. Education is the great equaliser. Education is the key that opens the door to the world. Education is something that can never be taken away from you once it is given. And education lights the pathway for whatever you choose to do in your future. And for me, education was particularly important because my mum was a primary school principal and my dad was a high school biology teacher. And I know, like so many others in our community, teachers and those who are educators at all levels are an incredibly important part of our community and incredibly important parts, in my case, of my family. And it's one of the reasons why I'm incredibly proud to be part of a Labor government, an Albanese Labor government that has education and investment in education running through its veins and in its DNA. And we see that not just at one level of education, but we've seen that at the tertiary level with 20% off student debt. We've seen that at the school level with the full funding of state schools, and we see that at the early childhood education and care level with cheaper childcare and the removal of the activity test. And Deputy Speaker, today is a very special day in my family because my little girl Margaret is undergoing her first day of childcare at the Parliamentary childcare, and I will report back with how she went later on this week. Deputy Speaker, for me, it's been a little while, quite some time, in fact, since I was a student. And I was reminded of that this week with Year 12s across Queensland starting their final exams. And despite it being a little while ago for me, I do remember the excitement of my friends who headed overseas afterwards to study as part of their degrees. It's easy to understand the allure. Being an international student gives you the opportunity to experience a new culture firsthand. And it gives you the chance to travel somewhere new, to meet lots of new people and experience life as a local. But for many reasons, it's not always a wonderful experience. Maybe it's homesickness or maybe it's a language barrier. Sometimes it's caused by the activities of unscrupulous education agents, which can lead to the exploitation of overseas students. The Education Legislation Amendment, Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025 takes aim at these practices. It's a wide-ranging bill that amends 4 acts that the education portfolio oversees, and it addresses a range of important measures. Deputy Speaker, the report of the Rapid Review into the Exploitation of Australia's Visa System, also known as the Nixon Review, in March 2023 stated that approximately 75% of international students entering Australia to study use an education agent. And these agents offer services such as assistance with applying for Australian visas, as well as research and university enrolment aid. And of course, Deputy Speaker, these are valid reasons to engage an education agent. After all, navigating the higher education system of a foreign country, particularly when you are new to that country, can be incredibly challenging. However, currently, regulators have no supervisory powers over education agents. Education providers are instead responsible for ensuring that the agents that they work with every day do not engage in deceptive or unethical behaviour. If an agent is found to be involved in dishonest recruitment practices, it is the education provider who is obligated to take appropriate action, which may include addressing the issue directly or ending the partnership altogether. The problem of unethical education agents is not new. In fact, in 2015, Four Corners ran an investigation and found evidence of corruption in the practices of overseas education agents. The report stated, and I quote, Australian universities were paying an estimated $250 million each year to unregulated education agents for the recruitment of international students, despite widespread acknowledgement that a number of these agents were corrupt and dealt in fraudulent documents. While the problem may not be new, it certainly came to a head after the growth in international education post the COVID years. The increase in demand from students attracted unprincipled and deceitful operations to the sector, and that is simply unacceptable. This bill proposes to amend the Education Services for Overseas Student Act 2000, and it responds to a range of recommendations from the Nixon Review, as well as the review of the migration system. It also takes into account the 2023 Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade's Quality and Integrity, the Quest for Sustainable Growth interim report into international education. And it acknowledges the stakeholder feedback that was received for the Education Services for Overseas Student Amendment, Quality and Integrity Bill 2024. You can see these reforms have been considered very thoroughly. And at the heart of them is Labor's commitment to safeguard the integrity of our higher education system. This bill clearly and comprehensively defines what an education agent is, ensuring that their roles and responsibilities are accurately captured. It also establishes a formal definition of Education Agent Commission, paving the way for changes in the National Code of Practice for Providers of Education and Training to Overseas Students, 2018. These changes will prohibit the payment of commissions to agents for facilitating onshore student transfers, a practice fundamentally linked to unethical recruitment and conduct. The bill strengthens the fit and proper test for education providers, allowing for increased scrutiny for those with shared ownership structures with agents or those under investigation for serious offences. And the Department of Education will have extra authority to collect and share data on agent commissions and student referrals. This aims to help education providers identify trustworthy agents and eliminate those who pose risks to students. And that's what this bill is all about. It's about making sure that students coming from other countries who are vulnerable are protected. It's about making sure that those students are not exploited. It's about making sure that the dream of coming to this country to learn and to unlock that door to the world and their future is not tainted by those who would seek to exploit them. The other aspect of these reforms focuses on the growing number of Australian education providers who are setting up satellite campuses in other countries. The Prime Minister just launched Monash University's campus in Kuala Lumpur yesterday. It's important that these institutions uphold our reputation for educational excellence, a reputation that is held across the globe. To ensure this, the bill also amends the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency Act 2011. The bill strengthens the regulation of Australian education institutions in other countries. Providers will be required to obtain authorisation from the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency to operate overseas. And this means that students enrolled with Australian education providers overseas will be able to trust that the quality of their qualifications matches those delivered within Australia. To support this, authorised providers will be required to inform the Tertiary Education Quality Standards Agency of any new or updated offshore delivery arrangements and submit annual reports. This reporting framework equips regulators with the necessary data to monitor standards and identify potential risks early. The proposed amendments aim to strike that balance between effective oversight of offshore education and reducing unnecessary regulatory pressure on Australian institutions by enhancing transparency without overburdening providers. The reforms help maintain the integrity of Australian qualifications globally and to uphold our reputation to the world. This bill ensures the quality and integrity of the courses offered to overseas students in Australia. Prospective providers will now be required to deliver courses to domestic students for 2 years before applying to teach international students, demonstrating that important commitment to quality education. It also gives the Minister for Education the power to pause new provider or course registrations for up to 12 months, allowing regulatory bodies to concentrate on integrity issues. Providers who fail to deliver courses to students for 12 consecutive months will have their registration cancelled, targeting the issue of phoenixing operations. Finally, with the agreement of the Minister for Skills and Training, the Minister for Education can suspend or cancel courses where there are ongoing quality issues or limited skills value. These amendments will apply to higher education providers, vet providers, English language intensive courses for overseas students, and foundation program providers. Collectively, these reforms aim to tighten oversight, they aim to promote transparency, and they aim to protect students while supporting reputable providers in maintaining the highest of standards. The next component of this bill makes amendments to the Higher Education Support Act 2003 to uncap the number of Commonwealth-supported places for First Nations students studying medicine. Every Indigenous student who qualifies for entry into medicine will have a Commonwealth-supported place. Speaker, this is a positive move that will lead to numerous benefits. Looking firstly at the numbers, currently First Nations Australians are underrepresented as medical practitioners. In 2023, roughly 0.6% of doctors identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, despite being 3.8% of the population as a whole. Uncapping Commonwealth-supported places for Indigenous medical students was a recommendation of the University's Accord, and we expect it to grow the numbers of First Nations doctors. And what this means in practice is an increase in culturally safe care. Dr. Peter O'Mara, a First Nations GP, describes his work this way. GPs hear of struggles of illness, but they also hear of great resilience, the love for and practice of culture, and of seemingly small but significant triumphs. We also hear about how things outside of our consultations affect health. The devastating consequences of racism, the effects of poor housing or lack of transport. It is a reminder that as GPs, we can also act together to improve health outcomes outside of our consulting rooms. Evidence indicates that better health outcomes are achieved for First Nations people when they receive healthcare from First Nations healthcare practitioners. More Indigenous doctors also means more services in rural and remote areas, and First Nations healthcare providers are more likely to work in Aboriginal community-controlled health services. The final part of this bill introduces key reforms to strengthen integrity, to strengthen transparency, and data governance in early childhood education and care. The government's investment in the childcare subsidy is significant. More than $16 billion each and every year. This bill contains measures which will assist in the analysis of that investment. It begins by amending the Family Assistance Administration Act to empower the Secretary of the Department of Education to request cost-related data from providers that are constitutional corporations. Of course, we hope providers will voluntarily provide this information. But to gain a complete and accurate overview of the sector, it is necessary to ensure that a full set of data is collected. This change supports last year's MIFO commitment to $10.4 million over 2 years for the Early Education Service Delivery Prices Initiative. The project aims to improve our understanding of the costs involved in delivering early childhood education and care services nationwide. And it's all part of Labor's commitment to provide universal early childhood education and care in a system, one that is built on evidence and one that is accessible for every single family. The bill also makes further changes to the education and care framework by expanding the use and disclosure of protected information. And it also fixes an inconsistency that has been affecting the system since 2018 by aligning the date of the effect of the childcare subsidy reconciliation decision with the date in the system. Deputy Speaker, this bill covers many things, but at its heart, it's about education. At its heart, it's about making sure that whether you are like Margaret in daycare, whether you are like those students going through their Year 12 exams, whether you are at university or coming to this place to study, that no matter where you are in our education system, that we invest in it, that it is fair, and that it creates fantastic outcomes for everyone who chooses to study in this great place.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Education is the great enabler, and at the outset I want to wish good luck and congratulations to the 79,712 New South Wales Higher School Certificate students. Of course, there will be students right across the country sitting for those Year 12 exams now and in coming weeks. So good luck to each and every one of them. But just remember that your results don't define who you are. Yes, they may well be a pathway to future success, but if you don't go as well as what you would have hoped or expected, don't let the Australian Tertiary Admission rank define what your future may well be. And certainly, I've just come out of a meeting with the Education Minister and community and public sector union officials and universities. They were putting the case to the government about concerns and issues of importance to them. I was pleased that the Strategic Projects Officer for Charles Sturt University, the campus at Wagga Wagga, Andrew Cox, was present at that meeting, and I was able to get a one-on-one with the Minister and Mr Cox. I've known Mr Cox for many, many years, and certainly in the meeting the case was put to the Minister about the predicament Charles Sturt University finds itself in. I will go to that a little later in my remarks, but wanted to, at the start, address the issues relating certainly to the Education Legislation Amendment, Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025. I want to, and this might sound a little bit odd, but acknowledge the work that the member for Bruce, the Assistant Minister, has done. I know the member for Moreton talked about unscrupulous education agents. The work that the member for Bruce has done in this regard is to be acknowledged, and I worked closely with him and Labor Senator for New South Wales, Deb O'Neill, on an inquiry into higher education. It had elements of tourism as well, but the member for Bruce certainly went out of his way to ensure that that particular issue about education agents was looked at, examined, investigated, and hopefully some of the results of those inquiries are borne out through this particular bill. And there are visa issues with students, and there will always be, unfortunately, agents in the education space and in the migration space per se who take advantage of subsidies, take advantage of vulnerable people who are coming in from other countries, in whatever regard, and it's good that people are onto them and make sure that they don't succeed in their nefarious endeavours. I know the member for Moreton mentioned the Nixon review. These are all important discussions as far as this particular bill is concerned, and I appreciate that as far as the bill is concerned, there are some technical aspects to it. I'll just go through those. The Education Agents and Commission, Part 1. These provisions bring in definitions of education agent and education agent commissions and require mandatory reporting of commissions and benefits. And as I say, this is the sort of work that we inquired into as part of that Joint Select Committee. This is the sort of work that the member for Bruce made personal, and again, it was a good deep dive that we participated in. Part 2, giving information to registered providers. This expands the Secretary's power to share information with providers about education agents, including in relation to student transfers and data about agent commissions. Hopefully, this will lead to better transparency. Part 3, management of provider applications, introduces the novel power of the Minister to suspend the processing or registration of new registrations, whereas previously the Minister could only slow the processing. And to that end, slowing the processing, we need ministers to be able to act accordingly to what is happening in their portfolio areas. We can't just have ministers procrastinating or only having the capacity to slow down a process. So therefore, Part 3, having been a minister in many portfolios, I know how important it is for the minister to actually have that responsibility and carriage of that responsibility, not just always take advice and just rubber stamp whatever the bureaucracy brings the minister, but to be able to have some real teeth in the game, and this does that. Part 4, registration requirements, brings in a 2-year domestic delivery requirement for new providers, whereby a provider must have delivered courses to domestic students for 24 months before it can apply to deliver to overseas students. And that's going to stop, hopefully, these overnight operations which spring up and then expect to be able to deliver to overseas students. They've got to have form. They've got to have skin in the game. They've got to be able to show and demonstrate that they can do the job before they get the job. Automatic cancellation for dormancy, Part 5. These provisions mean that provider registration is cancelled automatically by force of law where a provider, quote, does not provide any courses at any location to any overseas students, close quote. Now, you'd just think that that would be standard fare. You would think that that would be just a no-brainer, so to speak. But unfortunately, and as the member for Moreton said, and I don't always agree with the member for Moreton, but she nailed it on this occasion, you do have unscrupulous providers, and they are making big money out of vulnerable people. Often the overseas student then can't afford to finish the course. They're being ripped off. They go overseas without that valuable piece of paper, and they go overseas back home with a bad experience from Australia. We want the students that are educated here to go home and share the good news and the good stories about Australian tertiary institutions. And we want them not to be exploited as far as work is concerned, not to be exploited as far as their tertiary degrees are concerned, but to be given every opportunity to sit the course, to succeed the course, and to go and tell others about how good Australia is, and so that others can come and share that great experience too. Part 6, investigation powers. These provisions allow education services for overseas students, ESOS agencies, when deciding whether a person is a fit and proper person to be registered, to take into account whether a person is under investigation for offences specified in the legislation or by instrument. Again, you just think that would be a part and parcel of it, but it's not. So it has to be written into the legislation and passed through the House of Representatives and, of course, the Senate. Now, while the government maintains that this is a data collection project intended only to inform future policy development work. As a matter of principle, the compulsory sharing of pricing information and publication of aggregated information could send, worryingly, disturbingly, strong market signals to families, and that is a concern, that is an issue. Hopefully that can be addressed as this legislation goes through, and certainly if it goes before the Senate Education and Employment Committee, perhaps that particular body can look at that aspect of it and maybe mould it such that it is of fit and proper purpose going forward. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission conducted a 12-month inquiry into the childcare market, concluding early last year, and to some extent these provisions overlap with that work. The government's position is that this project complements that work rather than overlapping. Understand, you'd probably appreciate the government would say that, but when we discuss this legislation and I know it is introducing a range of measures, including the higher education, childcare and schools sector, as far as the childcare sector is concerned, I again say that I do believe we should have a Royal Commission into childcare. I mean, what we saw on Monday night on the ABC's Four Corners, again, exposed some terrible things in that sector. And as a father and a grandfather, you do worry about the children placed in care of people who should be doing everything they can to treat those children as if they were their own. And unfortunately, we have got some very bad actors in that space, some very, very bad people, and it's time we had a full and thorough investigation into how they're allowed into the childcare sector, and certainly what the federal government can do, what the Commonwealth can do, where the state governments are failing, and they are failing our children, and this cannot be allowed to continue. Now, I did say that I would talk more about the situation with Charles Sturt University, and I was pleased that I had a good meeting with the Minister. It was his meeting, he allowed me in, and I do appreciate the Minister for Education is a good fellow and endeavours where he can to work in a bipartisan way, and I respect that, I acknowledge that. He talked to me about the Aboriginal students who want to be doctors being fully funded as part of the provisions of this bill, and given the low number of Indigenous students studying medicine, then we have to do everything we can as a Commonwealth to lift that number. The member for Moreton gave the statistics, very, very low numbers of Aboriginal students, well below 1%. Of course, the Aboriginal population accounts for 3%, and we need to get those Indigenous students trained with their diplomas so that they can not go to capital cities necessarily, but certainly go to where they're perhaps most needed, and that is in rural, regional and especially remote Australia, where Aboriginal populations want of a doctor. There's not that many doctors there, and there's certainly not that many Indigenous doctors, and so the ability to be able to fund those Aboriginal students to become doctors and then to be able to treat their own people, as it were, has got to be seen as being a good thing. But with Charles Sturt University, and Charles Sturt University is providing medical places through its Murray-Darling Medical School at Orange, and I funded that when I was the Deputy Prime Minister. They've got UNSW's about to open the campus, the big 4-storey campus at Wagga Wagga, right next door to the Wagga Base Hospital, and that is a good thing because they are producing the students who will be doctors in the not-too-distant future. And indeed, we know that as many as 3/4 of those doctors who study regionally will stay regionally. And they will, even if they come from capital cities, they'll fall in love with the regions that they're practicing and training in, or they'll fall in love with somebody from those regions and they'll stay in those regions, and that has got to be seen as a good thing. The Charles Sturt University is in trouble. It's $35 million in the red. I've had discussions with Vice-Chancellor Renee Leon, PSM. The Minister knows full well what my thoughts are in this regard. It is not just CSU which is hemorrhaging money, it's right across the tertiary board. I know the Minister has some ideas and some plans to alleviate that. I know that more international students who do help pay the university's way are coming on board. I know there was a difficult situation during COVID-19 and that is being eased now. I appreciate that Charles Sturt University, which does rely on those international students too to help its finances, they're getting more of those students, but indeed it is troubling when their numbers of those overseas students has fallen markedly, and they're doing their very best to not only attract more but retain them, and then to help their financial shortfall. The problem that I have, and the worry that is indeed right throughout Wagga Wagga and the other campuses that CSU has at Albury, Wodonga, Bathurst and elsewhere, is that frontline staff will need to be cut. And the problem, and we all know this, is that generally when big organisations start to cut staff, they cut the wrong staff. It's the frontline people who do the grunt of the work are going to be the ones who probably will lose their jobs, and sometimes those who perhaps in times of largesse go and could be let go are not going to be. So it's just one of those things, and the amount of migrants coming into the country is not helping this situation. But a lot of things to be unpacked in the tertiary education space. Again, I say good luck to all those Year 12 students, and this is an important piece of legislation.
And the question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to acknowledge the member for Riverina's acknowledgement of the member for Bruce's work in the education space, and also acknowledge that the VCE students in Victoria commenced their exams. Good luck to all of them, and regardless of your results, your VCE will not determine your future ahead on its own. The Albanese Labor government has committed to a range of reforms in education whilst it's been in its role. We've seen HECS debt relief, we've seen the introduction of free TAFE, we've seen prac placement supports, and we've also seen the introduction of universal childcare. But there's more with that. The Minister for Education, Mr Clare, has introduced the Education Legislation Amendment Bill for 2025, and I strongly support the Education Bill, a comprehensive reform that strengthens integrity, expands opportunity and improves transparency across Australia's education system, from early childhood to higher education. I commend the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, and the Albanese Labor government for bringing forward this important bill. It reflects our enduring commitment to fairness, integrity and excellence in education, values that define who we are as a nation, values and practical work that means many of us are here in these halls of Parliament because of the incredible teachers and systems that we have been part of in this country. This bill amends 4 key acts administered within the education portfolio. The Education Services for Overseas Students Act 2000, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency Act of 2011, the Higher Education Support Act of 2003, and a new tax system which governs the childcare subsidy program. Together, these reforms ensure our education system remains fair, transparent and future-focused, building integrity into every level, from early learning to universities. Whether a child is in preschool, at an international student, or at a local TAFE, or a First Nation student studying medicine, this bill ensures their education is part of a system that values equity and quality and access. Deputy Speaker, one of the most significant reforms in this bill, and one I am deeply proud to support, is the amendment to the Higher Education Support Act that removes the cap on Commonwealth-supported places for First Nations students studying medicine. Last year, the government extended demand-driven university places to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students. That reform recognised that every First Nations student who meets entry requirements deserves a fair chance to study at a public university. This bill extends that principle to medicine. From 2026, universities will be able to enrol First Nations medical students under Commonwealth support. This is about more than numbers. It's about justice, representation, and better health outcomes. In my electorate of Dunkley, we're proud of institutions like Chisholm TAFE and Monash University, and I encourage every First Nations student who wants to study in Dunkley to do so. We've made it simpler. Currently, only around 0.6% of doctors identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders, even though First Nations people comprise 3.8% of Australia's population. 1.2% of these people, these students, First Nations people, live in Dunkley. We know that First Nations doctors and health workers deliver better outcomes for First Nations patients. They bring cultural understanding, community connection, and lived experience to their practice. They are also more likely to work in rural, regional, and remote areas, and in Aboriginal community-controlled services and organisations like First People's Health in Frankston. By expanding medical education access, the Albanese Labor government is helping close the healthcare gap and ensuring more communities have access to culturally safe, high-quality care. This reform is practical, evidence-based and fair. It reflects our commitment to strengthen Medicare, more bulk billing, more doctors, more nurses, and I wholeheartedly support it. Deputy Speaker, another key focus of this bill is restoring integrity to Australia's international education sector, one of our great national success stories. International education enriches our campuses and communities, fosters global understanding, and contributes billions to our economy. In Dunkley, I see its benefits daily in local businesses, classrooms and community life, particularly at the Peninsula campus of Monash University. But after the pandemic, rapid growth in international student numbers drew in some bad actors, unscrupulous providers and agents who exploited students and damaged our reputation. Reviews such as Christine Nixon's 2023 rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system, the review of the migration system, and the Joint Standing Committee's interim report, Quality and Integrity, all made one thing clear: urgent action was needed. The bill delivers that action through targeted reforms to the Education Services for Overseas Students Act. The amendments will require providers to have delivered a course to domestic students for at least 2 years before offering it to international students. Strengthen the fit and proper test to prevent collusion and dodgy ownership between providers and education agents. Give the Secretary of the Department of Education new powers to collect and share information about education agent commissions. Define education agent commission in law, paving the way to ban commission payments for onshore student transfers. And empower the Minister to temporarily pause or suspend new provider or course registrations where systemic issues arise or where it's in the public interest. Additionally, a provider's registration can now be automatically suspended or cancelled if they have not delivered a course to overseas students for 12 consecutive months, or if they are under investigation for serious offences. These measures target a small minority of providers, undermining a world-class system. Public universities, foundation program providers and schools are appropriately exempt from some provisions to avoid unnecessary red tape. This is about cleaning up the system, not constraining quality providers. It's worth remembering that similar reforms were blocked last year by the opposition, who chose to side with the dodgy providers over system integrity. But this government will not give up. We're determined to rebuild a trusted, sustainable, international education sector that remains a source of national pride. Deputy Speaker, the bill also strengthens the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency 2011. That's a mouthful. To ensure Australian standards apply both onshore and offshore. Australian universities increasingly deliver education overseas through campuses, partnerships and joint programs that extend our reach and reputation. That's something to celebrate, but it also demands robust oversight. Under this bill, the higher education providers must obtain tertiary education quality and standards authorisation before delivering Australian higher education offshore. They will also have to notify of any new or changed offshore arrangements and provide annual reports on their overseas operations. These measures protect the value of Australian qualifications and ensure that wherever an Australian degree is awarded, it continues to stand for integrity and excellence. The bill also amends the new tax system to strengthen the integrity of the childcare subsidy program and improve transparency in early childhood education and care. These reforms will help families make informed choices while ensuring taxpayer funds are used responsibly. The amendments will broaden provisions around protected information, allowing families greater access to information about providers. Support the early education service delivery prices, enabling government to collect reliable data on the true cost of delivering early childhood education. Clarify technical provisions around debts and reviews, and correct minor legislative misalignments to ensure the system reflects the policy intent. These build on reforms passed in July that allow greater public disclosure of providers sanctioned for non-compliance. Together, they enhance integrity, strengthen transparency, and build public confidence in a system supporting hundreds of thousands of families. Across all four parts of this bill, from First Nations medical education to international education, offshore quality assurance and early childhood transparency, a clear theme emerges: integrity, opportunity and trust. We are a government that believes in opportunity for all, ensuring every student, every family and every provider is part of a fair and trusted system. We believe in integrity, that public confidence in education from childcare to universities must never be compromised by greed or exploitation. And we believe in accountability, that strong, transparent governance delivers better outcomes for students, for families and our nation. Deputy Speaker, the Education Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 represents thoughtful, practical reform. It expands opportunities, it restores trust in international education, upholds Australia's global reputation and strengthens its transparency and integrity in early childhood education and care, which we know is paramount at this time. This bill is about fairness, quality and doing the right thing by students, families and communities. I thank the Minister for Education and all those who contributed to these reforms. The bill demonstrates what good governments look like: evidence-based integrity and always guided by the national best interest. I am proud to support it, and I commend the bill to the House.
And the question is that the bill be read a second time. I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak to the amendments to the Higher Education Support Act 2003 in this bill, which provide for demand-driven funding of places in medical schools for First Nations students. Deputy Speaker, this amendment is about equity of education and equity of access to the best possible medical care in this country. It's about removing barriers, and it's about planning for Australia's future healthcare needs. Access to best practice medical care should always be available. It should always be culturally appropriate. But too often, patients in First Nations and culturally diverse communities in Australia have experienced language barriers, cultural misunderstandings and, more often than we would like to acknowledge, outright prejudice when they come to access healthcare. Those services are not safe, and unsafe services are a deterrent to seeking medical assistance, which can lead to negative health outcomes. A diverse medical workforce and the inclusion of First Nations people on the very front line of our medical care will help to build culturally safe services and will improve the standard of care across all of our health professions. I reflect on my own experiences as a paediatric registrar at the Royal Darwin Hospital more than 20 years ago, when I was trying to find common ground with children who'd never been in a building with a lift before, who had never experienced air conditioning, who spoke primarily a First Nations language with which I could not correspond. And I remember how complicated, difficult, challenging and sad it was then to find it really, really difficult to provide best quality, culturally safe healthcare. And I contrast that with experiences of hearing from and witnessing the amazing work of Dr. Jason King, Director of Clinical Services at the Gurindji Yillamaka Hill Health Service Aboriginal Corporation in Yarrabah last year, when the Parliamentary Health Committee, of which I'm very proud to be a member, visited his community as part of our inquiry into diabetes in this country. In a generation, we have come such a long way, and we are now able to see the extraordinary value and the impact of Indigenous Australians leading multidisciplinary best practice healthcare facilities within their own communities. Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations are possibly the most successful community health organisations in this country. They were founded in response to Indigenous Australians' experiences of racism, let's call it what it is, racism, in primary health care, and their unmet need for culturally safe and accessible services. The model has now been so successful that we have more than 145 ACHOs delivering holistic, comprehensive, culturally safe primary health care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples nationally. Those services have been shown to improve health outcomes. They've been shown to decrease the cost of care, especially for remote communities. But First Nations doctors are still underrepresented in our medical profession. In 2023, roughly 0.6% of all doctors in Australia identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, despite them representing overall 3% of the Australian population. In uncapping places in medical courses for First Nations students, so that all First Nations students who meet the entry requirements to enrol in courses in medicine can be enrolled in a Commonwealth-supported place, this amendment responds to recommendation 3B of the Australian Universities Accord final report, which recommended that Australian Government provide places for all First Nations students who apply and who meet entry requirements for a position in a medical school. It is worth noting that our medical schools are already trying hard to recruit Indigenous medical students through special entry schemes and quotas, and they have already had some success. 3% of domestic medical students are Indigenous, compared to 2.3% of the overall domestic student population. In fact, the main obstacle to further enrolment increases might actually be in finding the right students, not in the availability or otherwise of training places. I note that the government has budgeted only $560,000 for places under this scheme in 2026-2027. Deputy Speaker, that equates to only about 17 medical equivalent full-time student loads, suggesting that the government itself does not anticipate that this legislation is going to result in a major increase in the number of Indigenous medical students. There's a complication here. Medical degrees are designated courses in our universities. That means that they have a specified number of allocated student places. University funding agreements limit them to specified numbers of domestic medical degree completions, and over-enrolment can actually result in a breach of the university's funding agreements. That means that introducing demand-driven funding for Indigenous medical students will not in itself change the completions cap, which operates independently of designation. So if a university has designated medical places transferred to the estimated Indigenous demand-driven places, but then ends up having fewer commencing Indigenous medical students than anticipated, its actual number of total medical students will actually decline. So given the likely low numbers involved and the low numbers estimated by the government in budgeting for this scheme, I ask the government to ensure that any additional Indigenous medical students will be put into a model of future completions, in which case the cap could be adjusted up. It's a win-win for everybody. It's going to take years to address the inequality in our medical systems, but creating opportunities for them to study medicine is the first step in building an expanded workforce of Indigenous graduates, GPs and specialist doctors to work in the great teaching hospitals of our metropolitan centres, in small private hospitals like those in my electorate of Kooyong, but also in the outros and the outreach services of rural and regional Australia. We know that rural and regional Australia has significant shortages of medical practitioners. Despite the outstanding work of rural nurses and allied health professionals, those shortages result in inequity, which is apparent in the health outcomes experienced by people living in those communities. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, rural and regional students are more likely to have chronic health conditions and less likely to access healthcare than patients in major cities. While most First Nations people live in urban centres, they do represent a third of the population in remote locations, which are areas which suffered the double disadvantage of increased health risks and lesser health services. Most medical graduates don't want to practice outside a capital city, but over 72% of graduates from rural backgrounds prefer to go home and to practice outside the cities. First Nations doctors are also more likely to choose to practice in outros and in rural, regional and remote communities. So the solution is clear. Barriers to rural and First Nations students must be removed to attract and support the rural doctors of the future. So I urge the Minister for Education to continue this important work, to remove barriers to training and to support First Nations and rural medical graduates. The support should include an increase in designated places for Indigenous students, additional to, not replacing, the places that we have for non-Indigenous students. And I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. And the question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Education is the great equaliser. It's what opens doors that might otherwise stay closed. It's what lifts people out of disadvantage, transforms lives and strengthens communities. For generations, Australian families, including those across my electorate of Maribyrnong, have believed education is the surest path to a better future for their children. It's why parents work long hours, juggle shifts, make sacrifices because they know access to quality education from early learning through to university is the foundation for opportunity. Labor has always understood that. We are the party that built the public education system. We are the party that is striving for universal access to early learning and have expanded access to higher education. And we are the party that continues to make sure every child, every student and every worker has a fair shot at success. And once again, Labor has introduced a bill to reform our education system. This is an important bill, one that strengthens integrity across our education
If you
system.
would excuse me, Member for Maribyrnong, it now being 1:30, the debate is interrupted and the Federation Chamber will suspend until the Chair is resumed at 4 p.m, and the Member for Maribyrnong will be given leave to continue her remarks then.
you clerking? I'm Rob. So I understand Joe Brisky is coming after she can't be here straight away, but she was speaking before the opponent. So when she comes in, she's going to take the first outside.
The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong. Whitlam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. This bill amends 4 acts administered by the Education Portfolio in order to strengthen the quality, integrity and sustainability of the delivery of education in Australia and improve equity and access in higher education, particularly for First Nations peoples. The 4 acts to be amended are the Education Services for Overseas Students Act 2000, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency Act 2011, the Higher Education Support Act 2003, and the Family Assistance Administration Act of 1999. Speaker, the amendments to the Education Services for Overseas Students Act supports the Albanese government's commitment to the quality, integrity and long-term sustainability at all levels of the international education sector. International education brings tens of billions of dollars into the Australian economy each year. It's our 4th largest export, and it also delivers valuable cultural and social benefits. Overseas students enrich our communities and classrooms, and the relationships and links forged through their experiences in Australia results in long-term benefits in countries around the world, particularly in the strategically important Asia-Pacific region. My former university, the University of Wollongong, which is also attended by many people in my electorate, attracts thousands of international students each year and has built a global reputation for excellence in higher education. Many other universities around the country have benefited from Australia's high-quality international education services. At its best, Australian international education facilitates meaningful cross-cultural exchanges and builds influential alumni networks that enhance Australia's reputation and influence in the world. Unfortunately, however, the sector's success has also attracted unscrupulous actors, particularly since the COVID-19 pandemic. The 2022 Parkinson Review of our migration system and the 2023 Rapid Review into Exploitation of Australia's visa system, known as the Nixon Review, uncovered a range of serious integrity issues in Australia's international education system. In 2023, the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade conducted an inquiry into Australia's tourism and international education sectors, and this also highlighted integrity issues in the system. These integrity issues included some education providers making false promises that study in Australia provided a pathway to permanent migration, while others encouraged non-genuine students to gain access to Australia's labour market by using a student visa. Some providers used a ghost school to present as a genuine education provider, while students were actually funneled into full-time work. Other forms of exploitation uncovered in the reviews included charging exorbitant fees and wage theft, and at its worst, bonded labour and sex trafficking involving criminal networks. Overseas students can be particularly vulnerable to exploitation due to their youth, language challenges, their financial situation, the fact that they have limited or no knowledge of Australian law, and their fear of deportation. The amendments in this bill to the Education Services for Overseas Students Act will combat exploitation of overseas students and address behaviours that seek to exploit the migration system. The reviews I have mentioned revealed there is a problem with collusive and unscrupulous practices between some agents and providers. The Nixon Review, for example, identified that some education providers formed business relationships and worked with education agents to facilitate student movements for the purposes of profit only, rather than their genuine education needs and the needs of the student. In response, this bill inserts a new definition of education agent which better captures their activities. Recent statistics show that 86% of overseas students use an education agent to source study in Australia, so this change will have a widespread impact.
Another amendment strengthens the fit and proper test for providers. This will increase in greater scrutiny where there are cross-ownership arrangements between providers and agents and where providers are under investigation for serious offences. The bill also requires prospective providers to deliver courses to domestic students for 2 years before they can apply to teach overseas students, and this will ensure they are committed to quality education. Another important amendment gives the Education Department clearer powers to collect and store information on commissions. There is little data available in relation to these opaque arrangements, and the change will help providers to choose reputable agents and exclude those who put students at risk. The registration of providers that fail to deliver a course to overseas students for 12 consecutive months will be cancelled to help deal with what is known as phoenixing. The bill gives the Minister for Education the power to limit or cancel providers' ability to deliver courses in 3 circumstances. 1, where there are systemic quality and standard of delivery issues. 2, where the courses provide limited value to Australia's skills needs. And 3, where it's in the public interest to do so. The Minister will be able to pause new applications for providers or course registration for up to 12 months where needed, so agencies can focus on integrity issues. Together, these reforms of the Education Services for Overseas Students Act make it harder for dodgy operators to enter or remain in the sector while supporting the majority of providers who are doing the right thing. Speaker, while Australia attracts thousands of people from overseas to study in our country each year, we are also a global leader in offshore delivery of higher education. Australian higher education providers are diversifying across new markets while embracing more innovative delivery models. University of Wollongong, for example, delivers world-class teaching to students at campuses in Dubai, Hong Kong, Malaysia and India, and it also has a presence in China and Singapore. The university has formal arrangements with more than 400 overseas institutions in 45 countries, spanning research collaborations, teaching collaborations, study abroad and exchange programs, and offshore program delivery. This offshore expansion supports the sustainability of our international education sector and enables Australian higher education providers to extend their academic reach and foster international collaboration while enhancing the reputation of Australian education more broadly. That is why we are introducing changes to the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency Act to strengthen the regulation of offshore education, Australian education, ensuring that Australian providers are high quality and uphold Australia's reputation as top-tier education providers. Importantly, the changes are designed to provide adequate oversight of offshore arrangements while minimising the regulatory burden. Speaker, another issue addressed by this bill is the underrepresentation of First Nations people in Australia's health workforce. In 2023, only 1.25% of Australia's health workforce identified as being Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, while the percentage of doctors was even lower, about half of 1%. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders make up 3.8% of Australia's population. Having more First Nations healthcare providers is extremely important because evidence shows they deliver better health outcomes for First Nations patients. First Nations doctors are more likely to practice in Aboriginal community-controlled health services and also in regional, rural and remote communities. There is high demand for health workers in all regional, rural and remote communities. This bill amends the existing definition of a demand-driven higher education course in the Higher Education Support Act to include undergraduate or postgraduate courses in medicine which are undertaken by a First Nations person at an Australian public university. This means that all First Nations students who meet the entry requirements to enrol in courses in medicine will now have a Commonwealth-supported place. I note this change was recommended by the Australian Universities Accord in its final report released last year, and Labor promised to implement the change if we were re-elected to government. This bill delivers on that promise, and I support it wholeheartedly. Speaker, it should be noted that the Albanese government is implementing many initiatives to improve the lives of First Nations Australians to help close the gap. The Australian government funds the National Aboriginal Community-Controlled Health Organisation to support training, work placements and mentoring for health worker trainees. They are leading the rollout of the Albanese Government's First Nations Health Worker Traineeship Program, which aims to increase the supply of health workers and practitioners and address health workforce shortages in rural, regional and remote Australia. In 2024, over 300 trainees enrolled in this program. The Albanese Government has provided record funding for First Nations health infrastructure. We are increasing the availability of culturally safe and qualified mental health support for Indigenous Australians, including scholarships for up to 150 First Nations psychology students. We are expanding access to PBS medicines for more First Nations people. We are rolling out and upgrading existing facilities in 12 First Nations communities to help improve long-term health outcomes. Last year, we opened the first of up to 30 dialysis units in regional and remote locations so First Nations people can receive treatment closer to home and on country. We are building a nutrition workforce in remote communities by upskilling local First Nations staff in remote stores. 21 positions will begin this financial year, and the nutrition workforce will grow to more than 100 in the following 2 years. We are working with First Nations communities across Australia to tackle smoking and vaping. We've committed to create up to 210 First Nations healthcare positions to improve cancer health outcomes for First Nations people and to increase access to culturally safe maternal care through 10 birthing on country activities across rural and remote locations to improve outcomes for heavy birth weights and reduce preterm births. The Albanese Government is also implementing initiatives in other sectors to improve the lives of First Nations Australians, including in housing and employment. And while there's a lot more to do, I'm proud of what this government has delivered so far and what it's committed in the short-term future. I believe that the amendment to this bill will result in an increase in the number of First Nations doctors, and that's another important and valuable initiative. Speaker, the final part of the bill before the House strengthens integrity and transparency in early education and care. Specifically, it amends the Family Assistance Administration Act to broaden the scope, use and handling of protected information collected under the Act. It promotes transparency and facilitates easier access to information about providers of early childhood education and care. It collects cost and financial information from early childhood education and care providers to ensure early education service delivery prices project findings are underpinned by robust data. And it makes minor technical amendments to address inadvertent drafting omissions. The Australian Government invests more than $16 billion in the childcare subsidy program each year, and we're committed to building a system that is safe, affordable and accessible. To do that, we need a better understanding of the costs of delivering early education and care. These reforms will improve transparency in the early education and care sector, and this will build on the legislation passed by the Parliament in July this year to expand the Commonwealth's powers to publish information about providers that are sanctioned for non-compliance. The changes to the Family Assistance Administration Act will improve access to information about providers, making it easier for families to make informed decisions about early education and care. They will also strengthen data integrity around governance arrangements, including where data is lawfully shared to support public policy development. Speaker, the amendments in this bill address a range of significant issues. In summary, the changes will strengthen the integrity of our world-class international education sector, help to increase the number of Indigenous doctors, and improve the integrity of our early education and care system. These are important reforms, and I commend them to the House. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak very briefly on parts 1 to 8 of this bill. Now, in 2024, the government introduced a bill called the Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment, Quality and Integrity Bill. And that bill, we were told, was introduced to improve the quality, integrity and sustainable growth of Australia's international education sector. And in June 2024, I stood in the House and said, I support the parts of this bill that do that. But I also said that I couldn't support the bill in its entirety because it went way beyond the stated intention.
The 2024 bill gave the Minister the power to cap international student enrolments by course and by university, which I argued was not about the sustainable growth of the sector. Rather, it was a political response to our domestic housing crisis. I introduced amendments to remove the student cap. They weren't supported. I called for the bill to be split. That wasn't supported. And then the 2024 bill didn't pass. And here we are in 2025 debating the same provisions that I supported last year, but without the politicking of trying to legislate new international student caps. So I'm glad to see that the government is responding to crossbench and community concern. This bill represents a significant improvement on the previous version. In this new bill, Schedule 1, Parts 1 to 8 address the legitimacy of education agents and providers, and it sets up more regulations to ensure that private education providers are providing a genuine education service. And as I've said previously, I support these measures as a response to problems within the international education sector. I've heard many stories about dodgy colleges, inadequate student preparation, student poverty and student exploitation. And the proliferation of private education providers that take advantage of international students to make a profit has to stop. And I think stronger regulation of the system is needed. I'm also supportive of these measures because they respond to issues identified in the Nixon Review and the government's migration strategy, which, amongst other things, recommended addressing integrity issues within the international education sector and assisting regulators as they address unscrupulous provider behaviour through further legislative changes. So there's clear evidence to back the need for these measures. My final reason to support these parts of the bill is because they have stakeholder support. The Group of 8, which includes the University of Western Australia in my electorate, said they support the Minister's stated aspiration to remove the shonks and crooks and dodgy providers from the system. The President of UNSW said they support the government's intention on integrity measures to weed out unscrupulous providers who exploit students. And the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry said that ensuring the quality of Australia's international education sector is crucial for Australia's businesses. So I'm broadly in favour. But I do have one serious concern about this bill. It provides the Federal Minister with the power to suspend and cancel courses. Now, it doesn't seem appropriate for the Federal Minister to intervene in this manner, and some stakeholders have raised concerns about this power. Now, I am willing to trust that this intervention will be used rarely, if at all. Maintaining safeguards around this power is also vital. Currently, the Minister's suspension or cancellation of courses would occur through a disallowable legislative instrument, allowing for parliamentary oversight and scrutiny. So while I have concerns about how this power could be used, I'll assume good faith in the very rare exercise of this power and trust in the parliamentary oversight process. In conclusion, I'm glad to see the government removing the international student cap, responding to a problem raised by my constituents, as well as responding to recommendations from a range of reports. So I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Gellibrand.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Well, international education matters to Australia and to Australia's prosperity. International education is one of Australia's great success stories, plays an important role in driving economic growth and prosperity for our nation. International education brings tens of billions of dollars to our economy every year. Indeed, in the financial year 23-24, it was worth $51 billion to the Australian economy. It supports around 250,000 jobs annually across sectors and across the country, and there are more Australian jobs in this sector than the entire mining or agricultural sectors. Tourism, another big industry for Australia, big export earner, is also strongly supported by the international education sector. International students and their friends and family indeed make up around 69% of Australia's tourism numbers. The benefits of international education, while they are really vital to our domestic Australian economy, aren't limited to our borders. International education also matters for our influence in the world. They matter for Australia's international partnerships. It's a bridge to our region and indeed to our world. Australia is a magnet for students from more than 190 countries, and it's educated more than 3 million international students in the last 20 years. International education is one of the pillars of Australia's statecraft. It's a source of real influence in our engagement with the world. And as the Assistant Foreign Minister during the last term of government, I met Australian alumni from Australian universities around the world, including many who had risen into positions of senior leadership in their home countries. Among others, I met Australian alumni in Bangladesh, in Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Egypt, India, Kenya, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Thailand, and the State of Palestine. I met ministers, business leaders, academics, all of whom were educated right here in Australia. I've met alumni who improve the lives of people with disability in their home countries, empower women and girls, strengthen healthcare systems, enhance education, provide vital contributions in sustainable energy production, transmission and infrastructure development. And it's always a source of pride and connection between our two countries. The skills and expertise learnt in Australia being applied in a home country for the development of that nation. For nearly 75 years, Australia has supported educating the region's leaders through our Australia Awards program, providing scholarships for students to come and study here. And that's a legacy built on trust, shared values, and a belief in the power of education to transform lives and to make a real contribution to the stability and prosperity of our region. And through those Australia Awards scholarships and the Colombo Plan scholarships before them, we've offered talented individuals the opportunity to study in Australia, to gain a world-class education and build networks that last a lifetime. While studying here, they make friends here and they develop people-to-people connections through education, and that complements our efforts to deepen our economic partnerships with countries around the region. Education has been and continues to be the cornerstone of many of our strongest relationships in the Indo-Pacific region. Our region is a young one. It presents many opportunities for Australia. The median age of countries in the Indian Ocean region is just 29. More than half of the population of Southeast Asia is under 30. 1 million people in India turn 18 every month. Young people and their aspirations are a centre of political gravity in our region. It's important, therefore, for Australia to harness the opportunity of our region's demographic dividend through what we can offer with international education. But in order to realise this very real opportunity, this very real potential, the integrity and trust of our international sector must be preserved. It's important for the international education sector to be resilient to change by diversifying their student cohort and reducing their over-reliance on single source markets for students. That's why we've introduced a range of reforms to the international education sector, including the bill being debated here today. We've introduced reforms which will strengthen the trust and integrity of the international education sector to maintain Australia's strong reputation for international education abroad. We've introduced reforms to incentivise Australian universities to diversify their source markets at home for international students, enhancing the long-term resilience of Australian universities and ensuring we can continue to educate the leaders of the future of our region. Firstly, the Albanese government's reforms ensure that we protect the trust and integrity of the international education sector. Unfortunately, in recent times, the international education sector has been a target for dishonest individuals trying to scam the system. Since 2022, the Albanese government has been taking action to clean up the mess on this front left by the former coalition government. The previous government's decision to uncap student work hours was one of the worst policy decisions possible for the international education sector. It resulted in the visa system being flooded with non-genuine students seeking not education but work rights, not seeking a premium Australian education but fraudulently seeking work rights in Australia. It turned our high-quality education sector into a visa rule. The growth in this respect seen by the sector was unsustainable after COVID. In 2022, we announced the Parkinson Review of the migration system to strengthen the integrity of our international education sector, which is so important for our country and our region. In 2023, we announced the Nixon Rapid Review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system. The Nixon Review revealed shocking abuse of the student visa system. I really encourage members that haven't familiarised themselves with that work to look at the details of that shocking, shocking review. The review uncovered trafficking, migration and work scams by organised criminal syndicates. It revealed education agents, migration agents and providers who are behaving outrageously and harming the sector's reputation. Those reviews made it clear that we had a problem with collusive and dodgy practices between some agents and some providers. Now, to address the integrity issues found in these reviews, we moved quickly to act on a number of recommendations of both the Parkinson and Nixon reviews. Problems caused by the coalition government, like the industrial scale wrought from the Certificate of Employment loophole and the proliferation of non-genuine student visa applications, have been fixed by these reforms. But the legacy of those bad policies by the former government have continued to haunt the nation. This bill is the next step to strengthen our international education sector and to provide the predictability and stability that the sector needs for ongoing long-term success. The government's legislative amendments to the ESOS Act and the TEXCA Act support the government's commitment to the quality, integrity and sustainability at all levels of the international education sector. The amendments are designed to provide oversight for offshore arrangements while also minimising the regulatory burden on Australian providers. Among other things, the bill strengthens trust in Australian education providers overseas. It safeguards our reputation as a world leader in education. The amendments mean that students who study with an Australian provider overseas can have the same confidence in the quality of an Australian qualification as those who study here. The changes to the ESOS Act will address the exploitative behaviour found in the Nixon Review. It will combat exploitation of overseas students and address behaviours that seek to take advantage of our migration system. Secondly, we're providing predictability and stability to the education sector by ensuring the sector invests in student accommodation and diversifies their student intake from countries across the Indo-Pacific region. In August, the government made clear that universities who wish to apply for growth in their international student allocation for 2026 needed to demonstrate their engagement with Southeast Asia and make tangible commitments to increase the number of students onshore. We know that Australia's prosperity is tied to Southeast Asia. That's why we're focused on universities increasing engagement with Southeast Asian nations. We must harness Southeast Asia's growth and continue to ensure we are educating Southeast Asia's leaders of the future. Southeast Asia as a bloc is projected to become the world's fourth largest economy by 2040. It's a centre of global activity and business, one of the fastest growing regions in the world. So by 2040, the region will be an economic powerhouse, fuelled by demographics, industrialisation, urbanisation and technological advances. The Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040 outlines how we can harness this growth and seize the vast two-way trade and investment opportunities our diverse and vibrant region presents. Now, for decades, we have educated the Southeast Asian leaders of the future in Australia through international education. Those leaders have come to Australia and they bring the education that they've gained here back to their home countries. They've gone on to be leaders in politics, business and civil society. It's been a boon for our country. Unfortunately, this has been increasingly a story of the past, not the present. Enrolments from Southeast Asian countries in Australian universities now only represent about 14% of total onshore students. Given the size and opportunity of Southeast Asia, this just isn't enough. We need to continue to deepen our relationship with the region's leaders through international education in Australia. We need to diversify too the international education market to ensure we're offering a higher education experience with students from many different countries contributing to life on campus, an international experience of campus life, not a homogenous experience. That's why these reforms are so significant. They support the sector's resilience through diversification of source markets for international students. For universities, that means investing in student exchange, research partnerships, internships, engaging alumni and scholarships. And these reforms will drive economic growth in Australia and in our region, upskill and build human capital, deepen people-to-people links and support two-way cultural exchanges with Southeast Asia. We're already seeing some success in this regard. Many universities are already deepening their engagement with Southeast Asia. Universities are investing in things like growing offshore delivery of qualifications, regional engagement through targeted scholarships from students in Southeast Asia, in-country staffing, strategic partnerships, including alumni and industry networks to support sustained collaboration. Currently, Australian branch campuses in Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean region already deliver to over 35,000 students. Last year, Australia established the highest number of new branch campuses in the region in a single year since the first was established over 3 decades ago. Curtin University has campuses and partnerships in Malaysia, Singapore, Mauritius and Sri Lanka. James Cook University offers programs in Singapore. RMIT has 2 campuses in Vietnam, one in Ho Chi Minh City and one in Hanoi. Deakin University is the first foreign university campus to open in India, in Gujarat and the Gift City. In Indonesia, Monash University has opened a campus in Tangerang. Western Sydney University has opened a campus in Surabaya, and Deakin University, in partnership with Lancaster University, has opened one in Bandung. And as announced by Prime Minister Albanese just this week, Monash University is opening a new campus in Malaysia. And I want to particularly congratulate Monash University on this forward-looking billion-dollar investment in Southeast Asia. And I want to congratulate them on the extraordinary success that they have had with Monash University Malaysia over nearly 3 decades now. I commend all the universities that have established these branch campuses for their leadership in the sector. The other part of the reforms announced in August are around building student accommodation in Australia to ensure students have access to safe and secure housing while they study there. Universities could apply to increase their individual higher education allocation for 2026 by demonstrating delivery on the provision of student accommodation as well. And it's welcome to hear that there are now over 11,000 new beds under construction. More than 15,000 more have development approvals in place, on top of another 12,000 in the planning process. The universities are already responding positively to these reforms. 5 universities didn't apply for any growth in their student allocation in 2026. 32 universities sought some increase. Now, out of the institutions that have sought growth for 2026 because of the initiatives that they were initiating, 31 of those 32 have been successful in an increased allocation. Their allocations have been driven by their investments in Southeast Asia economic engagement and in student housing. And we're already seeing how these incentives are affecting the sector. In the allocation, regional universities have secured strong growth consistent with the government's policies to share the benefits of international education. Charles Sturt, Federation, Newcastle and Charles Darwin universities have secured the highest proportional growth in their allocations. Clearly, international education is significant for Australia. These reforms, the latest of a series of reforms to one of the most vital Australian export industries, one of the most vital sources of Australian influence around the world, and particularly in our region, have all been about ensuring that we continue to deliver high-quality, trusted education to international students. It's significant for our prosperity. It's significant for our influence and our relationships around the world. It's important that our international education sector remains strong and resilient. Our world-class international education sector is a great thing for Australia. It's something that we can all be proud of. And we encourage universities to keep rising to this challenge and protecting our reputation for excellence abroad.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the Education Legislation Amendment, Integrity and Other Measures Bills 2025. I commend the government for its efforts to strengthen the regulation of international education providers and improve course quality throughout ESOS agencies. International education has been an incredibly important and successful export for Australia. It is something that both provides, I think, it employs a great deal of people, but also provides enormous positive exchange between Australians and other people from around the world who take back their experience of Australia to their own countries. But there are also significant concerns within the community about the integrity of some of the education providers, and I regularly am approached about some of those concerns in my community. And this is something why I think this bill is so important, is because I do think we need to address those integrity concerns so that this international education continues to have widespread support from the Australian community. I also strongly welcome the introduction of demand-driven Commonwealth-supported places in medicine for eligible First Nation students, a long overdue step towards equity in our healthcare workforce.
While the bill does many good things, I do want to raise serious concern about new ministerial powers to cancel a class of courses or course registrations. These powers mark a departure from existing arrangements where cancellations are overseen by independent regulators like TEQSQA and ASQA. Under the bill, the Minister is no longer required to consult these bodies. Instead, the Minister may only consult such persons or entities as a Minister considers appropriate. This is a significant centralisation of power and one that carries risk. The Minister may cancel courses due to systemic issues, but that threshold is vague. More worryingly, courses may simply be cancelled because they seem to offer limited value to Australia's current or future skill needs, a narrow test which is also open to interpretation. This overlooks the fact that more than 60% of international students return home. As education expert Andrew Norton points out, why should their courses choices be limited by the labour market needs of a foreign country? I note that these decisions will be disallowable instruments, and I sincerely hope the powers are used sparingly and with clear safeguards, because there is certainly the opportunity with these discretions and the sort of very limited guardrails I think that the bill provides for the Minister to make interventions for reasons that are not in the national interest and without the sort of oversight that one would expect from these sorts of interventions. So I would like to put this concern on note, though I support the rest of the bill. Thank you.
I thank the member for her contribution. The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I ask the member for Maribyrnong, are you seeking leave to speak in continuation?
I am, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to continue my remarks.
You have the call.
Thank you. Once again, Labor has introduced a bill to reform our education system. This is an important bill, one that strengthens integrity across our education system, opens new pathways for First Nations students into medicine, safeguards the reputation of Australia's international education sector, and makes our early childhood education and care system more transparent and accountable for families. It's a bill that reflects the Albanese Labor government's what we stand for: integrity, fairness, opportunity, and it's a bill that delivers for working people and their kids. One of the most significant changes in this bill is the expansion of the demand-driven Commonwealth-supported places for First Nations students studying medicine. This builds on the work we began in 2024 to uncap university places for all First Nations students. From 2026, universities will be able to enrol more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students in medical degrees where they meet entry requirements, creating new opportunities, new careers and new leaders in our health system. This is reform grounded in fairness and evidence. But we know that only around 0.6% of Australia's doctors identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, even though First Nations people make up 3.8% of our population. If we look beyond the statistics, this is a story about barriers and disadvantage and the missed potential of generations of First Nations Australians. And we also know this: when First Nations people are trained and supported to become doctors, nurses and health professionals, the outcomes for patients and communities are better. First Nations health professionals deliver culturally safe care. They understand their communities, they build trust, and they help bridge the gap between systems and the people those systems are meant to serve. I don't need to stand in this place and tell people how the previous coalition government failed to adequately support First Nations Australians. It's been their policy platform for decades across all policy areas. They have let the extremes of their parties hold First Nations people back. In education and health, they left barriers in place, leaving communities without doctors they desperately needed. But this government is stepping in to fix that, unblocking opportunities and delivering real outcomes for First Nations students and communities. This bill will help more First Nations medical students walk through the doors of our universities, complete their studies and return to serve their communities, including in regional, rural and remote Australia, where the need for doctors is at its greatest. It's about improving health outcomes, yes, but it's also about justice. It's about equity, and it's about ensuring that our medical workforce reflects the diversity and strength of our nation. The second major pillar of this bill strengthens the integrity and quality of Australia's international education sector. International education is one of our country's greatest success stories. It is our fourth largest export, and in Victoria, my home state, it is the largest export. It supports more than 250,000 jobs, nationally, and it builds lifelong connections between Australia and the rest of the world. And just as important as the dollars and cents are the values we bring to that system: integrity, fairness and quality. Over the last few years, we've seen parts of the sector compromised by unscrupulous providers and education agents who see international students not as learners, but as a source for profit. The Nixon Review, the review of the migration system, and the work of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade all made clear these integrity issues have to be addressed. And that's what this bill is doing. It introduces strong protections to stop exploitation, limit collusive behaviour between providers and agents, and improve transparency. It will ensure the providers must deliver a course to domestic students for at least 2 years before they can apply to deliver that course to overseas students, giving regulators confidence that quality and compliance are in place. It tightens the fit and proper provider test, giving the government more power to stop bad actors from operating. It gives the Department of Education new powers to collect and share information about agent commissions, shining a light on the practices that too often have been hidden from scrutiny. And it allows the Minister to step in where there are systematic issues or risks to Australia's reputation, suspending or cancelling the ability of providers to operate when it's in the public interest to do so. These are practical, targeted reforms that protect students, restore integrity to our sector that millions of people rely on. Let's be clear, these changes are not about punishing good providers. Australia's universities and reputable education providers have nothing to fear from stronger integrity measures. These reforms are about ensuring that everyone who wears the Australian education brand does so with integrity and quality at their core. We want students to come here and then go home knowing that an Australian qualification stands for something real. That's why it's so disappointing that the opposition blocked similar reforms last year. The Liberals sided with the dodgy providers and shonky education agents, the very actors who've been exploiting students and damaging Australia's reputation. This isn't a surprise, but it's nevertheless disappointing. But this government won't stand by and let that happen. We are cleaning up the sector, restoring confidence and protecting students and workers who make it great. The bill also strengthens the regulation of Australian higher education delivered offshore through amendments to the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency Act 2011. Australian universities are increasingly teaching students around the world. That's something we should be proud of. It speaks to global reputation of our institutions and the quality of Australian teaching. But as the footprint grows, especially in Victoria, we have a responsibility to make sure that offshore education lives up to the same high standards that we expect here at home. Under this bill, any provider delivering Australian higher education overseas will need to obtain authorisation from TESCA, report on their offshore operations and maintain transparency through annual reporting. That means Australia can be confident that every student studying an Australian qualification, whether in Melbourne or Mumbai or Ho Chi Minh, receives the quality of education our reputation is built on. The fourth part of this bill focuses on early education and care, an area that is deeply personal to me and one that sits at the heart of fairness and opportunity. Before coming into this place, I spent years working with United Workers Union alongside incredible early childhood educators who care for and teach our youngest citizens. I've seen firsthand the passion, the professionalism and the pride that these educators bring to their work. And I've also seen the challenges they face in a system that too often undervalues their contribution with a focus on profits. This bill introduces amendments to a new tax system, Family Assistance Administration Act 1999, to support the integrity and transparency of the childcare subsidy, one of the most important supports for working families in this country. These amendments will broaden the scope and use of protection information, promoting transparency while safeguarding privacy, improve public access to information about early learning providers, helping parents to make more informed choices, strengthen data collection through the Early Education Service Delivery Prices Project, ensuring that government decisions about funding and affordability are based on robust, real-world data, and fix technical inconsistencies in the legislation that have created ambiguity in how childcare debts and subsidy reviews are handled. Together, these reforms will give families greater confidence, improve accountability, and help ensure public funding is delivering value where it matters most, for children and their educators. And they build on the legislation this Parliament passed in July to expand the Commonwealth's power to publish information about providers that are sanctioned for non-compliance, because transparency drives trust and trust drives quality. This stands in contrast to those opposite who failed working families and early childhood educators for years. They ignored chronic underfunding, undervalued educators, and left parents with rising fees and little support. Because for them, it was always about money, policy, it's always about profit, no matter how many people it leaves behind. Thankfully, advocacy groups and unions like United Workers Union have fought tirelessly to raise standards in the sector, and this government is not just listening, we're acting. Strengthening transparency, fairness and the quality of care for children right across Australia. In Maribyrnong and across Australia, these changes will mean parents can more easily find and compare information about early learning centres and know that the services caring for their children are meeting high standards. My community knows all too well what happens when standards slip. We witnessed the horror firsthand earlier this year in early education. Those standards must never be compromised. For educators, it means a system that better values their work and ensures the public and policymakers alike have the information they need to keep improving the sector. For families, it helps give confidence, because when parents drop their kids off at early learning, they deserve to know that their children are safe, supported and getting the best start in life. But we know there's still much work to do. Every measure in this bill reflects Labor's values: integrity, transparency, equity and opportunity. We're making our education system fair, high quality and focused on the public good. We're opening new pathways for First Nations students to study medicine and care for their communities. We're strengthening international education to protect students and our economy. And we're improving accountability in early childhood education, delivering for working families and educators. That's why those of us on this side of the House are here. That is why we're here, to take on the tough issues, to make evidence-based reforms and deliver real outcomes for working people and their families. Deputy Speaker, in my community, people don't just expect quality education, they demand it, because it's deeply woven into Victoria's identity. From pioneering free secular public education to leading on free kinder and free TAFE, Victorians have always believed learning should be open to everyone. This bill delivers confidence for families in their children's care and learning, new opportunities for First Nations students, stronger protections for international students, greater integrity across the whole system. That's the Labor difference: fair, practical, people-focused reform. We don't just talk about fairness, we deliver it. We don't just value education, we strengthen it. We don't just promise opportunity, we make it real. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for her contribution. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Goldstone.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Maribyrnong for her contribution to the chamber. And of course, she talked about the importance of education in the context of the. I'm very fond and affectionate of the great state of Victoria, Deputy Speaker, as no doubt you are as well. But I'm also not going to pretend that it's not spluttering at the moment under the demise of a terrible state Labor government. But one of the great traditions of the great state of Victoria is, of course, the long legacy and commitment and responsibility it has had around lifting the standards of the whole of the nation in the context of education. And the member made reference to, of course, the legacy of education in the great state. But what she omitted was the important origin of that legacy. And of course, universal education, primary education, was one of the great achievements and liberal achievements of Liberals in the Victorian tradition. And something we're very proud of, it's something we believe in fundamentally, and it's something we will continue to believe in. And it has been part of the legacy, the Liberal legacy, not just for Victoria, but for Australia in primary education and secondary education. The role of keeping education choice a central pillar of a pluralistic society. There are so many people on the other side of this chamber who believe in conformity, the idea that there's only one size fits all in education, where everybody must go as a state automaton to a state education system to be composed and have one form of curricula that tells everybody how to educate and learn, because it enables them to have their form of control over how people develop and grow. Some of us believe in pluralism, some of us believe in choice, some of us believe in diversity, not just in the colour of our skin or how we choose to live our lives, but in opinion
as well. And we believe that this should also be embodied in our education system, and of course that our education system should support these principles, which is why we believe in funding diverse education systems. And of course, that's not just, of course, the state system, it's also independent systems based on faith or other traditions. And of course, it goes all the way through the tertiary system as well. And of course, one of the great legacies of Liberals has always been to support tertiary education as well. In fact, we founded most of the university institutions in this country, including providing the pathways for Commonwealth scholarships. And Labor's always focused on inputs, we've always focused on outputs. We have focused on how to make sure that we have good citizens coming out of education who build the strength and foundations of success of the future of Australia. How do we make sure that when Australians apply themselves through an education system, they are actually getting value and benefits out of the system? Labor's solution for education has always been the same. Get people into the system, use it to their own ends, rack them up with debt, and then justify their benefits by throwing the cost onto the taxpayer at the end and claiming they're delivering some sort of benefits. And of course, that is not a sustainable way forward. But that's not what we're here to debate in this legislation. We're here in this legislation to talk about how to build the future. This is about how to talk about the building the continued strength of the education system for Australia. And it is so important that when we're building out the future of Australia's education system, it's done so from a principle of achieving and aspiring towards excellence. And we don't talk about excellence anymore, Deputy Speaker, in education. It's become this sort of anathema to the model of education for our country, because we've had this indoctrination run particularly by the unions for so long that education and benchmarking education should be based on ratios, on the basis of dollar inputs, or of course on the basis in which you have the comparability between different class sizes or schools, rather than actually how we're raising the standard, lifting the standard, improving outcomes for students and teachers and communities. And you'll always hear me talk about excellence as an outcome for education, because that's actually the true benchmark of achievement that we should seek to aspire to. You know, the reality is I don't much care how much we spend on education if we achieve excellence and outcomes and lift standards for children, the next generation. That we have children who come out of education systems and they set their sights higher and further off into the horizon, become more ambitious, not just for themselves, but for the community and for the nation in which they live. And I expect and hope and dream for the same thing in tertiary education as well. And that's what was so sad the other day when I was at a lunch at Monash University, my alma mater, and they have a lunch for newly elected members of Parliament. And of course, I have been to one of these lunches before, and because of, let's say, unique political circumstances, I was having the great privilege of being invited once again. And of course, there were other new members of Parliament who also studied at Monash University recently, last Thursday, and with the Vice-Chancellor as well as other...
Order. I might just remind the member for Goldstein that he should be focusing at least some of his speech remarks to the contents of the bill, so I would urge him to do so at some point soon, please.
Quite happy to, Deputy Speaker, because the bill covers specifically issues around international education integrity measures, which somewhat relate to things around tertiary education, and of course that includes universities, because this was a topic that came up at the lunch I was talking about at the University, Monash University, only the other day. So I'm just providing a flavour and a context. I can talk about the menu, but I'll skip over that because that's not really the subject of the bill. But it is important to understand the context. New members of Parliament at Monash University, having the great privilege of meeting with the Vice-Chancellor and the Deans, and talking about where the university was going, what their ambitions were and how they were delivering for students. And a key part of that topic of conversation was how they found the balance between international students and domestic students, how they were going to manage those challenges in the context of artificial intelligence and the role that was going to play in the future of education, and how they were going to then redesign the aspects of on-campus experience to meet the expectations and the needs of doing so. And the interesting thing in the conversation, when we're talking about those balances and those tensions that now exist with tertiary education and whether there was people were going to continue to pursue the choice of tertiary education because they saw value, they saw integrity, they saw quality as an outcome as a trade-off for education debt, is how many, a big question about whether that still is part of the ledger and the aspiration. But one of the things that was so frustrating from the university standpoint, the message was given to us to sing it loud and clear, is how frustrating the university is finding it, not getting signals from government around how they wanted to invest in the future programs that would build the contribution of a university to the future development of the state and the country. And how, if they got those signals from the state and the federal government, how important that would be for them to invest in being able to deliver for the capacity of higher education and, of course, research, and then being able to build out the skills capacity for Australians. And that is why this conversation is so essential, is because universities, skills-based research institutions play such a critical role in the lifeblood of our society, our communities, but more importantly for skilling up the next generation of Australians to be active contributors to our community, but of course participants in our economy. But what so often we find is there's a misalignment or a misdirection, and we're seeing in particular at the moment from the current government, where they're not giving the signals the market needs to give clarity about what the skills people need to be able to be full participants in the economy. And I think increasingly we're going to pay a very big price around that. And it's not just about the market signals, it's also, of course, about making sure that quality and standards are maintained so that we can do so to provide the skills into the economy. So I know this legislation deals with the number of places where are provided for Indigenous medical students. Of course, that's an enormously important part of primary care services provided particularly for the unique challenges faced for Indigenous communities, and we hope that those who are trained as medical practitioners from Indigenous communities obviously provide support services to the whole of the Australian community, but also find ways to help assist the unique challenges that are faced there. But we also want to make sure that those people who study at other tertiary institutions go on and provide the services they need to the Australian community to be able to become full market participants and then be able to invest in the future of the country. But as I said, at this lunch at Monash University, there was a very critical assessment of the federal and state government and whether they were achieving that. In fact, it was quite the reverse, particularly in discussions around defence technology, and that they had major multinational companies who were desperate for signals from government about whether they should be investing in the technology with partners like Monash University, and it was coming up short. So I just say to it, and I said this to all of the Labor members who were present, how important it is and the responsibility they hold on behalf of the people of Victoria, that if you are to be a member of this parliament, that yes, of course, you're a representative of your community, yes, you're a representative of your party, yes, you're a representative of your state, but more importantly, you're a representative to grow the whole of the nation. And education plays a very important part of that, and making sure education institutions fulfil that responsibility as part of filling out the whole responsibility of the country, the stronger we will be, and we need those at our institutions in Victoria, including Monash University, which of course was a university founded by the late great Sir Robert Menzies as part of the program post the Second World War. And this is one of the great things, is the member for Bruce gets very animated about this, because despite his constant demonisation and flippant and churlish remarks, and he enjoys sitting at the table of the National Executive of the Australian Labor Party with dubious figures, let's say that at least, of associates of Mick Gatto and John Stetka, and such as Zach Smith, the Victorian head of the CFMEU, with the Prime Minister. These sorts of interventions show very serious questions about the fundamental problems and the priorities, where they'd rather ridicule universities and the legacy of our great Prime Minister's founding universities, rather than drawing attention to the fact that they are associated with deeply, deeply suspect characters. But that's the difference. We fundamentally believe in empowering Australians and empowering choice in education. Rather than imposing conformity, rather than creating institutions that are designed, as Labor would do, to make one size fits all because Australians are automatons for them to control, where everybody has a place so long as it is in their control. Liberals believe in a vision of education, which is how do we foster and build out the next generation of Australians to live out the best of their lives. We want young Australians, right from the get-go, when it comes to choice about things like childcare, through their parents, to be able to have choice and agency about the support they need to manage their family conditions, not tell them the only pathway to get childcare is through the decisions of what works for the unions. When it comes to primary education, we want people to have choice, not just about the primary education services or a school that they can go to. We want it part of a plurality that respects faith, traditions, cultures, values, but also, frankly, I would like to see much more diversity within curricula. Then, of course, in secondary education, the principle remains the same, and we'd like to see it with curricula so that people can manifest and build out their skills, their talents, based on what becomes realised about their full capacity so that they can go and live their best, their most successful lives. If it gets to the tertiary level and people decide to continue on their tertiary education, that they then have choice, whether it's through TAFE, skilled pathways, or university, or any other form of executive education, Australia or abroad. There is only one objective: for people to have the choice to be able to realise their full potential to do their best in their life so that they can go on and get a job, set up a small business, or build out the growth and potential to be able to support their family, go on and buy their own home and retire with dignity and security so that they can live their best lives. We are in the business of backing Australians who back themselves. That is the Liberal way. Education is central to that vision and that objective, and we will not retreat from it one iota. And so whether it's making sure that we have TESCA requirements in line, whether it's around international education integrity measures, whether it is in the context of making sure that we have the right subsidy arrangements, whether it's about making sure we back Indigenous Australians, particularly in the medical practices, to be practices to be able to get the education they need to provide the education support services that are so desperately required. Whatever pathway it is, we want to set Australians up for their best success so long as they back themselves. We want reward for hard work, saving, sacrifice and effort. We want to build the institutions that empower Australians to live out their best lives. We want choice, freedom and opportunity. And the one thing we certainly don't want is to impose conformity, indoctrination, and to have institutions designed to compel Australians to serve the state. That is the fundamental choice between us and our Labor opponents, and that's the basis on which we're going to prosecute this bill through this parliament.
I thank the member for Goldstein, and I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You missed the first 4.5 minutes of that previous contribution when he called relevance on himself. And then I think it was 5.5 minutes when the Deputy Speaker proactively pulled him up for lack of relevance. But look, you know, contrary to the impression people might get from that kind of bombastic waffle that had nothing to do with the bill, I've known the member for Goldstein for about 25 years, and he's actually very good company. Remarkably. But I would suggest, you know, you did talk about how you were invited to a lunch for new members at Monash University at length. You did spare us the menu, thank you for that. That was after you lost your seat. You haven't come back new and improved. You know, I would suggest that if you just want to hear your own voice, there's an audio memo function on the phone. You could record yourself and then you could play it back. That wasn't your most structured contribution. But, you know, you did make the point that universities need policy signals. Well, yes. I'm not quite sure what policy signal they took from the election policy that you took to the election, which would have actually decimated Monash University and other GO8 unis by reducing their revenue by literally billions of dollars a year. But anyway, it's generous to call that a policy. That was a donor strategy wrapped up in a culture war, but that's for another time. I want to focus my remarks on the international education parts of the bill. The context for this is much of the bill is parts 1 to 6 of the previous bill that was blocked in the previous parliament by the Greens political party teaming up with the Liberal Party again, as well as a modified version of part 8. And as the Shadow Minister rightly observed in his second reading speech contribution, a set of new provisions which I'll address in relation to TEXA and transnational education delivery. I just want to make a couple of contextual remarks as the Assistant Minister for International Education. International education is a great Australian success story. It's been grown over decades to become, as is often remarked, our fourth biggest export sector. It's worth $51 billion to our national economy now, supporting more than 250,000 Australian jobs. That's more direct jobs than mining or agriculture, which are oft talked about and also of great importance to the country. And it's something that I think Australians can rightly be proud of, and we want them to be proud of it. More than just the economic value, which often people get stuck on or hung up on though, is the benefit that this sector has had for our country over generations now. Increasingly, we can see it as part of our national statecraft as Brand Australia. You know, we talk about our statecraft often as defence, foreign affairs, aid and trade. Well, international education both enables all of those pillars to varying degrees and is a value in its own right. It's something that we can and should be known for now and in the coming decades. Australia's educated more than 1.5 million students from Southeast Asia and China and more globally. But most importantly, perhaps at a human level, having those young people in Australia internationalises our classrooms, our universities, our TAFEs and the private providers across the country. It gives Australian students exposure to students from other cultures and learns cross-cultural work. But it means that those students who return home take that little bit of Australia with them, a lifelong set of connections and understanding of our values and our way of life. It enables trade. And of course, many, not all, not most, but many of those students become some of the most highly valued skilled migrants that our country can have. To put it bluntly, in economic terms, their home country pays for the expensive years of their primary and often secondary education, often their first degree. They pay and contribute significantly for their time in Australia, and then they go on and become taxpayers for 40 years for those who do choose to stay and contribute to skills shortage areas. So it's a really important thing for Australia, and this bill is all about improving the quality, the safety, the integrity, and preserving and enhancing the reputation of our international sector, education sector. Now, I worked in the public service in the Victorian government. I ran this sector in Victoria under the Liberal government, actually, and when I was appointed to this role, I don't know whether I told you this, Minister for Education, I got a lovely note from the former Liberal Minister and Deputy Liberal Leader who I'd worked with, congratulating me and saying that she hoped I had as good a public servants as she had at her time. It was very generous of her and kind. It should be a bipartisan endeavour, and generally it has been. But the truth is, when we came to government, we inherited a sector in a total mess. You know, Abbott was pretty good on this, Turnbull was really good, but the previous Morrison regime was an utter debacle for our fourth biggest export sector. Literally told the students to go home during COVID. The lobsters got their own plane, but the students got told to go home. It was cruel. I mean, if our children were in another country, you'd hope that they would have been treated better than that government treated these young people. But multiple independent reviews, coupled with the visa integrity data and regulator reports, revealed shocking misuse of the visa system. That's just a fact. Organised criminal syndicates, human trafficking, migration scams, the cross-ownership patterns, deeply unhealthy between training providers, migration agents, education agents, NDIS providers and so on. There's a link. But probably the worst single policy decision that the former government took was to uncap the student work rights. So that was to allow international students to work as many hours as they like. That corrupted the student visa pipeline, which we're still dealing with today. I heard the member for Goldstein's ranty contribution late the other night, most of which was obsessed with the member for Isaacs, but there you go about the ART bill. Well, what I can observe is this is like the boa constrictor swallowing the elephant. The mess, the choke points in the ART that we're seeing with the student visa appeals are these students that the former government let in due to uncapped work rights. And if the member for Goldstein actually had spoken to any part of the bill or knew anything about this sector, I think he would understand and accept that once you let a dodgy student on shore who is here for the wrong reasons, it is exceptionally difficult to get that student to leave. That's just the truth of it. And they're the students who are still working their way through the appeals pipeline. If you want a data point, in May 2022, Australia had more students apply to come to Australia from Nepal than we had from China. That decision, which we inherited, completely corrupted the student visa pipeline, and that's what we're winding back still today. But the growth that we'd seen post-COVID was completely unsustainable. unscrupulous actors exploiting the migration and international education system, and the social licence of the sector was under real threat. Australians were rightly looking at it going, what on earth is going on here? So in the last term of Parliament, under the leadership of the Minister for Education, we made a series of tough decisions to tighten the visa and the education policy settings, introducing a national planning level. Frankly, we'd be further down that track if the Liberal Party and the Greens political party hadn't played politics, chasing the little donors. We know the fundraisers, we know where you went, chasing the donors before the election, blocking good legislation in the Senate. Now, I understand there was an issue and a debate about caps. I said my bit about that as a backbencher, but there was no willingness to actually engage seriously with the material. And the integrity bits... We weren't in the last Parliament, as we know.
As a point of order, Deputy Speaker, based on the precedent of the established commentary yesterday in the House, the member is imputing the motive on other members.
Ask the Assistant Minister to keep to the point, please.
Absolutely.
Point of order, for him to withdraw those remarks about other members.
What I'm withdrawing.
He's imputing that on policy, that people were making policy based on donations. And yesterday in the House, there was allegations that were made by Labor members when such a suggestion was made by others that was unacceptable, and there was a demand by the Leader of the House that he withdraw. So the same standard should apply.
Perhaps to...
Well, I withdraw it here.
Thank you.
My comments, or I've said that on Sky News and in various speeches. You can read it there.
And
Does that help?
Encourage you to keep to the point.
Thank you. Point of order, Deputy Speaker. No qualification on withdrawal.
And
there was no qualification. I withdrew it, and I now point you to my remarks on Sky News and in speeches where I've made the same point, so you can be educated there.
I think the Assistant Minister has withdrawn the remark and will continue
Absolutely.
on. Thank you.
Indeed. He's like one of those wind-up dolls, isn't he? You trigger him and then he sort of gets up. At least he didn't say CFMEU that time. That's usually your go-to, but there you go.
Please move through the chair.
Indeed. Well, I said he, but yes. Not you. He.
Thank you.
You're clearly not he. There we go. Anyway, so the amendments in this bill, as I said, that were blocked, are critically important to clean up the legacy mess in this sector. They really are important. Most of them actually flowed from the Trade Subcommittee inquiry, which was unanimously adopted, and I acknowledge the member for Riverina for his really constructive work through that inquiry right across the country last term. The bill will strengthen the fit and proper test for education providers. That's really important. It flowed from the Nixon Review and starts to deal with those very unhealthy, shady cross-ownership patterns which I referred to before, Deputy Speaker. The bill will also improve transparency to help providers identify reputable agents. Now, education agents, counsellors, consultants, whatever they're called in different countries, overall, they play a really important and constructive role. Students offshore are inherently vulnerable consumers in that there's an enormous information asymmetry between usually young people, usually their first time away from home and overseas, trying to work out what is the right place for me to go, what is the right provider, what is the right course, how will I be treated, what are the laws. And so the agents are critical intermediaries in that market, to use market terminology. But the evidence is overwhelming from universities, but from the reputable private providers in the higher education sector and the vocational training sector, that the behaviour of unscrupulous agents onshore pursuing transfers has corrupted the market. Now, to stretch the market analogy further, Deputy Speaker, we've seen this before in other markets. Back in the 1980s and 90s, it was drug company pharmaceutical reps, secret holidays and TVs to doctors to get them to prescribe certain drugs. Government stepped in and cleaned that up. Then we saw with mortgage brokers, with financial advisors, that the intermediaries were corrupting the market with hidden commissions and outrageous behaviours. Governments eventually stepped in and cleaned that up. Unfortunately, that's exactly what we've seen for years. And overwhelmingly, it's actually, and I say this very genuinely to the other side, and I absolutely understand there's some in the sector who don't like this part of the bill, but overwhelmingly the feedback which I've received over years now from the reputable private providers in vet and higher ed is please do something about the behaviour of the agent commissions, because they are buying and selling students. So put it in business terms, you're a good private provider, use you, the member for Wide Bay, imagine you as a good private provider. You're trying to run a good quality product and you've got an agent saying, I'm not giving you a student unless you give me 40% commission. What's your choice? Lower your quality, go out of business, or cash flow the loss by paying the outrageous commission. That's what we're seeing in the market. So what this bill does is properly broaden the definition of agent, properly insert a definition of commission to enable what most in the sector and the good providers, Not some of the voices that we'll all have in our ears saying, oh, don't do this, don't do this. What the good providers are saying government needs to do. It was supported in the Trade Subcommittee report unanimously. It was supported in the Senate committee last Parliament, and it is critically important for the healthy functioning of the market. The bill will also enable to pause the processing of applications for registration to deliver education to international students. You do have to wonder in parts of the sector, if you've got a shrinking number of students, because we've moderated growth, applications were down about 26% year on year last year because of the integrity measures. Growth has moderated, sustainable growth is enabled therefore. But if you've got a shrinking number of students in parts of the sector, but providers are flooding to enter the market, your alarm bells should be ringing. Why are they entering the market? Particularly when you look at the cross-ownership patterns. So the regulators, the case has been made for years. We need to get this legislation through. The regulators have an overwhelming case for some of these powers to deal with the bad actors in the sector. These powers will protect the good actors in the sector. That case is very clear. Existing providers who haven't delivered education to overseas students for 12 consecutive months will lose their registration. That's a good thing, because what the dodgy providers do is make sure that they or their brother or their cousin or someone has a dormant provider so that when the regulator comes and closes them down, they just phoenix the students into the dodgy provider the next week and on they go. So these measures have all been carefully thought out, and I couldn't stress enough how important it is that we pass these measures by the end of the year so the regulators can get on and do what they need to do. I'll just address in the last minute or so the TNE TEXA part of it, and the Minister for Education has made that case, I think, in your second reading speech introducing the bill. All this part of the bill is doing is making sure that TEXA as the regulator has a line of sight to what providers are doing offshore. That's all. Because Australians and all of the reputable providers and universities delivering transnationally, our guarantee to the world is that when one of our Australian providers delivers a course offshore, that course is delivered to exactly the same quality standard as if the student was in Australia. That's our promise to the world. And right now, TEXA as the regulator simply doesn't have the data flow to know reliably which providers are delivering in which markets. That's all. There's no more power, no more red tape. It's simply saying you need to get authorisation, straightforward. Everyone who's currently delivering automatically gets authorised, but then they just have to tell the regulator so they can run their normal risk-based regulation. We are seeing an expansion of TNE. That's great for our economy. That's great for soft power. It's great for Southeast Asia. But if one of our providers does the wrong thing in a given market, it wrecks our reputation for everyone. So I saw the Shadow Minister's second reading speech. I understand the queries are genuine. I hope that explanation assists somewhat. This is just a sensible power so the regulator can actually do their job to protect our reputation and all providers. Commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Assistant Minister and call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank all members for their contributions to the debate? In particular, can I thank the Assistant Minister for International Education for the very good work that he is doing in his portfolio. This bill makes a number of changes to improve the integrity, to improve the access and improve the information that we collect about the education system. It strengthens the integrity of the international education sector, making it harder for bad operators to enter or remain in the sector, while also supporting the majority of providers who, as the Assistant Minister just pointed out, do the right thing. These changes safeguard our reputation as a world leader in education both here and overseas. The bill also expands access for Indigenous students to study medicine by uncapping the number of Commonwealth-supported places in medical courses. The Universities Accord recommended that we do this to help increase the number of Indigenous Australians in our health workforce. And we promised to do this in the election earlier this year, and this bill delivers on that promise. This bill also strengthens integrity and transparency in early childhood education and care. We are committed to building a universal early childhood education and care system that is safe and affordable for every family. And we need to better understand the costs of delivering early education and care, and the changes in this bill will help us to do that. These are all important and necessary reforms, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favour? Aye. Against? I think the ayes have it. Clerk?
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to education, overseas students and family assistance and for related purposes.
A message has been received from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. I call... all those in favour? Against? I think the ayes have it. I'll call the member for Goldstein.
No, sorry. You need to call me for the next one.
I'm sorry?
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures number 2, Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I call the member for Goldstein. I call the member for Goldstein.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sorry to the other member, but that's okay. I won't take long. So I know everyone in this Parliament is raring to go and get excited on speaking on this legislation because it's exciting and important because, of course, we know full well how important securing the Commonwealth is and how important making sure that we have legislation framework in place to achieve that, particularly in the context of migration and citizenship law is. In particular, having previously served on the Intelligence and Security Committee or the Joint Intelligence and Security Committee, making sure we get the framework of law is right is particularly important because of the increasingly nefarious actors on a global stage who seek to undermine Australia's sovereignty and making sure we've got alignment in our laws with global standards as well as across the state and Commonwealth. But we need to do so in the context of making sure we also do so while protecting people's rights and freedoms. This is one of the ongoing and enduring challenges of being a legislator in the modern age, protecting rights and freedoms while also securing the rights and freedoms of Australians. We've dealt with this a few times in Parliament in recent years, particularly since about 2001, and we're going to continue to do that, particularly in a digital age. And I know there are other issues that are going to arise in the context of artificial intelligence in the years to come. But obviously biometrics and biometric integrity is going to be incredibly important. Anyone who's been through an airport in recent years will know how important having access to a pathway for a smart gate is, but in addition to make sure that the information that's provided through your passport is going to and having it secure is going to be for identity assessment, but also making sure that when the government accesses that information, has it provided to them, that it isn't nefariously used by foreign actors. So this part of legislation is another important step in securing the data security of Australians, something we fundamentally believe in, but in addition making sure that when we take these steps that we build the systems necessary to protect Australians. And do so in a relatively bipartisan way because we understand how important these measures are. This legislation does a number of things, including updating biometric definitions and procedures so that systems can be properly designed and clarifying what constitutes a facial image so that it's common sense, especially to ensure that automated systems continue to operate lawfully and efficiently. And I'm not sure if you've been, Deputy Speaker, through an airport recently, but I can assure you that technology is getting better and better by the day, and that's one of the challenges that we're all going to face, not just in Australia but elsewhere. But in doing so, it's also making it faster for citizens to be able to use these services because the technology is getting better in identifying people at the point of the border. The bill also proposes to relax the 180-day residency rule for certain new citizens, and it's reasonable its intent because there are legitimate cases where some aspiring citizens have perfectly justifiable reasons for spending more than a quarter of 2 years prior to applying for Australian citizenship in other countries. Now, we don't believe that this is something that should be done flippantly, Deputy Speaker. I have very deep views about the commitment that new Australians should make if they are to go on the pathways to citizenship. Every few weeks I go to a citizenship ceremony, and I actually hope every member does on a regular basis, because it's actually one of the most fulfilling parts of this role, is the opportunity to go and see new Australians, swear them in and be part of that journey. It's actually one of the most uplifting parts of this role as well, because despite the number of things or challenges you have to face, when you get to be part of a new Australian's journey into the Australian community, it is not just uplifting, it's not just fulfilling, it brings you an incredible amount of joy. But they have to make a commitment, not just in oath, but in deed, of loyalty to this country, and it's what we should expect of new Australians, because we want new Australians to become full participants in the Australian way of life, to become integrated socially, culturally, economically, so that they're contributors to the country, but in addition to that, that they continue out the social licence for others to continue to be part of the social fabric of our country. And while the current test for becoming a citizen has a time frame, the expectation is people are here and that they stay here, but in the modern world, increasingly that is becoming more tested and more challenged for lots of different reasons: professional reasons, personal reasons, family reasons, sporting reasons. So there has to be appropriate flexibility in the context of when those issues arise. And I know this periodically does come up with constituents who want to go on the pathway to citizenship and find it difficult to do so because of the current structure of laws and the need to provide some modicum of flexibility, particularly for people who have very professional pathways, professional employment pathways, and need a certain degree of flexibility. And I completely get that. And so I think we just need to be mindful of the need to provide some component of flexibility in doing so. So Australians need confidence in the system. New Australians need pathways to be able to realise their dreams of becoming part of the Australian family, but we need to do so in a way that maintains integrity, so that when people become Australian citizens, they do so with the confidence of Australians who are born here, Australians who have chosen here, but of course a system of integrity so that they hand on to the next generation of Australians who choose our wonderful country as part of a future where it continues to be welcoming for others, because we know full well the consequences of when we lose control of our borders, when we have illegal migration, and when Australian people lose confidence, which includes people born here, including new Australians and including those people who have chosen to live here. When that doesn't happen, it becomes a backlash against continuing support for legal and illegal migration. So while this measure it may seem non-controversial to many people, it fits as part of the legislative tapestry that's necessary to maintain public confidence of our border security. It's part of the legislative tapestry of what we need to maintain social licence for our migration program, and more importantly for the pathways to citizenship, so that we can continue to build the type of country that we want to be, one where people feel invested, a sense of ownership, and part of the Australian community and family, so that we can hand it on with the greatest sense of stewardship to the next generation and for future generations to come. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Goldstein and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025, Measures Number 2 Bill. Deputy Speaker, there are two key purposes to this bill. Firstly, it amends the Migration Act of 1958 to clarify and modernise provisions of that Act to enable the Department of Home Affairs, including the Australian Border Force, to collect facial images from persons under the legislation that align and are consistent with international standards and current biometric technologies. It also establishes the validation of facial images that were provided by a person or collected by the Department prior to the commencement of the amendments. Secondly, the bill also amends the Citizenship Act to address certain residency barriers to Australian citizenship for persons engaging in activities of benefit to Australia and who may be required to spend significant periods of time overseas in association with their chosen activity. To the first purpose of the bill, the collection of biometric facial images. Collection of this data is critical to assisting the department in its endeavours to mitigate identity fraud, to enhance community safety and to promote national security. The collection of this information can lead to the identification of persons who have committed serious offences in Australia or overseas. It also allows the department to identify individuals who have previously been refused a visa or right of entry or placed in immigration detention or deported from Australia. It can also act as a deterrent. If you know your biometric facial data is being collected, this may persuade you from taking a particular course of action that you may have taken if no data collection of this nature was taking place. Further, the prevention of identity fraud in the application process for visas and citizenship is also assisted, and critically, the risks of human trafficking are mitigated. Trade and tourism also benefits because efficient and secure immigration clearance at Australia's borders is also enhanced by the collection of biometric facial data. In Australian airports, we use smart gates, which employ biometric facial images to automate immigration clearance at our major international airports. We encourage tourism to our country, but more tourism means more tourists and more people to manage. Currently, approximately 70% of travellers are cleared during the immigration process by smart gates. This supports the Australian Border Force to manage increasing numbers of travellers entering Australia without the need for significant increases in officers. Further, the security benefits and efficiency of biometric facial images enable Border Force to focus the efforts of its officers on identifying persons of interest, protecting the Australian community, and enabling legitimate travel and trade. Consistent with international standards and current technology, an image of the person's face is collected in a quick and non-intrusive way. The person's face must be clearly visible for the facial image to be taken, and a person may be asked to remove a hat, scarf, sunglasses, tinted spectacles or any other item that obscures the face, with the exception of religious head coverings. This is consistent with international practice and is the least intrusive way to efficiently and securely process the large numbers of visa and citizenship applications the Department receives, or to efficiently facilitate travel across Australia's borders. So in terms of the amendments themselves, Schedule 1 to the bill contains amendments to the Citizenship Act and Migration Act to clarify and modernise the provisions in those acts that relate to the collection of biometric facial images by the Department. The definition of facial images in both acts will be updated in order to support and provide express authority for the Department to collect and verify those images in line with international standards and current technology. Schedule 1 will also validate any past collection of biometric facial images by the Department under the Migration Act or Citizenship Act, so that there are no penalties or disadvantages to any person who has previously provided an image to the Minister or the Department or presented to an authorised system. Then Schedule 2 to the bill contains the amendments of the Citizenship Act to address residency barriers to Australian citizenship for persons who are engaging in an activity of benefit to Australia and who are seeking to become an Australian citizen, but whose overseas absences relating to this activity impact their ability to meet the current general, special or alternative residence requirements. These amendments will provide the Minister with the discretion under the Minister's personal power to determine that an applicant for Australian citizenship meets that special residency requirement under Section 22A of the Citizenship Act, without needing to be satisfied they have been present in Australia for at least 180 days during the period of 2 years immediately before the day they make their application. Now, it is important to state clearly that the amendments proposed by this bill are compatible with human rights. Data collection, facial recognition, biometric information and rights of movement. All of these things that are necessary for the protection and security of Australians and those who visit this country sometimes create anxiety about privacy, movement and data retention. The Statement of Human Rights that accompanies the explanatory memorandum to this bill clearly sets out that these concerns have been considered and addressed in detail, and any suggestion that may be received to the contrary would not be correct. Schedule 1 of this bill engages with a number of human rights, specifically Article 17 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which provides that an individual's privacy must not be interfered with unless there is a lawful basis. In this regard, the United Nations Human Rights Committee has interpreted this to mean that any interference with privacy must be proportionate to the end being sought and be necessary in the circumstances. The Migration Act, which is affected by this bill, has as its object the regulation in the national interest, the coming into and presence in Australia of non-citizens. To ensure that objective is fulfilled, persons are required, whether citizens or non-citizens, to provide the personal identifiers when entering Australia so that the Commonwealth Government knows who is entering and who is departing this country. Under the Citizenship Act, an applicant for citizenship can be requested in writing to provide one or more specified personal identifiers. They may be collected for the purposes of the Minister being satisfied of the identity of a person in relation to an application for citizenship. Appropriate safeguards on the collection of these personal identifiers are provided for through the Privacy Act of 1998. Both the Act and the accompanying Australian privacy principles impose mandatory requirements on the Department's collection, use and disclosure of this personal information, including information in identity records. Under the Privacy Act, the Department must not collect personal information unless that information is reasonably necessary for or directly related to one or more of the Department's functions or activities. An Australian Privacy Principle 3.4 authorises the Department to collect that sensitive information. In all of these circumstances, facial images are captured directly from the individual in a manner that is proportionate to the objective of the acts and in a manner which affords reasonable levels of privacy. Considering the gravity of the risks of not collecting the information and the importance of an orderly migration system to Australia, the continued collection of facial images is proportionate to the legitimate purposes of the Acts and is compatible with Article 17 of the ICCPR. The proposed amendments to the definition and references to facial images within both Acts is aimed at further enhancing the accuracy and utility of identity verification, which directly supports the safety of the Australian community and the integrity of our migration system. The bill also engages with the right to physical integrity and freedom from cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment, covered by Article 7 of the ICCPR. Facial image capture is performed in circumstances where unnecessary presence of a person or visual inspection is limited or absent and captured in a non-intrusive manner in accordance with international standards. And this, again, is to facilitate the efficient movement of travel across Australia's border and to verify the identity of persons applying for visas or citizenship. So for the Schedule 1 amendments, to the extent that Articles 7 and 17 of the ICCPR are engaged by them, then interference with these rights are not arbitrary but reasonable and necessary to ensure that there is the capacity to verify identities through facial images. Given the significant potential impact that individuals with unverified identities entering Australia could have on the economic and social fabric of this country and its national security and community safety, the amendments are reasonable, necessary and proportionate. Then we have Schedule 2 of this bill, which engages with the right to freedom of movement under Article 12 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the right to equality and non-discrimination under Article 26 of the ICCPR. The proposed removal of the residency requirement that a person must be physically present in Australia for at least 180 days in the 2-year period prior to applying for citizenship is intended as a positive measure that will benefit certain applicants who engage in activities which contribute to Australia's national interests. This measure seeks to address the gap identified in some cases where, for example, increased training requirements associated with certain sporting endeavours may mean a person cannot meet the residency requirements for citizenship. This results in a situation where the reason for that person's consideration for the special residence requirement is the reason they cannot meet it. While the current provisions limit the right to freedom of movement for those applicants, the proposed measure will provide flexibility for the Minister to exercise a discretion regarding time spent in the country. The removal of residency barriers to citizenship promotes the right to freedom of movement for the applicants who seek to become Australian citizens to engage in activities that are beneficial for Australia. The removal of this residency barrier recognises the ongoing nature of the athletes' training and competition schedules overseas, which may continue after citizenship. The amendments promote the right to freedom of movement for those applicants. With respect to the right to equality and non-discrimination, covered by Article 26 of the ICCPR, the proposed amendments may provide for differential treatment between applicants for citizenship in circumstances where the Minister is satisfied that an applicant is seeking to engage in a specified activity that would benefit Australia. The kinds of activities considered beneficial are specified by legislative instrument and are currently limited to those who require a high-level clearance to work with the Commonwealth and athletes competing in certain sporting events. The amendments, which would affect a very small number of applicants, positively discriminate in favour of those applicants on the basis of their other status, but do not discriminate against persons to be able to obtain citizenship under existing measures. Because these amendments also promote the human rights of individuals, they are compatible with human rights. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against, no. Thank you. I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and citizenship and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I'll put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in the opinion say aye. Against? The ayes have it. Right. Call the clerk.
Government business orders of the day. Next order, Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
Thank you. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. At the outset, this amendment to the Defence Act will create a new committee to oversee the Australian Defence Force, Defence Department, Department of Veterans Affairs and other key defence agencies, and will enhance oversight and accountability of defence operations and strategy. This new Joint Statutory Defence Committee, modelled on the Parliamentary Joint Committee for Intelligence and Security, the PJCIS, will be able to receive classified information to improve parliamentary scrutiny of defence strategy, policy, capability development, acquisition and sustainment, contingency planning and major operations. It strikes the right balance between safeguarding our national security and upholding the democratic principles of parliamentary oversight and accountability that Australia is known for. The defence of Australia, its people and its interests are a government's most important responsibility. Australians should be assured that their parliament has an important role in debating such matters of national importance, including Australia's involvement in international armed conflict. And this bill increases the transparency and accountability of government regarding decisions and policies relating to the defence of Australia. In a Westminster-style democracy such as ours, Parliament plays a crucial role in providing this by scrutinising and debating the decisions of the executive government and the implementation of them by departments and agencies. This scrutiny is important in ensuring the best decision-making, the most efficient and effective use of taxpayers' funds, along with a more informed Parliament and, by extension, a better informed public. The Senate estimates process has provided useful and necessary scrutiny of defence, particularly major capability projects, over the years, and will continue to do so should we be successful in establishing this new committee. But in a challenging and complex strategic circumstance that we find ourselves in, it's necessary to ensure that Parliament can examine these projects and Australia's defence strategies in greater detail in a classified setting with the appropriate safeguards in place. And this bill addresses that gap, injecting greater parliamentary transparency, accountability and oversight by establishing a new Parliamentary Joint Statutory Committee on Defence, PJCD. The establishment of PJCD would implement a recommendation from an inquiry by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, which I chair, into international conflict decision-making in the last term of Parliament, delivering on a commitment in the Australian Labor Party's national platform. And that inquiry ran from late 2022 to early 2023, following a referral from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence in December 2022. The report, delivered in March 2023, inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making, was ably chaired by former committee member, the member for Bruce, who is now the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs, Multicultural Affairs and International Education. And I say he did a terrific job. It completed its examination of how Australia makes decisions to send service personnel into armed conflict. I pay tribute to the member for Bruce and the work he did. Recommendation 6 recommended the establishment of a Joint Statutory Committee on Defence. The reasons are clear in page 51 and 52 of the report. They are as follows. It will improve parliamentary oversight of defence-related matters, particularly where classified information cannot currently be accessed by parliamentarians or committees. It provides a venue to express well-informed support for ADF operations and personnel during times of conflict. Defence, it will improve, in terms of defence, it will improve accountability and transparency on defence matters, and it also backs up what was recommended in a report done in 2018, Contestability and Consensus. That was a report done by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, which recommended the establishment of a Joint Statutory Committee. The committee proposed, that is the 2018 committee, proposed improving parliamentary engagement with and oversight of the Department of Defence and its portfolio should focus on the development and implementation of defence strategy. Regrettably, the previous coalition government failed to accept that report and in fact rejected it. So this committee, led by the member for Bruce, the subcommittee on defence, recommended this establishment of this new statutory committee. Now, it had support during the inquiry that I referred to from the defence industry and stakeholders, because the evidence was that it would provide greater certainty to industry partners, that a cross-party approach would increase stability in Australian government policy. We looked in the course of that inquiry into international partners and what was done overseas as well. And we felt, as I alluded before, this would enhance confidence of the Australian public in the Parliament's ability to oversight defence policy, acquisition and agencies. Deputy Speaker, this is absolutely crucial work that was done by that committee, and I want to thank everyone associated with it and recognise that it was a bipartisan committee and it was recommended across the Parliament. Now, accompanying the work that was done there were some recommended changes to the Cabinet Handbook, new standing resolutions of both Houses of Parliament, suggesting the government had an historic opportunity to exercise leadership and establish this joint statutory committee that we're debating today. It will supersede and enhance defence-related functions of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. And we recommended it be modelled on the PJCIS, ensuring that it does receive that classified information and briefings. As we said in our report, it's worth remembering that in 1988, Prime Minister Bob Hawke created the Parliamentary Joint Committee on ASIO, rejecting the advice of the Hope Royal Commission not to enhance parliamentary oversight of the intelligence agencies. Bob Hawke was right, and history proves him to be so. We're emulating Bob Hawke's example and strengthening national security, but enhancing the accountability of the defence to Parliament. Now, we know the Albanese Labor government is committed to transparency and accountability, and this bill is a classic example of what I'm saying and the evidence to back it up. It's pleasing to see the government's response to that committee inquiry into international armed conflict in the last Parliament. The government welcomed the principal finding that decisions regarding armed conflict was fundamentally a prerogative of the executive, but the government also reaffirmed its commitment to improving openness and accountability and ensuring that Parliament had effective mechanisms to examine and debate decisions. In recognition of this, the government agreed to codify the practices relating to informing Parliament about these decisions. And the government in the last Parliament agreed to establish this new statutory committee on defence called the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, PJCD. Now, this bill today gives effect to this by inserting a new part into the Defence Act of 1903 to create a committee. Now, it's consistent with the Joint Standing Committee's recommendations and modelled on the Intelligence Services Act of 2001, which establishes the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. It is really important that we do this, and it's interesting that the former government rejected it in 2019. But how the bill will operate is as follows. In terms of how it will operate, the committee will replicate the PJCIS rules that stipulate a total membership of 13, with at least 2 government and 2 non-government members per chamber, with members to be appointed by the Prime Minister in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. Now, that's a good thing, and that backs up what happens with the PJCIS. We envisage the committee membership would reflect the diversity of Parliament consistent with the PJCIS rules, and this would give the government the flexibility to appoint crossbenchers should it wish to do so. The PJCD will be responsible for reviewing, monitoring and reporting on the administration and operations of all Australian defence agencies, including the ADF, Department of Defence and Department of Veterans Affairs. The committee will not have oversight of those defence intelligence agencies aspects which presently under the purview of the PJCIS. The bill establishes a broad range of functions that act as a standing terms of reference for the PJCD, which provides greater oversight and transparency. The PJCD will have the ability to inquire into other matters on a referral from a minister or either House of Parliament, as well as on its own initiative in the form of its own motion power. In recognition of the significance of establishing a Royal Commission, the committee will be responsible for monitoring and reviewing on an ongoing basis the Australian Government's response to findings of any Royal Commission inquiries relating to defence. This will be critical to monitoring the implementation and recommendations of the Royal Commission of Defence and Veteran Suicide, and the PJCD could play a useful role there alongside bodies such as the new Defence and Veteran Services Commission. Like the PJCIS, the bill would allow the committee to receive classified information and briefings in the course of performing its oversight functions. This would require the committee to operate in private in some circumstances and for limits to be applied to the information that might be provided to the committee, and the disclosure of information received by the committee to protect Australia's national security and tactical advantage as is appropriate. The provisions of the bill relate to the administrative operations of the committee, and the secrecy provisions relating to classified information provided to the committee consistent largely with the PJCIS. So the PJCD that we are seeking to create here not only replicates the integral core principles of the PJCIS, it would be world's best practice for parliamentary oversight and accountability and defence. The safeguards we're proposing around the operation of this new committee would mirror the PJCIS. But back here, we're debating this bill once again, and why are we doing that in the second term of Parliament when there was a a joint standing committee, a bipartisan committee, and it was recommended to the government, and the coalition expressed initially support for it. There was a disagreement due to the committee membership, and the coalition opposed the bill in the last parliament unless membership was restricted to government opposition members, while the Greens sought guaranteed crossbench representation. The government wouldn't agree to either proposal. The Senate ultimately negatived the bill, and the rest is history, so they say. Frankly, it was disappointing because of the cooperation of both sides of Parliament during the course of that inquiry that I referred to earlier. And I've got to say that Liberal and National parties chose to play political games, despite the fact that the former Shadow Minister for Defence, the member for Canning, initially said it would be supported and offered bipartisan support. Given the current strategic circumstances we face as a country, it is critical for a committee such as the PJCD to be created, and it would provide effective parliamentary scrutiny of defence in a classified environment. That the opposition would stand in the way of the establishment of the committee just so to engage in political posturing and point screen was reckless and irresponsible, and it missed a real opportunity. The government's position on this has been clear from the outset. The committee recommended it be modelled on the PJCIS, which has had long bipartisan support. Going forward, I would hope under a new leader, Susan Lee, that those opposite would do the right thing, that the opposition leader would do the right thing and get behind this bill. Given the bipartisan commitment we have to our national interests and our national security, and make no mistake, this is a real test for the Liberal and National parties. This new bill we've introduced is largely unchanged from the 2024 amendment, except for some minor technical amendments to reflect some recent legislative changes. Critically, the government has opted to maintain a flexible membership model to ensure the PJCD can adapt to the needs of Parliament while maintaining robust oversight. Deputy Speaker, in summing up this bill and the establishment of the PJCD, it represents an important step forward in parliamentary accountability and transparency for defence. It would strengthen parliamentary scrutiny of major acquisitions such as nuclear submarines, nuclear-powered submarines that is, and allow members to question senior defence officials on important strategic settings. It's welcome and timely improvement on our current arrangements. I'm confident it will help improve the long-term relationship and collaboration between defence and the Parliament. And that's what this bill does, and this new committee will allow for. It gets the balance right. I want to thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence for supporting the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade's recommendations. And I thank the Assistant Minister for Defence, Member for Wills, for bringing forward this critical reform. And I want to acknowledge his work as the former chair of the PJCIS, and I note his experience and the deep knowledge of national security matters he brings, and the bipartisan way in which he conducted his leadership in the PJCIS, and I thank him for the work he's done over the years. I want to acknowledge also the current and former standing committee members and the inquiry chair, as I say, the member for Bruce, as well as the committee secretariat for the hard work on the inquiry. I finally thank the many stakeholders and submitters who contributed thoughtfully to the committee's inquiry, and those who carefully formed their views and the expert views which were drawn upon in our report, which ultimately has led to this bill. Establishing this committee is a high priority for the Albanese government, and we're committed to doing so, and I call on the Parliament to take a bipartisan and collaborative approach and allow this bill and its enabling legislation to be passed.
Thank you. I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025 because when it comes to defence, oversight is not a procedural matter. It's a matter of national strength, national trust and national survival. Australia faces the most dangerous strategic environment since the Second World War. That's not hyperbole. It's the sober assessment of every serious defence analyst, every ally and every Australian paying attention to the world around us. Coercion, grey zone pressure and rapid military build-ups are now the norm in our region. We cannot afford complacency, we cannot afford drift, and yet those opposite have given us plenty of both. The Coalition will not oppose this bill. We support the principle of a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence because we believe in a Parliament that understands, scrutinises and supports defence policy. We support a Parliament that strengthens trust between defence and the people it serves. But, Deputy Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. This cannot become another platform for political games. The Coalition supports strong oversight, we support accountability and we support bipartisanship. But we will not support and we will not stay silent on any attempt by those opposite to politicise the institutions that protect this nation. Australia is unique among our AUKUS partners in not having a dedicated parliamentary committee for defence. Both the United States and the United Kingdom have well-established serious oversight bodies that balance transparency with security. So yes, this bill has merit. It fills a long-standing gap in our system, but it must do so without undermining the very thing it seeks to protect. The goal here is not to build another layer of bureaucracy. It's to build confidence, confidence in defence capability, confidence in parliamentary accountability, and confidence in the serious bipartisanship that national security demands. This committee must not become a forum for political posturing or ideological crusades. It must not weaken our institutions by giving a platform to those who do not believe in the mission of defence. Because oversight, when done badly, can become interference. And when it comes to defence, interference can have consequences far beyond this chamber. This proposal builds on the vision of coalition leaders who took defence seriously. Senator Jim Molan, Senator Linda Reynolds and Senator David Fawcett. Each championed a more informed parliament capable of providing scrutiny and support without jeopardising national security. As Jim Molan said in 2018, defence is one of the most important priorities of any national government. Greater bipartisanship on defence reached through debate and contest on this new committee will help better produce policy outcomes and the capability Australia needs to defend ourselves into the future. That was Molan's vision, a trusted, disciplined, bipartisan committee that improves understanding and accountability without compromising classified information or strategic objectives. He knew that bipartisanship is not the absence of contest, it's the discipline to debate seriously and then unite in the defence of the nation. That principle must guide this committee. Defence demands continuity, it demands competence, and it demands bipartisanship, not politics. We already have a model that works, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. That committee has earned respect because it's serious, trusted and bipartisan. It includes members from the government and the opposition only, and it has stayed that way for over 2 decades. Every Prime Minister since John Howard has upheld that convention because they understood that you cannot build public confidence in national security by turning it into a political circus. Now the Prime Minister faces his own test. If he appoints Greens or Independents to this committee, those who have openly campaigned against defence funding, who oppose AUKUS, who question our alliances, he will break that convention. He will inject politics into the very heart of national security. Deputy Speaker, that would be like putting the fox in charge of the henhouse. And the consequences would not just be political, they would be strategic. It would undermine the trust of our allies and the confidence of our Defence Force. This committee must be a place of seriousness. If it's not built on bipartisanship, it will not build confidence, it will corrode it. The purpose of this committee is simple: to strengthen defence capability and accountability, not to weaken them. To create a trusted, disciplined forum for examining programs, projects and delivery, not to undermine the government of the day, nor the men and women who serve. Done properly, it can lift parliamentary literacy on defence, helping ensure every dollar spent delivers real capability. Done poorly, it could compromise operations, expose classified matters, or allow ideology to infect national security. That is why bipartisanship matters. That is why the conventions must hold. And that is why this bill must be implemented carefully. Deputy Speaker, Australia's strategic environment demands not just oversight, but urgency. We are in a race for capability, for deterrence and for credibility. Those opposite talk endlessly about frameworks and announcements, but the truth is simple. Words do not deter aggression. Capability does. I'll say that again. Words do not deter aggression. Capability does. And right now, capability is falling behind ambition. The Defence Strategic Review set the diagnosis. The National Defence Strategy set the plan. But without funding and without delivery, those plans remain just that, plans. Under Labor, the gap between what defence needs and what it gets is growing wider by the day. Billions have been delayed, cut or repackaged to make the books look tidy. The result? Readiness is slipping, morale is falling, and our deterrence is eroding. Australians want peace through strength, not peace through paperwork. They want faster decisions, stronger capabilities, and a parliament that stands with defence, not over it. Nowhere is that more urgent than in AUKUS. AUKUS is a generational opportunity for our national security and our economy, but it must be funded and delivered with discipline. It's about submarines, yes, but also about technology, industry, and the next generation of sovereign capability. Those opposite have promised the most ambitious industrial build in our history, yet they have done so without allocating the money to make it real. They've allowed AUKUS to cannibalise the existing defence budget instead of expanding it. Projects are being delayed, infrastructure's lagging, and the skills pipeline remains an aspiration, not a plan. Drift is a strategy. Delay is not deterrence. I'll say that again. Drift is not a strategy. Delay is not deterrence. The Coalition wants to see AUKUS delivered properly, with a credible, costed pathway to 3% of GDP, and coordination across governments to deliver the housing, skills and training needed for the workforce that will build it. AUKUS is too important to fail and too fragile to be left to political mismanagement. Deputy Speaker, defence does not run on paperwork, it runs on people. We need to fix recruitment, retention and housing, because no defence force can remain ready if its people are struggling to stay. Under this government, recruitment has stalled and morale has slipped. Capability begins with people, and people need to know that their parliament and their government has their back. That is why this bill matters. A serious bipartisan defence committee can ensure not just oversights of budgets, but understanding of the lived realities of service, from housing to family support, from sustainment to strategic readiness. Deputy Speaker, this bill is not just a procedural matter, it's a test of principle. If handled properly, it will build confidence in defence and strengthen accountability, and if mishandled, it will undermine both. Those opposite have a choice. They can uphold the conventions that have served this nation for decades, or they can break them for short-term politics. They can strengthen defence, or they can politicise it. The Coalition's message is clear. We support oversight, not overreach. We support bipartisanship, not tokenism. And we will not stand by while those opposite turn national security into another partisan battleground. Australia does not need more politics in defence, it needs purpose. It does not need more announcement, it needs accountability. We need a government that understands defence is not a press conference, it's a covenant with the Australian people. The Coalition believes in peace through strength. We believe in a serious sovereign defence force, properly funded, properly equipped and properly respected. And we believe in a parliament that treats national security not as a game, but as a duty. So we will support this bill, but we will hold the government to its word, because oversight must strengthen defence, not weaken it. Bipartisanship must be real, not rhetorical. And this committee must serve one purpose above all others, to keep Australia strong, ready and secure in the times that we are living in.
Thank you. And I call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, this is a very important reform because by creating a new Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, we will have substantially increased the scope and quality of parliamentary scrutiny of defence matters, policy, programs, procurement and budgets, and the scope and quality of parliamentary scrutiny of defence decision-making. And those matters and that decision-making are among the most serious and consequential responsibilities of government. It's crucial that we exercise that responsibility through the best and most rigorous democratic processes that we can apply to that task, because we know that those decisions made well advance the peace, stability and shared well-being of the Australian community, and that those decisions made well contribute to the peace, stability and inclusive prosperity that we want to foster and share with our regional neighbours and across the globe. On the other hand, we know from experience that those decisions made poorly can mean Australians are less safe, they can fuel conflict, and they can exact an awful toll in terms of lives lost and damaged, and in terms of resources wasted. You know, that potential toll that can occur when defence decisions are not made as well as they should be is captured in the age-old term of blood and treasure. That's why this is such grave and consequential territory, Deputy Speaker. And it should be acknowledged at the outset that the first line in terms of human harm is our own Australian Defence Forces. And in this place, we have a significant responsibility to ensure we make the best possible decisions out of profound respect for the women and men of the ADF, the incredible contributions they make to peace, stability and shared well-being, and because of the risks that involves and the consequences that women and men in the ADF and, of course, their family and friends experience as a consequence. So we owe it to them to make sure that our decision-making processes in this place are as good as they can be, and that we don't sit back and become complacent about them, but seek to examine them and improve them at every turn. That's what we owe the women and men of the ADF, and we owe to the Australian community. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government understands clearly that being a good government requires not just the focused and diligent carriage of the many pressing challenges of the time, but also a preparedness to look after and improve the structure and processes of our democratic parliamentary system of government itself. This reform is an example of that. I was glad to hear the member for McPherson indicate that the Coalition are inclined to support the reform. They weren't inclined to support it last time, which was hard to understand, but we are trying again. We are trying again while we do all the many pressing things that are involved in delivering good government in all of the critical areas of Australian life, our economy, our social safety net, housing, protection for our environment, action on climate change and so on. But at the same time, we are making these systemic improvements, and we're doing that in a range of areas. We're doing that in terms of electoral reforms. We're doing it by strengthening public interest disclosure arrangements. We've already created a National Anti-Corruption Commission, as we committed to do, and a new administrative review tribunal. You know, we take our responsibility to the Australian people extraordinarily seriously, and that responsibility is not just the focused, energised, thoughtful, delivery-oriented management of all of the many complex day-to-day and year-in, year-out challenges, but actually also recognising that our institutions and the structures of our parliamentary democratic system cannot be taken for granted. We do see around the world challenges to those systems. We see challenges to the health and vitality and good function of parliamentary democratic systems. And we are absolutely committed to making sure that we make serious, meaningful, far-reaching improvements to those structures and institutions. And this bill is an instalment of that work. The bill seeks to create a new Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence that will, for the first time, be established in a way that allows the committee to consider and be informed by classified material as it provides scrutiny of a range of matters which the Assistant Minister for Defence outlined in his second reading speech: defence strategies, planning and contingencies, the scrutiny of Australia's defence capability development, acquisitions and sustainment, the examination of and information about war or warlike operations and ongoing conflicts, the capacity to monitor the involvement of Australian defence agencies when they're involved in significant non-conflict operations, and for the first time to be able to do that having access to classified information. And I think any Australian can understand that unless you have access to all of that information, the ability of a parliamentary committee to apply the kind of high-quality scrutiny, accountability, oversight, contestability, all of those elements, all of those principles of what good democratic and rigorous democratic processes involve is limited. And so this is a very, very serious and important step forward. It creates a committee, as the member for McPherson and indeed the member for Blair, whose contribution I enjoyed a great deal before, have noted, that mirrors the effective Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence and Security. Now, I've had the privilege of serving on that committee, so I've had the privilege of seeing how it functions and how important its work is. The member for Canning has served on the committee at the same time that I did, and served on it for longer than I have, and I think he knows that. He certainly made some significant contributions through the work of that committee. It is important that, with respect to matters of national security and the national intelligence and community, that ordinary parliamentarians who are not members of the executive, can have some visibility of those matters. Striking that balance that the member for McPherson noted before, there will always be some areas where access to material needs to be carefully considered because of the nature of that material, but as much as possible, we should make sure that our parliamentary system is able to do its work with the benefit of all of the information that informs those proper considerations. So I go back to what I said about improving the scope and quality of decision making in relation to defence matters, in relation to Australia's involvement in conflict overseas, in relation to the commitment of our Australian Defence Forces to those kinds of tasks and those kinds of risks. That's exactly what this reform does. It creates a new committee of members from across the Parliament who are not members of the executive, who will have access to classified material for the first time in their consideration and scrutiny and oversight of those matters. That's precisely what we're achieving. And I go back to what I said, Deputy Speaker, about looking after and improving the structures and institutions of our democracy. You know, we do that by giving this Parliament an opportunity that it hasn't previously had, a capability that it hasn't previously had, to, as I've said, scrutinise and contest some of the most grave and consequential matters for which government can ever be responsible. And it's not the only improvement of this kind that is occurring under this government. I just want to take people back to how this came about, and there's been a consideration of a committee like this for some considerable time. The member for McPherson talked about Jim Molan and others, and I certainly think of the contributions that Senator David Fawcett has made to this issue. It's been considered for some considerable time, but in the last Parliament it took a big step forward. It took a big step forward because the Australian Labor Party, through our National Conference and National Platform processes, adopted a resolution that I moved and that was seconded by the member for Bruce, that called on Labor in government to hold an inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making. And when we were elected in 2022, we made good on that resolution. We held that inquiry through the Defence Subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee, and this is the report of that inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making. I want to recognise the chair of the committee as a whole, the member for Blair, but particularly the chair of the subcommittee, the member for Bruce, for the way that we undertook that work, and also the members of the FADT, Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, who were very active in that inquiry, the member for Fisher, the member for Solomon, the member for McEwen, the member for Macquarie, Senator Fawcett and also Senator Steele-John. We all worked together on that inquiry and the report. One of the recommendations of the report, create this committee. Create a defence committee, a dedicated defence committee that can have access to classified material. As I say, we weren't the first people to think about that, argue for it and recommend it, and indeed the member for Canning had made that argument before the work of that committee, and so had others on the other side, and all of those contributions should be recognised. But that wasn't the only recommendation of the committee, and I do want to acknowledge the spirit and responsiveness with which the inquiry report as a whole was received and acted upon by the Minister for Defence. He wasted no time in picking up a number of the recommendations. As I've already pointed out, we tried in the previous Parliament to create this committee unsuccessfully. I hope we're successful this time, but there were some other recommendations that were acted upon as well, particularly through the memorandum on government conventions relating to overseas armed conflict decision-making. And for those who are interested in this topic, I encourage you to go and have a look at that document. You know, there's a recognition that there are a number of conventions that have operated in our system for a period of time with respect to the decision that the executive gets to make in deploying the ADF to conflict overseas. But those conventions the observance of those conventions had weakened over the previous couple of decades, and one of the recommendations of the inquiry report was that those conventions have some codified form. And the Minister for Defence has produced this memorandum on government conventions relating to overseas armed conflict decision-making to give a kind of a codified form to some of those commitments. Things like the observation that there should be a ministerial statement and parliamentary debate that occurs not later than 30 days from the deployment of the ADF overseas to warlike or conflict circumstances. That there should, when there is a deployment to conflict, that there should be an annual statement on the deployment, its basis, its conduct, its progress, its future. That was a practice that Prime Minister Gillard observed in relation to our involvement in Afghanistan, but it hasn't been rigorously applied throughout our history, and this memorandum, I think, takes us further forward in that respect, and also the timely tabling of defence strategy documents. So this creation of this committee, which this bill achieves, is important. It's not the only thing that we have done. It is, I think, disappointing that the opposition have suggested that they will only support this bill with certain conditions. You know, the one in particular that suggests that people on the committee have to somehow indicate their support for higher defence spending per se, and their support in advance for the success of AUKUS, rather than their commitment, you would think, to the proper scrutiny of AUKUS in the best interests of that arrangement. I find that strange. I mean, you cannot deliver contestability and scrutiny and oversight of an independent parliamentary kind from members across the parliament who are not members of the executive if you start off by saying, well, before you're a member, you have to think this and you have to think that. The member for McPherson said there shouldn't be ideology in the committee, and I agree. So the requirement from the member for Hume that there somehow be, I don't know what, a statutory declaration or an expression of support for a set of particular things strikes me as being bizarre. And it's not in keeping with what actually the member for Canning has previously said, with which I do agree, that we need a defence committee where tough questions can be asked in a classified, protected space, and that it's an area of urgent reform, and without having that, a committee where tough questions can be asked, our parliament can't exercise proper civilian oversight of our military. I think that's well put. So I really welcome this reform. I acknowledge the stakeholders that contributed to the report, particularly Australian for War Powers Reform and the Medical Association for the Prevention of War. It's good to get to the point where we are considering this reform, and I sincerely look forward to the creation of this new Parliamentary Committee on Defence.
Thank you very much. I call the member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We all bring personal experience to this place, and I want to start back in April 2013 when a parliamentary delegation visited Tarin Kot in Afghanistan, and I was deployed at the time. And I remember interacting very briefly with the parliamentarians who were sent over there, including the former member for Longman, Wyatt Roy. And it struck me that whilst we had good interaction with those parliamentarians, we didn't actually get to brief them directly on the operations that were being conducted. And looking back on that time now, I think that was troubling, because the Parliament does have a responsibility to the Australian people to make sure that when our troops are at war, or when our sailors and airmen are serving us at the pointy end in harm's way, that we hold the government to account, and we make sure that whatever strategy or operation we're part of, we're doing the very best by our people, and we're also making sure that we can win whatever war we're undertaking. And so if we had a committee visiting back then, I hope they might have asked for our view on the strategy of the war, on how it was going, and perhaps we would have told them that we were failing and failing badly, that we were resorting to a strategy of body count, just like we did in Vietnam. I personally would have liked to have talked about how Australian national policy was hamstringing people on the ground. And I think of the force ratios that were forced upon Australian soldiers. You couldn't go outside the wire back then without 50% of your force being Afghan. And that meant that we had to drop medics and other critical enablers, including engineers who were really critical for dealing with improvised explosive devices, off helicopters. So we're actually down capability as a result of national policy. I would have told them about that. I would have told them that the catch and release policy was incentivising extrajudicial killing of targets. We would launch on a target using signals and intelligence, risk up to 30 Australian lives, Afghans as well, helicopters, head out, capture someone, not have any evidence on them to put them through the sort of faux judicial system that we were trying to establish, and then they'd be released in 3 days. And the very signals intelligence that we launched on was enough for ISAF forces to drop a bomb on those people. Yet we would risk our lives, capture those people, and then release them a couple of days later. So it's no wonder that we've ended up where we are. And I'm thinking and referring directly to the Brereton report here. I would have said the judicial system was failing. I remember going on an operation with an Afghan prosecutor who was there to uphold human rights, and his direct advice was to me, you may as well kill the prisoners here because there's no room in the jails for them back in Tarin Kot. I would have told them about the trust with the Afghan partner force was incredibly low after multiple green on blues, which is where Afghan soldiers killed Australian diggers. I would have told them that we had very little trust in the local police force that we were partnered with, and we were only partnering with them because of national policy. We were partnering with a national force, the National Directorate of Security, but someone wiser than us in Kabul decided that because of human rights violations, we could no longer work with the National Directorate of Security, or NDS, and we had to partner with a local police force, who, by the way, had a penchant for beating and wanting to execute prisoners as well. So we had to make all that work on the ground. Added to that, we also had equipment issues. We might have avoided a significant civilian casualty had we had a laser-guided piece of equipment which would have helped us direct close air support onto a target. Instead, we're relying on 10-figure grid references. These are all the things, if we had a committee back then, that I hope I would have had the courage to relay directly to parliamentarians who would have been responsible for oversight of the war. So all that to say is that I'm very happy that this bill is back in the House. And up front, you might be asking, why do you support this bill now? You didn't support it last year, the last Parliament. Well, fundamentally, the politics internally for me have changed. I did not have the support of my leadership last term, and this is a good bill. It's the same bill as last time, and I support it now. It's as simple as that. And I'm glad that it's been brought back, and I hope it passes, and I hope we establish this committee as quickly as possible. Back in 2020, in the wake of the Brereton inquiry, I said that a committee of this kind is a missing piece of institutional architecture, and I'm going to quote from the op-ed that I wrote back then, which was published in the Australian newspaper. I said, "There is no independent Joint Defence Committee where tough questions can be asked in a classified, protected space. Parliamentary scrutiny these days is surface level. It amounts to senior defence leadership presenting a few PowerPoint slides and giving parliamentarians a pat on the head. This is an area of urgent reform." That was my view then. It's still now, and that's why I'm glad that this bill is back in. Last Parliament, I advocated internally, and I want to acknowledge the Deputy Prime Minister for the good faith work that he did with me behind the scenes. I wrote personally to him, asking him to bring on this bill and establish a committee. I lobbied the member for Wills, the member for Patterson, and the member for Bruce. I even lobbied Ambassador Kevin Rudd over video teleconference last year as well. And we got to the point where we almost got it over the line. And all we wanted was a committee modelled on and with the same security and secrecy provisions as the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security, which I chaired for 4 years over the last decade, and it plays a really important role. And I think one of the best things about the PJCIS is the relationship that you build with the intelligence heads who work in the national intelligence community. Of course, there's a lot of scrutiny that goes on in a classified environment, which the public don't see, but it's a very important mechanism and one I think that has served our nation well. But as I alluded to at the start of my remarks, I think that this committee is necessary because when Australians go to war, we should all support our troops in the field, but there should be a forum whereby we can ask hard questions of the senior leadership in uniform and defence who are prosecuting wars on behalf of the Australian people. And those questions should be able to be asked without people being accused of betraying troops in the field or indeed undermining the national effort. That's why having a committee that's classified, that's protected, is so important, because it's a place where parliamentarians in good faith from different sides of the chamber can ask hard questions of our defence leadership without being smeared in the process. And I do want to acknowledge my former colleagues in the Senate, Linda Reynolds, David Fawcett, and the late Senator Jim Molan, a great patriot who has also advocated for this Defence Committee for some years. So, the world has not changed much since the May election, and I think it's very clear that we are living in an increasingly dangerous world, and the threats remain. And that's why it's so important. AUKUS is also one of the biggest multi-generational nation-building tasks this country has undertaken in the last 50 or so years. And I think this committee will act as an unblinking eye on that project. The challenge of AUKUS is that it's a trilateral agreement. You have the United States, you have the UK, and you have Australia. In the US, you have the legislature over there with the Senate, the Congress, you have the executive at the White House, you have rolling elections, it seems, in the United States. In the UK, you have parliamentary elections every 5 years, and here we have elections every 3 years. So you've got three countries bound together through AUKUS, all democratic in nature, and every couple of years changing the composition of their legislatures and their governments. And that makes it challenging, which is why this committee is such an important piece of institutional architecture for the Australian Parliament. It'll provide a forum of continuity on the question of AUKUS and making sure that we deliver it in a timely fashion. But we do think that this committee should be for sensible members of Parliament. And This committee must build confidence and strengthen parliamentary oversight of defence. It's not another platform for political games, and I think one of the worst aspects of estimates is that people ask questions with the intent to generate likes online. A lot of the questioning is performative, not serious scrutiny. Estimates can go on, of course, it's a good thing, but I do sense that there's a lack of seriousness in estimates. This committee will mean that we can ask hard questions in a protected, classified environment of the defence bureaucracy and those in uniform. And we need continuity, competence and bipartisanship there, which is why we should follow the proven model of the PJCIS with government and opposition parties being involved. And I mentioned the member over there seemed to react to my comments. I was referring to the Greens. Member for Kooyong, the Greens. The appointment of Greens who hold deeply anti-defence views, I think would undermine the legitimacy of the committee, which is why I said it last year, I say it again. The Greens show themselves consistently as an unserious political party with unserious political views, in fact views that are contrary to Australia's national interest, and we shouldn't compromise on our national security. We need serious parliamentarians, not performative ones, chasing online outrage. And I just quote from the Greens plan here, quote, work to stop the $375 billion purchase of AUKUS nuclear submarines and reform the system that allowed the project to be approved. You know, there's a whole range of things that we could talk about with the Greens, but they're a non-serious political party. Which is why we insist that the Prime Minister look very carefully at the composition of the committee and withhold it from people who act contrary to the national interest. Now, the really important part of this bill are the committee functions that it outlines. It talks about the reviewing, monitoring and reporting on the administration and operations of all Australian defence agencies, including the ADF and the Department of Defence and Department of Veteran Affairs. So we'll look at annual reports. I think really importantly though is that this committee will look at high-level matters like the white papers, the reviews, and other policy documents dealing with strategies, planning and contingencies of Australian defence agencies. I think a really important part of this, Deputy Speaker, will be the scrutiny of Australia's defence capability, the development, acquisitions and sustainment. I think that's a real problem within defence. It needs massive overhaul, massive reform. And I think a lot of the time, the Minister of Defence, you know, we have debates here, but the real enemy is the bureaucracy a lot of the time. And I think a good Minister for Defence will use this committee to put pressure on the bureaucracy to deliver better results for the Australian people. And I think that's an important part of getting defence capability sorted. I think Veterans Affairs will remain an issue for some time. And then there's the point about the committee examining and being appraised of war or warlike operations, including ongoing conflicts. And that means a future committee, if we find ourselves in another war, I hope we don't, but look at human history, it's pretty bleak. If we find ourselves in another war, that committee should be able to ask hard questions of strategy, operation and tactics. And perhaps we might avoid some of the challenges that we faced in the wake of the war in Afghanistan. It goes on to talk about the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force. They do an important job retaining oversight over the ADF, but every single person is fallible, every single institution therefore is infallible, and every institution needs accountability of some sort. And I think having the Parliament holding the IG ADF to account, same way we hold the NAC to account, because we're not living in some utopia here. People make mistakes, it doesn't matter where you work. We all need to have accountability built in, and I think this is a really good thing. And then finally, the committee will be responsible for AUKUS and overseeing the operations or considering the operations, resources, independence and performance of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator. I also see this committee as being a tool of diplomacy. A good government will be able to send this committee to the US, to shipyards, to the UK, in fact, across the world to visit allies and do diplomacy with foreign militaries and also other parliaments and governments, which is a great thing. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, I support this bill, and it's a good week to bring it on, particularly when we have our defence members in our offices this week. I'm proud to have Lieutenant Colonel David Caligari. There you are, you're on Hansard. long-standing tradition of family service. Very proud to have him in my office, and we wish all our defence personnel the best, and that's why this committee is so important. Thank you.
I call the member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Canning for his closing remarks, acknowledge his service to our country, and I'll also give my colleague a call out in my office, probably watching right now, Corporal Kai Edwards, doing a great job this week, and the Parliamentary Exchange Program, I think, is just an absolute fantastic way for both parliamentarians but also our ADF personnel to get an insight into each other's world. So, well said, Member for Canning. I rise to speak in support of the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. This bill represents a step forward in our commitment to ensuring transparency, accountability and robust oversight within our national defence framework, and a step toward bringing about recommendations made by a number of inquiries, namely as part of the inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making, which was tabled by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade in March 2023. The proposal of a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence is not by any means new. Its creation was also made as a recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Defence and Trade in its report titled Contestability and Consensus during the 45th Parliament in 2018. Though diverse in its reasonings, these reports held some constants as to the reasoning behind recommending such a committee to be established. The rapidly changing nature of our strategic environment has certainly necessitated thorough parliamentary review to ensure our defence policies align with Australia's national interests. The Defence Strategic Review of 2023 underscored the rapidly evolving security environment, characterised by intense competition among major powers and the increasing likelihood of conflict impacting our national interests. As stated in the review, intense China-US competition is the defining feature of our region and our time, and Australia now faces the prospect of major conflict directly threatening its national interest. The effective national defence is not solely the remit of the Defence Department or the Australian Defence Force. It requires the involvement and oversight of all branches of government, including the Parliament, to ensure our strategies and expenditures are carefully considered and aligned with the national interest. This bill seeks to establish the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, a statutory committee designed to provide rigorous oversight and scrutiny of defence-related decisions. This committee will play a role in enhancing public trust in our defence policies by ensuring they are transparent, accountable and subject to comprehensive parliamentary review. The PJCD will be tasked with reviewing high-level policy documents, capability development programs, acquisition and sustainment initiatives, defence personnel and veterans affairs and other matters referred by the Minister of Parliament. This purview extends to monitoring the government's response to the findings of any Royal Commission that is germane to the defence of Australia, the Department of Defence, the ADF or another Australian Defence Agency. One of the key features of the PJCD is its authority to access classified information, akin to the powers held by the PJCIS, which is similarly provided for within provisions of the Intelligence Services Act. This will ensure that committee members are well informed and capable of making decisions based on comprehensive and accurate information. The PJCD will also have the power to conduct hearings and inquiries, providing a platform for stakeholders to present their views and for the committee to gather comprehensive insights into defence matters. The establishment of the PJCD addresses current gaps in parliamentary oversight by providing a dedicated forum for examining defence issues. As the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade has noted, robust parliamentary oversight is essential for ensuring that our defence policies are not only effective but also aligned with the national interest. This efficacy starts at addressing expenditure both on a micro and macro level. Given the size of Australia's defence expenditure, establishing a robust oversight mechanism through the PJCD will promote fiscal responsibility within our defence framework. By scrutinising defence expenditures and procurements, thus ensuring that they are not only justified but remain aligned with our strategic priorities. The PJCD will help optimise our defence investments. This physical oversight is particularly important in the context of the significant increases in defence spending funding outlined in the 2024 National Defence Strategy. Moreover, the PJCD will play a crucial role in safeguarding the human rights of defence personnel and civilians affected by defence policies. By examining matters relating to defence personnel, veterans with increased powers, and the PJCD will ensure that our defence strategies uphold the values and principles our defence establishment is tasked with protecting. This aspect of the committee's work is particularly important in light of recent inquiries into international armed conflict decision-making, which have highlighted the need for greater transparency and accountability in this area. The strategic context for this bill is defined by the rapidly changing nature of our security environment. And Australia now faces the prospect of playing a part in the maintenance of the global rules-based order, particularly within the bounds of our neighbouring Indo-Pacific region. In response to these challenges, the 2024 National Defence Strategy outlined a series of strategic adjustments and investments designed to enhance our defence capabilities. The establishment of the PJCD is a critical component of our response to these strategic challenges. By providing a dedicated forum for examining defence issues, the PJCD will ensure that our defence policies are informed by comprehensive analysis and debate. This will enhance the effectiveness of our National Defence Strategy and those proposed and released by government moving forward, ensuring that we are better prepared to meet the challenges of the future. In addition to its oversight responsibilities, the PJCD will also facilitate greater engagement between the Defence Department and Parliament. This engagement is essential for fostering a deeper understanding of defence issues among parliamentarians and for ensuring that defence policies reflect the perspectives and priorities of the broader Australian community. By providing a platform for dialogue and collaboration, the PJCD will help bridge the gap between the Defence Department and Parliament, promoting a more cohesive and coordinated approach to national defence. This shift promotes a culture of accountability within the Defence Department, encouraging better decision-making and more efficient use of resources. The PJCD's role in facilitating greater engagement between the Defence Department and other agencies and the Parliament is essential for fostering a deeper understanding of defence issues among parliamentarians. The committee's mandate will extend to reviewing the Defence White Paper, the Defence Strategic Update and other pivotal strategic documents that guide our national defence posture. By thoroughly examining these documents, the PJCD will ensure that our defence strategies are not only well-founded, but also adaptable to the rapidly changing global security environment. This level of scrutiny is essential for maintaining a defence posture that is both resilient and responsive. Furthermore, the PJCD's role in overseeing capability development programs is particularly crucial. The acquisition of advanced defence capabilities is a complex and often contentious process, involving significant financial investments and strategic considerations from the initial decision to commence a procurement process throughout the delivery and beyond. Across those stages, PJCD will provide a critical oversight function, ensuring that these investments are made judiciously and that the capabilities acquired align with our long-term strategic objectives. This oversight will help prevent cost overruns, delays and other issues that have historically plagued defence procurement processes. The committee's mandate also extends to the oversight of acquisition and sustainment initiatives, ensuring that our defence assets are not only acquired efficiently, but also maintained and sustained effectively is vital for our national security. The PJCD will scrutinise these initiatives, providing a layer of accountability that will help ensure that our defence forces are always ready and capable of responding to threats. This oversight is particularly important in the context of the significant investments outlined in the National Defence Strategy 2024, which include advanced technologies and critical infrastructure. Defence personnel and veteran affairs are another critical area under the PJCD's purview and the broader remit of work and investigatory and oversight activities that the committee can be empowered to undertake, both at its discretion and at the discretion of the Minister from time to time. Our ADF personnel are the backbone of our national security, and their welfare and wellbeing must be a top priority and remain a priority once they have concluded their service to our nation. The PJCD will play a key role in examining policies and programs related to defence personnel management, training and support services. This includes ensuring that our veterans receive the care and support they need after their service. By providing robust oversight in this area, the PJCD will ensure that our defence personnel and veterans are treated with the respect and dignity that should always be afforded to them. The operational procedures and powers of the PJCD are designed to ensure that it can carry out its mandate effectively. The ability to summon witnesses, request documents and hold in-camera sessions will provide the committee with the tools it needs to conduct thorough and comprehensive reviews. The support of Secretariat and staff with the necessary security clearances to handle classified information will ensure that the committee can access all relevant information while maintaining the integrity of our national security. The operational procedures and powers of the PJCD include the ability to summon witnesses, request documents and hold in-camera sessions to discuss sensitive information. The PJCD will also enhance the transparency of defence operations by providing regular reports to Parliament and the public. These reports will detail the committee's findings and recommendations, providing a clear and comprehensive overview of defence activities and policies. This transparency is essential for maintaining public trust in our defence policies and ensuring that the Australian people are informed about the decisions that impact their security and well-being. In addition to its oversight and transparency functions, the PJCD will also play a key role in promoting a culture of accountability within the Defence Department. By scrutinising decisions and holding officials accountable for their actions, the committee will help foster a culture of responsibility and integrity within the department. This will encourage better decision-making and more ethical behaviour, ultimately enhancing the effectiveness and credibility of our defence policies. The establishment of the PJCD is also an important step in strengthening our democratic institutions. By involving Parliament more directly in defence oversight, we are ensuring that our defence policies are subject to the same rigorous scrutiny as other areas of government policy. This will help ensure that our defence strategies are not only effective, but also democratic and accountable to the Australian people. This integrated approach will enhance the coherence and effectiveness of our national policies and help ensure that our defence strategies contribute to the overall wellbeing and prosperity of Australia. Effective parliamentary oversight ensures that defence policies are not only strategically sound, but also transparent and accountable to the Australian people. It promotes a culture of accountability within Defence Department, encouraging better decision-making and more efficient use of resources. It aligns with international best practices and reflects a commitment to upholding the highest standards of transparency and accountability in our defence policies. By providing a dedicated forum for examining defence issues, the PJCD will ensure that our defence strategies are robust, effective and aligned with our national interest. PJCD will ensure that our defence policies are subject to continuous review and improvement. In a rapidly changing strategic environment, it is essential that our defence strategies remain flexible and responsive to new challenges and opportunities. It will play a crucial role in this process by regularly reviewing defence policies and recommending adjustments as needed. This continuous oversight will help ensure that our defence strategies remain relevant and effective in the face of evolving threats and challenges. Transparency in defence operations is crucial for maintaining public trust. The PJCD will enhance this transparency by providing regular reports to Parliament and the public, detailing its findings and recommendations. This transparency will ensure that the Australian people are informed about the decisions that impact their security and well-being, fostering greater trust in our defence policies, framework and apparatus. The PJCD is also a significant step in strengthening our democratic institutions. By involving Parliament more directly in defence oversight, we are ensuring that our defence policies are subject to the same rigorous scrutiny as other areas of policy. Just in closing, this week we saw the House of Commons Defence Committee come to Parliament. I had the great pleasure of meeting the committee chair and the 5 other participants that are part of the trip, and it is clear to me that the ability of our Parliament to have something of the same ilk will definitely do, as the member for Canning indicated, and that is strengthen the trilateral involvement between the 3 countries, UK, US and Australia, for AUKUS.
Order. I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A decision as to whether or not we should send Australians to war should never be made lightly, nor on the whim of 1 or 2 powerful politicians. But Australia remains one of the few OECD countries that does not have parliamentary scrutiny of such decisions. Australians deserve to know that their government's decisions on defence commitments, defence spending, defence deployments and engagement in conflicts are principled, lawful, based on expert advice and in the national interest. The appalling decision to commit Australia and our troops to the invasion of Iraq should never be repeated. The decisions made by Defence come at enormous cost to taxpayers, $59 billion this year alone, and they can cost Australian lives. Making such consequential decisions in secrecy can be unacceptable. In recent years, we've heard of many defence procurement failures, like the $100 million contract with KPMG, an external review of which identified governance failures, financial irregularities, lack of accountability, poor spend visibility, failed processes, rushed decision-making and poor oversight. Last year, an Auditor General's report revealed that the Australian Defence Force's 20 biggest ongoing acquisitions are delayed on average by 25 months. Cumulatively, they are more than 37 years behind schedule. Acquisitions like the Hunter-class frigates, originally expected to cost us $30 billion, now at $45 billion and climbing. And the F-35 fighter jets, first commissioned in 2002, meant to achieve final operational capacity in 2023, still pending. We all know that Australia's unique strategic circumstances, the fact that we have a vast continent and vast expanses of ocean to protect, and that we are at a great distance from our potential adversaries, mean that defence procurements do have complexities and challenges. But we have to have transparency around those procurements, such that the Australian public can have faith in our processes and in our government's processes, promises and delivery. Spending $368 billion on nuclear-powered submarines under the AUKUS agreement has left many Australians doubting the wisdom of the 2 political parties, the 2 major political parties, that signed us up to that deal. And the decision has been brought into further question by the fact that the Prime Minister who signed us up for AUKUS, having not consulted Parliament or the opposition at that time, is now working for a defence contractor. While 2/3 of Australians say now that they're happy to potentially have those submarines, only 37% believe that they will improve our national security, and only 1/4 of Australians think that the price that we are going to pay for AUKUS, if it is limited to $368 billion, is reasonable. That's why earlier this year I called for a parliamentary review of Australia's commitments under the AUKUS agreement. An inquiry as to Pillar 1 of AUKUS remains on track for delivery against the timelines and the objectives set out in the 2023 Joint Leaders' Statement on AUKUS. It is my belief, and that of many of my constituents, that a long-term national commitment this big and this expensive should be the subject of regular reviews. Deputy Speaker, the proposed Joint Standing Committee on Defence could be a means to such reviews. It will create a body of elected representatives who are able to scrutinise the information and the processes that lead to decisions regarding our defence commitments, our defence spending, our defence deployments and our engagement in conflict. And it will be empowered to report back to Parliament and to the Australian people. It will, at times, need to
consider those decisions and those issues confidentially. In relation to defence activities and the intelligence upon which those decisions are based, there are safety, efficacy and strategic reasons for the non-disclosure of some information. A joint standing committee in these circumstances is an appropriate addition to public oversight of information that is otherwise non-disclosable. It might determine that information is in fact fine to be in the public domain, or it might determine that such information should not be disclosed, and yet then either agree or disagree with the decisions made on the basis of the information available to it. The committee could then report to both Houses of Parliament, unconstrained from reporting its findings and conclusions, whether or not the information on which those conclusions are based was felt to be disclosable information. The fact is that the opacity of the AUKUS agreement is a matter of significant public concern, given the size of the investment and the significance of our strategic commitment. Given that fact, it's only appropriate that the composition of the Joint Standing Committee should be independent of those parties which made the agreement. It should be able to review the information supporting that decision-making, and it should be tasked with reporting back to the House on whether or not all aspects of AUKUS meet procurement standards and are in the national interest. So this initiative is welcome, but only if the committee is representative of this House and of this country. The Joint Standing Committee on Defence must be able to provide independent and balanced insights or assurance to Australians on AUKUS, but also on other defence matters. But according to the bill under consideration, the composition of the committee is to be determined by the Prime Minister in consultation with recognised political parties. And I note that the Liberal Party this evening is arguing for it to include only members of the major parties. With record numbers of independent MPs in this House, and with more Australians voting for independent candidates at every election, 1/3 at the last election voted for independents and members of small parties, a committee which includes only representatives of political parties would not be a true representation of the elected members of this Parliament or of the wishes of Australian voters. In order to fairly and accurately reflect the democratic underpinnings of this place, the composition of all parliamentary committees should reflect the composition of our Parliament, and that should include crossbenchers and independent MPs. The model for selection should be based on the standard parliamentary procedure. There is no possible reasonable justification for the departure from that standard, and I challenge the Minister to suggest one. On that note, earlier today, the member for Hume indicated his intention to move an amendment that only members of major parties, and only members, according to his amendment, only members completely committed to more defence spending and to the AUKUS commitment as it currently stands, should be eligible for membership of this committee. I thank the member for Hume for reminding us in that second reading amendment of the desperation with which the opposition wants to avoid exposure for its wasteful defence spending by controlling membership of the committee and limiting its own accountability. I do note that as yet the member for Hume seems to have forgotten that you have to be on the speaking list to move an amendment, and he's not yet on our speaking list. Fantastic, great move. Deputy Speaker, independent movement members of Parliament are growing in number because our communities are seeking a genuine representation and objective and constructive oversight of this government. After the party's recent appalling manipulation of electoral laws to stitch up the donation reform against independent candidates, it would be a huge shame, hugely disappointing and insulting to the electorates that we represent if the parliamentary committee system becomes yet another example of the major political parties' attempt to undermine our democratic foundations. Australians want transparency, openness and inclusiveness from this government and from this parliament. They want the government and the parliament and the committees that we form to represent them and to represent their desires and their wishes. They do not want government to be limited to the representatives of parties who are trying to shore up their sinking fortunes, their policy poverty and their internal dissent by shutting up shop against crossbenchers and members of minor parties. And so I ask the government to act in all Australians' best interests when they are legislating this new means of defence oversight.
We give the call to the member for Sturt.
Speaker, today I rise in support of the Albanese Labor Government's Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025, which will establish a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence. This bill ensures that departments entrusted with extraordinary powers are subject to extraordinary accountability. In a time of evolving security threats, it has never been more important to maintain rigorous, independent oversight of our defence environment. In September 2022, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence referred an inquiry into international and armed conflict decision-making to the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. This Joint Standing Committee examined the critical issues of how Australia makes decisions to send service personnel into international armed conflict, having regard to several relevant and contemporary factors: the approach of similar Westminster system democracies, parliamentary processes and practices, and security implications of different decision-making models that could compromise ADF safety, operational security and intelligence, or have other unintended consequences. On 31 March 2023, the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade tabled its report, which illustrated a deficiency in that it found that the existing parliamentary oversight and accountability mechanisms for defence and specified portfolio agencies to be inadequate. Inadequate from the perspective of balancing accountability and transparency and national security considerations, including the risk of exposing information in the public domain that could be advantageous to potential adversaries. This needed to be addressed, and to do so, the Standing Committee recommended, and the Government agreed, that a new joint statutory committee be established to supersede and enhance the defence-related functions of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. It was recommended that the new committee be modelled on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, which was established under the Intelligence Services Act of 2001, ensuring that it can request and receive classified information and briefings. Access to this type of information is critical if informed and justifiable decisions are to be made in relation to the critical decisions that are required. Australians expect these types of decisions to be made based on relevant, accurate and timely information. Australians and the Australian Defence Force personnel who are affected by these decisions deserve that the decisions be underpinned by relevant, accurate and timely information. This bill implements this recommendation by inserting a new Part 8AB into the Defence Act of 1903 to create the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence. By amending the Defence Act, this bill seeks to create the committee which will oversee the Australian Defence Force, the Department of Defence, the Department of Veterans Affairs and key defence portfolio agencies, including the Australian Submarine Agency, Defence Housing Australia and the Australian War Memorial. In terms of functions, the committee will be charged with a broad range of duties, including reviewing the administration and expenditure of Australian defence agencies, including their annual reports, considering white papers, reviews and other policy documents, dealing with strategies, dealing with planning and dealing with contingencies of Australia's defence agencies, scrutinising Australia's defence capability development, acquisitions and sustainment, considering matters related to defence personnel and veterans affairs, examining and being appraised of war or warlike operations, including ongoing conflicts, monitoring the involvement of Australian defence agencies in significant non-conflict operations, both domestically and internationally, monitoring and reviewing the implementation of the government's response to findings of any Royal Commission inquiring into matters relating to the defence of Australia or an Australian Defence Agency, considering the operation, resources and performance of the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force, considering the operations, resources, independence and performance of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator, inquiring into matters referred to the committee by a minister or either House of the Parliament, and inquiring into other matters relating to one or more Australian defence agencies on the committee's own initiative. The committee can also request briefings from a number of people for the purpose of performing its functions, including the head of an Australian Defence Agency, the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force, and the Director-General of National Intelligence. In order to successfully do all of this and discharge its functions, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence will be able to receive and consider classified information in carrying out its oversight functions. This will ensure it has the information needed to conduct effective scrutiny of defence and its portfolio agencies, thereby strengthening government decision-making on defence and strategic policy. If information of this nature is going to be received, then receiving this information, clear and appropriate and effective safeguards need to be put in place. Safeguards that strike the right balance between the government's commitment to greater public accountability and transparency for defence and the necessary protection of information provided to the committee. This is to ensure that Australia's national security and operationally sensitive information belonging to us and that of our international partners is protected. This is critical. This is not a lack of transparency or a motivation to conceal or to hide or isolate information. This is to protect our national security. And making critical decisions whilst protecting our national security is necessary, essential. Full and frank discussions cannot take place and decisions cannot properly be made without this framework. Proceedings in the committee will not be conducted in public without the Minister's approval, save and except for proceedings relating to the annual report of the Department of Defence or the Department of Veterans Affairs. Evidence and documents that the committee receives in private cannot be published without consent of the person who provided that information, or in cases where it was provided by a staff member without the consent of the head of the relevant Australian Defence Agency. Restrictions must also necessarily apply to the disclosure of protected information in reports by the committee to the Parliament. And quite rightly and necessarily, the bill gives special treatment to this protected information. Protected information includes operationally sensitive information, information that would or might prejudice Australia's national security, its foreign relations, or the performance of an Australian Defence Agency's function, and information relating to an ongoing inquiry or investigation by the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force. The power to access information is also not unfettered. Specifically, the committee cannot require a person to disclose protected information unless the minister responsible for the Commonwealth entity from which the information originates has authorised its disclosure to the committee. The minister may also issue a certificate prohibiting the presentation of evidence or production of documents to the committee if to do so would risk the exposure of protected information. And finally, the committee cannot publish evidence or documents containing protected information without the agreement of the minister responsible for the Commonwealth entity from which the information originates. This includes the prohibition of disclosing protected information in a report to the Parliament without the agreement of the minister responsible for the Commonwealth entity in question. Further, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence will also be responsible for monitoring and reviewing on an ongoing basis the Australian Government's response to the findings of any Royal Commission inquiries relating to defence, and will be charged with considering the operations, resources, independence and performance of the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force and the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator. The purpose of this specific oversight is to ensure the independent regulators in the defence portfolio are able to fulfil their statutory functions. It will also supersede and enhance the defence-related functions currently undertaken by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade through the Defence Subcommittee. Now, in terms of what the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence will not have jurisdiction over, this includes matters that currently fall within the jurisdiction of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, including oversight of those matters. Oversight of the Australian Signals Directorate, the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation and the Defence Intelligence Organisation will remain under the colours of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and these organisations will also continue to report through to that committee. With respect to the constitution of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Defence, in the same vein as the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the Prime Minister, in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, will appoint up to 13 members to the new committee. This includes no more than 7 government members and 6 non-government members from both Houses of Parliament. Members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, their staff, committee staff and any other individuals who come into possession of protected information in connection with the performance of the functions of the committee will also be subject to a range of criminal offences designed to deter them from disclosing or publishing information without specific authorisation from the relevant minister. Offences are also in place that are directed to protecting witnesses who are requested to provide evidence or documents to the committee. These offences are reasonable, necessary and proportionate, ensuring that the committee can access the information required to exercise effective oversight of the defence portfolio while maintaining the confidentiality and security of that information. The safeguards relating to offences and the safeguards relating to the protection of information are about ensuring that the operations and functions of the committee are underpinned by the highest standards of integrity which the Australian public deserve. Clearly defined obligations and clearly defined consequences for breaching those obligations are essential to maintaining this integrity. In an era of rapid geopolitical change and uncertainty, a meaningful and genuine defend and deter capability is critical. The ability to make decisions in our national interest following full and frank discussions and access to relevant, thorough and clear information is critical. Bipartisanship with respect to these issues is critical. Bipartisanship with respect to the peacetime increase in defence spending in Australia's history, providing what is now an additional $70 billion for defence capability, is critical. Our government, the Albanese Labor government, will continue to increase defence spending to record levels to deliver the capability that Australia needs. And parliamentary oversight through the committee process of the significant commitments that are being made to shore up our defence industrial base and sovereign defence capability is critical. And that means bipartisanship with respect to the formation of this committee is critical because it is in the interest of all Australians. This bill is a response to the long-standing recommendations to establish a defence committee. This government is motivated to keep Australians safe as our strategic environment becomes inevitably more complex and fast-moving. We need to act now to ensure that sustainable infrastructure is embedded within our parliament to ensure that strong security is hand in glove with strong oversight, to ensure that the right balance is struck between safeguarding our national security and upholding our world-leading democracy. I commend this bill to the House.
I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill of 2025. I have long supported this bill. This is a moment of some joy for me to be able to stand up here and talk about this bill. This has been a long time coming. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have been the chair, or the chair and the deputy chair, depending on our political fortunes at the time, of the Defence Subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee for somewhere around 5 or 6 years, maybe even a bit longer. And it's been an incredible privilege to serve with the men and women who protect this country in uniform. But one thing that I've been able to identify very quickly as the chair and deputy chair of that august committee is its very strong deficiencies. Not the least of which is that for the entire time that I have been on that committee, I have watched senior members of the Australian Defence Force and senior members of the Defence Department, when asked a curly question, the most common response I got was, "I'm sorry, Mr Wallace, we can't answer that question here. You're not in the appropriate room. You don't have the appropriate clearances," yada, 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 yada. I wish I had $1 for every time I heard that response or something like it. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that is around $59 billion a year. $59 billion a year. And yet there is currently totally inadequate scrutiny, parliamentary scrutiny over our Defence Department and the ADF. Now, it behoves me to say that this concept of a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, this is not the first time that this has come before the Parliament. We were, in the last Parliament, this close to having one, and unfortunately negotiations broke down between the government, the now government, and the opposition. It's very unfortunate, but we're here now. But it is so incredibly important to ensure for taxpayers that this Parliament has proper oversight and scrutiny of our military and our Defence Department. Because when you spend $59 billion a year of taxpayers' money, taxpayers have a right to know that that money is being spent wisely. But unfortunately, what I have seen over the last 9 years in this place is that often that money is not being spent wisely. And yet, time and time and time again, the committee on which I used to serve, no longer, was not, in my view, afforded the appropriate respect that it should have. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a bill which has been a long time in the making. It's a bill that was supported by people who I respect immensely in this field. This is not the government's got their name on it right now, but this was a coalition invention. It was dreamed up by Senator Jim Molan and the likes of Linda Reynolds and David Fawcett, Andrew Hastie, myself. The Labor Party were nowhere to be seen all those years ago on this issue. But look, I'm really glad you've joined the party because it's a good thing and I celebrate the bipartisanship, but I'm not going to miss the opportunity to have the odd crack here and there. But Jim Molan, the late, great Jim Molan, former senator, former Major General, who fought for Australia,
served in Iraq as a commander of US forces, no less, and was also the chair of this committee. In fact, in his book that he wrote before his passing, he wrote in the inside cover to the second best chair of the Defence Committee, my good friend Andrew Wallace, and it's a book that I treasure greatly. But the people who have led the charge on this, the likes of Jim, the likes of the former Senator Linda Reynolds, the former Senator David Fawcett, are giants in defence. And this parliament is the worse off by virtue of them no longer being here. Defence itself and the ADF are worse off because those people are not in this place to hold them to account. So it's incumbent upon us that follow that this place develop a process, a forum that can build expertise in defence, just like we have done in the intelligence and security world. For the last 3.5 years, I've had the privilege of being the Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, upon which the PJCD, the proposed Defence Committee, this legislation mirrors effectively the legislation of the PJCIS in composition and in many other ways. Without people like the late Jim Molan and Senator Molan and Senator Fawcett, and I accept that there are still members in this place that like a member for Solomon who has a significant experience in the army, but we need to build up that knowledge in members in this place, because it's not something that comes overnight. Having worked on this committee for years, you still learn a lot as you go. So this committee is incredibly important, because the reality is we find ourselves in the most geostrategically challenged time since 1945. Now, once upon a time, the Labor Party couldn't bring themselves to say that, but they do now. They do agree. They do agree. The National Defence Strategy, the Defence Strategic Review, all identify that what once we used to enjoy, this concept of a 10-year window of planning, is gone. Gone. The risk this country faces of being involved in conflict is as high today as it has been since 1945. Now, there is not one person in this place, I would suggest, would want to see this country in conflict. No one wins in conflict. But it's only through strength that we are able to deter our adversaries. The countries like Russia and the Chinese Communist Party, they do not respect anything other than strength. If you do not have a strong defence force, countries will take advantage of that, as we have seen in places like Ukraine. So it is incredibly important. It is incumbent upon each and every single member in this place and in the other place to ensure that we properly equip the Australian Defence Force to provide a strong deterrent force. And we are nowhere near that today. We are nowhere near being in a position where an adversary will look at the Australian Defence Force and say, not today. Not today. And that is where we need to get our adversaries to that point. We need to have them at a point where they say, not today, not Australia, because we just can't gamble on the risk. And that's where the beauty of the AUKUS submarines come in. The AUKUS submarines was a project that was of Scott Morrison, former Prime Minister Scott Morrison and the Coalition. Linda Reynolds, former Senator Linda Reynolds, was instrumental in that, as was the former Defence Minister and Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton. In order for us to be able to deter our adversaries, we have to be equipped with the most competent, capable equipment and personnel. And the AUKUS submarines under Pillar 1 are the apex predator of the seas. If you want an example of where an adversary might think to themselves, not today, then you should look at a nuclear-propelled submarine. A nuclear-propelled submarine that will be delivered under the AUKUS, not just one, under the AUKUS program, provides that pause for thought, far better than what we have with our diesel-electric submarines. So there will be this exchange of top-secret information between Australia and the UK and the United States in the development of AUKUS Pillar 1 and, of course, in AUKUS Pillar 2. And with this exchange of top-secret information, it's incredibly important that our Defence Department and our ADF still have appropriate parliamentary oversight, but constrained by such matters as the PJCIS is, for example, in the Intelligence Services Act, which require members of this place to hold secret the secrets that are revealed to them, under pain and penalties of imprisonment, which would mean that people can no longer serve in this House or the other. Members need to know that if they breach the confidentialities, the secrecy that is provided to them as a privilege of serving on this committee, that they will no longer be members of this place. And that is incredibly important. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition is driven, absolutely driven, to ensure that this country equips our ADF appropriately and our personnel appropriately. We will, and we took to the last election a commitment to drive our defence budget to 3% of GDP. At the moment, under this government, it's sitting at around 2.02%. The government talks the big talk about spending more money on defence, but the reality is they're only spending $700 million additional dollars over the next 4 years. The reality is they are cannibalising, absolutely cannibalising the budgets out of Army and Air Force and Navy to pay for these submarines. The submarines are incredibly important. The Coalition supports them, but we can't be in a situation where all we have, as ASPI has indicated, is a paper defence force. We have to ensure that our Army, and I'm sure the member for Solomon would agree with me, that the Army needs to be properly equipped. It needs to be properly funded, but that is not what's happening. And nor is the funding being provided to our defence manufacturers here in Australia. They are screaming. They are dying the deaths of 1,000 cuts because this government is bleeding them dry as they put all their money into the AUKUS submarines. We will not have a local defence industry manufacturing base here in Australia if this government keeps on its current trajectory. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the bill. We need to get behind our Defence Force, but we need to ensure that they have the appropriate parliamentary scrutiny.
I call the member for more.
I move that a debate be adjourned and resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
So the question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the member for more.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I call the member for Cook. Motion. In that case, the question is that the motion be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.
He was primed, pumped and ready to go.